Bearing Scars. City Shifters The Den, Volume 3. Written by Layla Nash. Narrated by Beth Rogue. Chapter 1. Owen knew it was over before Sita even opened her mouth. The first clue was the packed suitcase standing by the door. The second was the look on her face as he walked in. Owen's throat closed, but he hardened his heart and his expression, putting up a mask he wore far too often. He didn't love Sita, but she'd been a pleasant distraction and a buoy as he drowned. Her lips thinned as she looked at him. "Thanks for coming over." "Sure." He waited, unwilling to say anything else. If she wanted to end things, she'd have to end them. He wasn't a jerk, but he didn't have enough emotional energy to break things off. He liked her. "Owen, we both know this isn't going anywhere." She managed to sound regretful, even. Sita played with her cell phone, a nervous energy animating her. "I'm not what you need. I'm not what you're looking for." "You don't know what I'm looking for." It came out flat and creepy, and he didn't blame her for wanting to leave. "Owen," she said, and her southern accent turned his name into something foreign. "Baby, you need someone a lot stronger than I am. I care about you a lot, but you've got some demons to wrestle. I don't think you're ready to be with anyone yet." He stared at her and wished he could object or argue or tell her differently. But she was right. He wasn't ready to be with anyone, but he couldn't be alone. Every moment he spent alone, the ghosts came back to haunt him. Those demons took over and he drowned slowly, in silence. But he forced himself to nod, trying to remember what a normal conversation would sound like. "Where are you going?" "Heading west with some of the girls. Maybe up to Montana or the Dakotas. There's enough land out there that we can run and not stumble over anyone who knows our past." She forced a smile, and somehow sadness made her even more beautiful. "Honey, I care about you so much, but—" "Don't," he said, and stepped back when she reached out as if to touch him, to comfort him. Owen felt like glass. If she actually made contact, he would shatter. He managed to smile, little more than pressing his lips together and hoping it curled up at the sides. "It's fine. Take care of yourself." He turned on his heel and strode out, not stopping to acknowledge the other women in the foyer. They'd all been rescued by the council from a bride auction and had been staying at the Chase family mansion while they negotiated with their packs and got their feet back under them. Sita had literally clobbered Owen over the head when he ran into the room where the women had been held, and he'd felt alive for the first time in months when he saw her. But that wasn't enough. Owen held up a hand to acknowledge the greeting that Edgar Chase, the Lion Pride's security chief, called from across the yard, but didn't stop until he got into his car. He started the engine and peeled out, even though it looked like Edgar and his brother Atticus wanted to talk to him. He couldn't take their pity, and it would be pity. His throat closed as he drove away. He should have driven back into the city, back to the old warehouse and apartments where he and the rest of the bears lived, but he'd bet anything that Edgar called up Kaiser, the alpha bear, to warn him about the breakup. All of them treated Owen like a kid, a damaged, fucked-up kid, until they needed medical help. Then they weren't afraid to make him deal with all kinds of bloody destruction. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel and almost jerked the car off the icy road. He made a hard turn instead and headed for the forest not far from the Chase mansion. The trees, at least, were silent. The only dangerous sounds were in his memory, and when he could hear even the snow fall in the forest, he could tell the difference between real and fake, past and present. Owen left the car on the side of the road and walked into the woods. He didn't bother to bring his jacket. Part of him didn't care. He could freeze to death in the woods, and at least it would all be over. He wouldn't have to put a stupid smile on his face for everyone, or pretend like he'd slept more than 2 hours a night in the last 6 months, or answer when Kaiser asked, "Are you okay?" every fucking hour. He could finally breathe when the road and the car disappeared behind him and only silent trees and snow and a few bunnies surrounded him. Finally. Peaceful. His back ached in the cold, though, and for a brief moment he considered shifting and letting the bear out to play. It might kill him, but that didn't really concern him anymore. It had been years since he shifted, too afraid of dislodging a few chunks of shrapnel and foreign bodies in his chest during the change and tearing his guts to pieces. He even started to remove his sweater, wanting to feel the snow under his paws one last time, when something snapped in the distance. Owen went still, scenting the air and straining to hear what changed. Who or what made the noise? Human, animal, shifter, fae? It could have been any or all of the above. The rogue pack, Bad Creek, occasionally ran through the woods, but so did the fae wild hunt. So did the chases. Maybe Edgar and Atticus were concerned enough, or Kaiser asked a favor, to track him down and drag him back to civilization until the bears could pick him up, throw him in an ursine madhouse. Owen didn't move, though, waiting for whatever it was to show itself. A cold calm settled over him with a familiar surge of adrenaline, and his vision sharpened. The faraway sounds grew clearer, amplified. Running feet, sliding in the snow, panting. Fear. Owen scanned the trees, searching for the flicker of movement or a change in color that would betray the runner. His heart beat slow and steady. It took a hell of a lot more danger to get him amped up. And for once, he didn't mind having the emotional intensity of a sloth. It made it easier to face whatever raced toward him, even if it meant ending him. Owen turned in a slow circle, counting long, slow breaths that left clouds in the freezing air. And then, movement. A human form running toward him, long hair streaming behind it, looking back over its shoulder, almost falling, almost crashing into a tree, but panic motivated it. Her. A woman. His bear started paying attention. A terrified woman running through the trees probably meant Bad Creek. A low growl made his hackles stand up, and Owen gritted his teeth. Those fucking assholes. A white wolf bounded into view, snarling, and tried to nip the girl's heels. She tripped, but managed to regain her footing with a broken branch in her hands, swinging it to get distance from the wolf. Another wolf, gray and leggy, crept up behind her. They were still far enough away that Owen could have turned and ignored it, headed back for the car and figured out another way to quiet the voices in his head. But she fought. She fought to survive, to live, and part of him grew jealous. Maybe she knew a secret. Maybe she could teach him how to do that again. And the bear liked her. So he crept closer, moving deliberately and steadily so as not to draw too much attention to himself as she fended off the beasts. 5 wolves, sent to hunt down one girl. No telling what she'd done to deserve it. He fully intended to yell at them, pick up another stick, beat the shit out of as many of the wolves as he could manage, and use the knife he always kept on him to take some down with him. Hopefully keep the girl safe, or at least buy her some time to get away. He even opened his mouth to shout a warning, draw their attention away from the girl so she might get a head start back to the road. But one of the wolves managed to sink its teeth into her calf, and the girl cried out. The rich, cloying scent of blood filled the still air, and the sounds of her pain ripped through his head, tore straight through the bear, triggered memories and nightmares and ghosts, and broke something. Broke him. The bear roared to the surface, and before Owen could control him, could keep himself in human form, the world tilted and spun, and then he was a bear. A bear. Finally. And not dead, though the tightness in his chest made him wonder about where that shrapnel ended up, and where it would end up when or if he shifted back. But that could wait. Owen charged at the wolves, most of whom had retreated from the girl, trying to figure out where the roaring came from. Well, he showed them. Bear attacks were silent, and he had no reason to bluster and bluff or roar. One swipe of his mighty paw sent one of the wolves, the one closest to the girl, flying into a nearby tree trunk. It yelped and fell silent. He lumbered through the snow, head lowered and eyes fixed on the other four. They retreated, looking from him to the girl, who knelt in the snow and tried to stop the blood gushing from her leg. Owen waited on stiff legs, ready to stare down the sons of bitches who would chase a helpless girl, and Bluff charged the pale gray shithead who edged around on the flank to try and attack the girl from behind. Owen's claws whistled past the wolves' ears, and that was enough. They retreated, growling, and left their fallen compatriot in the snow. Owen limped over to the girl, not wanting to frighten her, but needing to know she would be okay. Even in bear form, he was broken, his shoulder too tender to put much weight on, and scars leaving pale, bald patches in his fur. He nosed the girl's leg, and she flinched back, arms over her face and throat, and he sighed. Clearly, she'd never been taught how to deal with bear attacks. Playing dead was never a good idea, and he was an easy-going black bear, not a rage-filled asshole like a polar or grizzly. He nosed her side, and she gasped, flinching. "Please don't kill me!" He made what was supposed to be a reassuring bear noise, but that only made her curl up into a smaller ball on the ground. The snow soaked right through her clothes, left her shivering and shaking. He looked around, debating. Shifting back to human might kill him, and he needed to get her somewhere safe before she either died of frostbite or the wolves came back with the cavalry to finish them off. A small cabin, a hunting shack more like, hid in the woods not too far from where they were, and it would provide enough shelter until he could figure out what to do, and how to treat her leg. They'd leave a trail for Bad Creek to follow, and though Owen was no woodsman, he knew stupid when he saw it. So he lumbered over to the shredded mess his clothes became when he shifted, and dragged the cloth over to her, dropped it on her bloody leg, and nudged her side again. The girl lifted her head enough to truly look at him for the first time, and striking green eyes met his. Lightning struck him, lit a fire right in his head and his heart, and chased away any hint of darkness. Perfect. She was perfection and warmth and home and love and everything. Everything. Wide green eyes and freckles and blonde hair sticking up in odd clumps over a pale face, cheeks pink from the cold and the run and even fear. The bear wanted to curl up around her in the snow and keep her warm, She had to be his mate. Had to be. He'd never felt like that for anyone. Ever. Even his battle buddies. She cleared her throat as she eyed him, but started to bind her leg up with the mostly clean clothes. When it was as good as she could make it, he nosed her to get up, tossing his head in the direction of the cabin and making more bear noises to try to communicate. She didn't trust him. That much was obvious. But he didn't blame her for a second. She smelled both human and shifter, and he couldn't tell which she was. Bad news if she was human, because that meant her leg would probably get infected and kill her, or turn her into a wolf. He didn't care. Not really. She was perfect already. Would stay perfect no matter what happened. Owen eased closer until she leaned against him as they started to walk, and she gripped a handful of the fur on his back, using him as a crutch for her injured leg. He loved every minute of it. Chapter 2. I didn't have much time to plan my escape. With the urgency in Nick's eyes and the threat in Ray's. Everything went smoothly until I reached the road. The guards spotted me, and I ran. And since I ran, they chased me. I didn't have much choice. I made it into the trees and a lot farther than I ever expected, even after having done extensive reconnaissance. But something slowed down the response teams. I got far enough away that Jared, the leader of the team that chased me, could kill me and not have any witnesses in the main compound. He'd been looking for an excuse to claim or kill me, and a failed escape was justification enough for either. Or both. I shuddered and leaned against the bear more, then caught myself and tried to straighten. There was no telling who the bear actually was. I'd barely cleared my head from getting bitten when a streak of brown-black rage barreled into the middle of the fight and killed one of the guards. Jared, coward that he was, wouldn't fight. He retreated. I swallowed bile at the thought of what he'd tell the Alpha, and what awful things they'd do to my brother to punish him for my escape. Nick told me to run, begged me to get to safety, and even though I promised to go back for him, he didn't care. He just wanted me gone, away from Bad Creek and the compound and everything awful about what we'd gotten dragged into. So I ran. They'd torture him for days over it. I blinked away tears, furious with myself. I dragged my bum leg along slowly, step by step, and wished the bear could at least tell me where we were going. Back to a den, no doubt. Pain crept up my leg even as numbness settled in my hands and arms and feet and face, slowly stealing away the ability to care. Popsicles didn't have to worry about finding a way to save their brothers. I swayed, almost fell, and the bear grumbled. He shifted his weight suddenly, rocking into my hip, and I yelped, falling across his back. And then he continued on, slow and steady, and the rocking gait almost sent me to sleep as I looked up at the treetops as the snow began to fall again. At some point, the sky darkened, from a storm or night I didn't know. The bear stopped next to what looked like a massive beaver dam in the middle of a forest, and rocked so that I slid back to my feet. I flinched as the sharp pain in my leg reignited, but I desperately wanted to be someplace warm. Maybe the beaver dam structure would fit the bill. I hobbled closer to it and frowned. It was actually a cabin, though disguised as deadwood and leaves and trash. Ingenious. Even after months and months hunting and searching those woods, I'd never have suspected something like this could be among the trees. The door swung in on silent hinges, and a single dark room greeted us. A wood-burning stove sat next to a chimney across from the door, but with no windows other than a series of peepholes near the door, Only the dim light from outside revealed the contents of the cabin. A rope-frame bed and thin mattress against one wall, a couple of crates with shelf-stable food and some utensils, a pile of spare clothes and blankets and sleeping bags, flashlights and lamps, and some books. That was it. I made it inside and flopped onto the thin mattress, not even caring if I had to share it with some mice or bugs or squirrels, and closed my eyes. My leg burned and ached, an unhealthy fire raging through the muscles. There was no telling what kind of drugs Jared had been on when he bit me. Amphetamines, for sure, and likely a cocktail of shit the Alpha made up so no one cared if they died on patrol or had to attack a bear. Or shit that made them highly infectious, in case they bit a human. A very loud, very masculine groan made me sit up. The bear transformed into a tall young man with a perfect ass. He faced away from me as he straightened, wincing and groaning as if every inch of his body hurt, so I couldn't evaluate all of him, but my breath caught as he moved, and the half-light revealed an unbelievable set of scars across his back and side. He also had AB+ and a series of numbers, maybe a birth date or ID number, tattooed on his back, his thigh, the back of his neck. I frowned, trying to understand. AB+? He scrubbed his hands through his hair and blew out a loud sigh, a bear noise from a human throat. "Could you hand me some of those clothes?" I hobbled over to the pile and tossed him some sweatpants and a sweatshirt, more than a little disappointed when he put them on. But I tried for levity as I eased back onto the mattress, my nerves getting the better of me as I debated whether I could also use some of those warm clothes to replace my soaked jeans. "I'm the one with the bum leg, and you want me to play assistant?" He faced me, shirt only halfway on, and lurched forward. "Shit, I forgot. Here, elevate it. There's a first aid kit around here somewhere." I caught his hand before he could spin into the darkness. "Wait, it's fine. I was just teasing you." "Oh." His head tilted as he looked at me, as if he couldn't remember what to do when someone teased him. Then he looked at where I still touched his wrist. "I'm Owen." "I'm Kara." I cleared my throat and let him go, moving on the bed so there was enough room for him to sit down. "Thanks for helping me out back there." "Not a problem." He didn't sit, though, and instead went over to the stove and started to set a fire, coaxing the flames to life with a skill I'd never been able to muster. "It's going to get cold if we don't get this started. I'll get some snow so we can melt water. Are you hungry?" "Won't they be able to see the smoke? Aren't you worried about them coming back?" Because I sure as fuck was. The patrols would be through this area in a matter of hours, if not sooner, and Jared would be in the lead. They could track me right to this odd pile of sticks, and to the kind-hearted Owen who had saved me. "It's vented through the tree," he said, and knocked his knuckles against something near the stove. "This is a dead tree, totally hollow, and it's well constructed. We've tested it, had a couple of friends with other kinds of magic take a look at it. The magic masks it, so even if they follow your scent here, it just disappears." Other kinds of magic? I watched the efficiency with which he set the fire and got it crackling in seconds, jealous, and cleared my throat. "Can I borrow some of those clothes? Mine got a little grimy in the snow." "Of course." Owen retrieved double handfuls of sweats from the corner, frowning at them as he offered the pile to me. "They're all probably too big, but at least they're warm, right?" I tried to smile as I took the clothes, but sucked in a breath as I got a better look at his chest. His blue eyes practically reflected the flames back at me. "What's wrong?" "You've got..." My hand shook as I pointed at his chest and the metal poking through the fabric of his shirt. "You've got something sticking out of you." "What?" Owen looked down, peering under the shirt, then made a sound that could have been a laugh, if it weren't sad and angry more than amused. He pulled off the shirt and revealed a twisted piece of metal standing out from near his collarbone, still staring down at it as he prodded at where the silver stuck in his skin. "Well, I'll be damned." I winced as I set the sweats aside, pushed to my feet, and limped closer, wanting to help. "What is it? Did they shoot you with something? Oh my God, if they did, there's probably drugs or poison or something on it. You have to get it out." "Hey," he said, cutting me off as panic welled up and my voice wobbled. Owen managed to smile as he caught my hands and herded me gently back to the bed. "Sit down on your bum leg and get out of those wet clothes before we do anything. There's no rush. It's an old piece of shrapnel, working its way back out. It must have moved when I shifted." Shrapnel. I knew about shrapnel. Nick kept a jar of the stuff that should have killed him in his desk, a testament to the missions he'd gone on and survived. I shivered. Being a shifter helped him out, saved his life with superhuman healing. But if I turned, it was only bad news. I gnawed on my lower lip as I studied Owen's bare chest, wanting to touch him, but eventually started to fumble my way out of my soggy clothes as soon as he turned back to the fire and the stove. "Does it hurt?" "Nah." He shrugged, and I couldn't tell if it was just bravado. He waited until I gave the all clear, the sweats warm and soft and heavenly against my freezing skin, before returning to the mattress and patting one of the pillows. "Get your leg up and let me take a look at it." He retrieved the first aid kit and a couple of lanterns, humming under his breath as he opened a small hatch in the wall and scooped out a bowl of snow. My breath caught as he picked up my foot, his fingers gentle as he probed the bones in my ankle and calf. "Any pain here?" "I don't think it's broken," I said. I couldn't stop staring at him, mesmerized by the hard line of his jaw and the hint of stubble on his cheeks, and the deep blue eyes with a wicked twinkle buried deeply. My heart started to beat a little faster as his hand slid up the back of my calf to where the wolf's teeth had torn through my flesh. "That's good." His voice deepened, smoothed, and I flushed. "It's a bad bite, though. Are you still human?" "Yes," I said, barely a whisper. "I find that hard to believe," he said, a hint of a smile making him boyish rather than intimidating. "Especially if you're from Bad Creek." I flinched as he patted away some of the blood with clean gauze and hugged myself against the judgment. If he knew anything about the compound, he'd probably boot me into the snow and leave me to freeze to death. "Why?" He made hushing noises as he checked the water heating over the fire, then returned to study the wounds and adjust the lamps. "Well, I figured they'd want to clone someone as beautiful as you." I snorted, flushing more, and leaned my chin on my fist as I watched him. "That's quite a line." "God's honest truth." But his smile grew as he glanced up at me, then back down to my leg. "Isn't that what they do up there? Making shifters and test tubes?" "Sort of." Shivers ran through me again as he adjusted how my foot balanced on the mattress. "I don't really know much about that." "Why were you running?" I didn't want to tell him, even if it didn't really matter. I could never go back to Bad Creek. They would kill me for sure. And my heart sank at the thought. They had an antidote for the shifter virus. If I could get a couple of doses, there was a chance I wouldn't turn into a wolf. The moment they knew I was a wolf, though, my fate was sealed. I'd be nothing more than a breeder, a womb to use as they created more fighters and designer babies. I blinked to try to dispel the tears that gathered. My life was over either way. I'd be a shifter, no longer human, and forced to roam the world alone, or locked away and used to pop out babies. "I'm sorry," he said, abrupt and a little too loud. "I shouldn't have asked. I won't ask. It's okay. You don't have to say anything." "It's not that," I said, but my voice wobbled and panic started to rise in his face. He held my ankle tighter, a reassuring pressure, and edged closer like he wanted to hold me. "It's just, I don't want to change. I don't want to be a shifter." "Oh." He started to massage my foot, frowning down at his hands. "It's not all bad, and the bite might not have been deep enough for the virus to take hold. We'll get you cleaned up, and in a couple of days, you'll know." I covered my face, not wanting to cry in front of a stranger, despite the fact that he rubbed my foot until my entire body relaxed, and I wanted to do terrible things to him, even with the metal sticking out of his chest. "He gives the guards extra medications so they're more infectious. So if they bite anyone, there's a higher chance of getting a new wolf out of it. It's done. It's over." The pressure disappeared from my foot, and the mattress creaked as Owen moved closer, arms sliding around me to hold me close against the side of his chest without the shrapnel sticking out of it. He inhaled deeply from my hair, like a bear snuffling through a berry patch, and his body heat warmed me more than the fire ever could have. "It's okay, Kara. It'll be okay. It's not a bad thing, really. You can run under the stars as a wolf. The whole world looks and smells and tastes more. Everything is sharper. It's magic." I wanted to believe him, but all I could see was Nick, chained up and raging, with the wolf staring at me instead of my brother. They'd drive him to inhuman madness, and everything that made my brother himself would disappear when the wolf took over. He'd be gone forever, but still physically there, and that was worse than if they just killed him. I turned my face against Owen's neck, closing my eyes. "That's not how it works inside the compound." He sighed. "I know. But you're not in the compound anymore, right? You're here, with me, and you're safe. I won't let them hurt you." I believed that, 100% without a doubt. Owen retreated enough to study my face, brushing a tear off my cheek with his thumb. Then his hand slid into my hair as heat kindled in his gaze, and I held my breath. Everything else faded away as his mouth lowered toward mine. Chapter 3. He knew he should have just cleaned up her leg, bandaged it, and let Kara sleep, but the scent of her hair, the warmth of her skin, and the vulnerability in her eyes intoxicated him, drove the bear mad. They needed to comfort her, to care for her. His chest tightened painfully when she said she didn't want to be a shifter, and the thought of her as a wolf drove a red-hot spike through him. Although that might have been the shrapnel. He held her face and drank in those beautiful green eyes, almost drunk on the sound of her voice, and couldn't breathe as he bumped his nose against her. A bear kiss first. She laughed, a breathy, soft sound that made him want to groan and devour her whole. and Owen leaned in, brushed his lips against hers in a gentle hint of what he really wanted, and she sighed. Her hand trembled as she touched his cheek, and Owen deepened the kiss, her lips parting to allow him in. She tasted like snow and sweet wine, warm and giving, but with a fierceness close to the surface. She kissed him back, not content with passively accepting his embrace, and the bear grumbled in appreciation as Owen leaned in. She was magic, everything he needed and wanted in the world. Perfection, home, safety and comfort and love. The bear roared, wanting to claim her. She had to be his mate. Had to be. He'd never felt that way for anyone, ever. Not even a fraction of that instant, overwhelming passion and love and desperate need. He broke the kiss, and she leaned back, flushed and wide-eyed and breathless. She still touched his face, her skin so soft he closed his eyes and turned his face toward her hand, kissing her palm. He was hers, forever. She sighed, leaning her forehead against his shoulder once more. Wow. Owen smiled, running his fingers down the back of her neck until she shivered and huddled closer. I agree. Kara sounded dazed, absently caressing his chest. Normally, I'd be up for more of that, but my leg is killing me, and I don't think I can do a proper job kissing until it hurts a little less. Good point. He wanted to laugh, but didn't want to offend her. It took more willpower than he wanted to admit to retreat to the stove for the boiling water, wincing as the scars across his back pulled and tightened. The shrapnel in his chest hurt like a son of a bitch, but he needed to take care of her first. Neither of them talked as he cleaned the gnarly bites in her calf, though Owen shook his head and grumbled about the Bad Creek asshole who'd bit her. Even if she changed and became a shifter, she'd have scars for the rest of her life. It wasn't fair. He held up 2 bottles of pills from the first aid kit, shaking first one and then the other. Painkillers and anti-inflammatories. You want the strong stuff or the weak stuff? She took the strong stuff without comment, and he wondered if she wanted to dull more than just the pain in her leg. He wanted desperately to ask her about Bad Creek and how she escaped, but she already seemed frayed around the edges. She held on to control by her fingertips. He could see it. He knew what that felt like. And having someone pester her with questions about the horrors she'd just fled probably wouldn't help. So he concentrated on cleaning the bites, irrigating out as much of the contaminants as he could, just in case he could keep her from changing. He used a few butterfly sutures to keep the edges of the wounds together, hoping the scars would be minimal, and smeared antibacterial and numbing cream on the surrounding flesh. Owen concentrated on cleaning up the trash and bloody gauze after he bandaged most of her leg from the knee down, throwing the trash into the fire so anyone stalking the forest wouldn't smell blood and track them down. He took a deep breath as he prepped more water, studying her in his peripheral vision. She seemed smaller, huddled against the flat pillows on the shitty mattress, and the bulky sweats hid the soft curves he'd noticed when he held her. Kara's full lips parted as she sighed, and he wanted to kiss her so badly it almost knocked him down. She glanced at him. "Should we get that metal out of you?" He frowned down at his chest, trying to move his chin so he could actually see the metal sticking out of his clavicle, and wondered if it was still tangled up in something important. Not that he could wait for an MRI or X-ray to figure out how to safely remove the shit. He shrugged, even though it hurt, and pulled a sterilized scalpel out of the first aid kit. How squeamish are you?" She went a little pale, and her eyes widened at the sight of the sharp tool. Owen laughed. "Right, okay. How about I cut and you pull?" He secured a hemostat to the end of the shrapnel and got some gauze ready for the blood. He didn't mind it. He even welcomed the pain. Sometimes pain was the only thing that made sense. Owen used a small mirror from the kit to give him a better view of where the metal entered his chest and set the scalpel right under the metal. Kara's hand shook as she grasped the hemostat. "Tell me when." Owen slid the tip of the scalpel along the edge of the shrapnel, widening the wound enough that it moved. "Give it a little tug. Just a little one." Kara held her breath and closed one eye, leaning back as if she expected half his chest to come loose and fly at her, and pulled on the shrapnel. It slid out a millimeter or two, then stopped, stuck. She shivered, starting to turn green, and he concentrated on calming the bear and himself through the storm of emotions Kara kicked up. He didn't give a shit about the metal stuck in his chest, but causing her discomfort by having her help nearly threw him into a tailspin. Owen adjusted the mirror. "Hold on." He studied the wound, then put the scalpel down so he could take the hemostat, rotating the shrapnel a tad bit until he felt something give. "There we go." He prepped the scalpel again, irritated with the speedy shifter healing that meant he had to cut himself again. Kara cleared her throat and tried to smile. "Not exactly what I thought I'd be doing on a Saturday night." "Well, you're doing a marvelous job. Pull a little more." Owen gritted his teeth as the shrapnel burned, tore through the muscle in his pec, and dragged memories to the surface, along with blood and rusted metal. Pulling shards of metal out of humans was actually easier than getting it out of shifters. Shifter bodies tried to heal the flesh immediately, and it felt like the body held on to the intruder even when that metal stole life away. He had to clear his throat a couple of times before he could speak without growling or choking. "Good. A little more." He dug the scalpel in, needing the clarity of adrenaline and pain, and Kara squeaked as blood welled up and ran down his chest. She fumbled the hemostat, and then the shrapnel was out, a few bits of skin sticking to it, with a quickly closing hole in his chest where it had been. Owen didn't mind the blood that covered his skin in a waterfall, but Kara immediately grabbed up gauze and bandages and pressed them to his chest, her face white once more. "There's so much blood." "It'll stop soon." But he didn't mind her applying pressure to his chest. He didn't mind at all. And it helped to balance the odd thumping of his heart when her green eyes lifted to his. He tried to think of something clever or suave to say, but lost himself in her gaze instead. "Thank you." "For pulling metal out of your chest and making you bleed?" She laughed, shaking her head, and checked the wound for any signs of trouble. "You're most welcome." "I've had that with me for damn near 10 years. Owen picked up the hemostat that still gripped the shard of metal, studying it. Probably a piece of an RPG, maybe a mortar shell the bad guys used in an IED. It was hard to say. Kind of small for how much trouble it caused. 10 years? She frowned and limped over to get the rest of the cooling water, waving him away when Owen tried to stand to get it for her. Then she sat next to him on the bed once more, wetting a towel and smoothing it over the newest scar on his chest. Why didn't they take it out 10 years ago? It was right up against some nerves and shit, from what the docs could see on the scans and x-rays. They figured taking it out would cause more damage than leaving it in. Owen didn't know what to do with the metal. Part of him wanted to keep it as another reminder of what he survived, and the rest of him wanted to get it the fuck away from him so he wouldn't have to remember that he had lived instead of more deserving souls. A millimeter in either direction and it would have killed him. Maybe should have killed him. And I couldn't shift. He made a thoughtful noise and tossed the shrapnel toward the fire. You didn't shift for 10 years? Nope. Owen concentrated on the warmth of her hands and the wet gauze as she cleaned up his chest and abs where the blood left a long trail into his sweatpants. His mouth went dry and he almost couldn't speak as she carefully brushed the gauze lower. His skin prickled. The bear figured they needed to build a sauna into the cabin so next time he could let her bathe him somewhere far more comfortable. Heat crept up his chest and throat and face until he imagined smoke coming off his cheeks, and he hoped to God that the sweats hid how very much he liked her. It was too dangerous. That's not the only foreign object I'm carrying around, so depending on how things rearrange themselves, I could die any time I shift. Her hands stilled on his chest, and she looked at him, brow creased. But you just shifted in the woods, to fight the wolves. I know. But why? It could have killed you. She still touched him, looking uncertain, and Owen reached up to cover her hand where it rested over the new wound. You were in trouble. But you could have died. She stared at him, uncomprehending, and waited, as if somehow his answer would change. Owen smiled. Couldn't help it. I know. Why would you... She shook her head, flustered, and started cleaning him up again, even though very little blood remained. That's crazy. You just risked your life to help me, and you don't even know me. You've never seen me before. I mean, for all you know, maybe I deserved to be caught by Bad Creek, and you just saved the life of a serial killer or something. He wanted to laugh, but kept himself in check. I might not have ever met you before, Kara, but I know you. My bear knows you. And once again she froze. Looked up at him, unblinking. A tremor started in her hands. I beg your pardon? She wasn't the only one shaking. Owen couldn't remember ever being so afraid in all his life, even during the firefights and shellings and helicopter crashes and the worst of the bad stuff in Fallujah. None of that made him feel as vulnerable, as weak, as confessing his feelings to a woman he'd known less than a couple of hours. I think you're my mate. You're what? Kara lurched to her feet and backed away, although she flinched as she put weight on her bad leg, and she held her hands up as if to keep him away. Owen didn't move as the bear panicked and wanted to hug her, grab her, and cuddle her until she didn't smell like fear anymore. But he didn't want to scare her. Couldn't scare her. So he stayed put, keeping his breathing deep and even so the sparks in his vision and the smell of spent ammunition and jet fuel stayed in the past. Born shifters all have a true mate, one person in the world who's perfect for them. Most of the time, it's another shifter, but it can be a human or fae or anyone. And you're mine. I mean, you're my mate, not that I own you or anything. I just like being around you. You smell really good, and you're beautiful and funny. The bear thinks you're nice, and you fought those wolves as hard as you could. He loves you already. And I love you, of course." He cut off, flustered, and just wanted to rewind and redo that whole speech, babbling about owning her and how good she smelled and everything that would drive her away. Owen scrubbed his hands over his face, exhaustion creeping up. It had been a shitty day before she came along, and he hadn't slept well in weeks. Years, really, but sometimes Malcolm's bootleg moonshine helped black out the dreams. Owen cleared his throat. "I know that's a lot to take in. I promise you, though, I'm not going to try anything. I'll be a perfect gentleman. You're safe here." She didn't speak for so long. He almost lost his mind in the silence. He needed to hear her voice again, needed her to tell him it was okay. The bear, Boulder, since he'd shifted for the first time in almost a decade, debated making another appearance. She wouldn't be afraid if he slept across the threshold and guarded her sleep as a bear. But Owen didn't dare move until Kara straightened her shoulders and took a deep breath. She nodded, kept nodding, and started sorting through the box of canned goods and MREs he'd left at the cabin months ago. "Sure. I heard people talking about the mate stuff back at the compound. I didn't think it happened to humans. I don't feel the same thing, though. I mean, I feel something, I just don't know what it is, yet. And I don't think you wouldn't be a gentleman. I feel safe, and I'm glad I smell good." He almost collapsed with relief that she didn't limp to the door and run for her life. Owen started to repack the first aid kit, just so he kept his hands busy while he struggled not to hug her again. "We've only known each other an hour or two. I'd ask you out to dinner, but it's a long walk back to any decent restaurants." Kara offered a tentative smile and held up 2 bags of quick-heat stew. "It's not gourmet, but I'm starving." "Stew it is." He eased to his feet and moved the first aid kit back to its place near the door, though he gave her a sideways look. "But I'll make it. You need to put your leg up." "I'm not going to argue with that," she said under her breath, handing him the packets of food and starting to limp toward the bed. She made it halfway before stumbling, grabbing her hamstring and cursing as she tried to straighten the muscles. Owen dropped the food and helped her to the bed, manipulating her leg to stretch out her hamstring as the muscles all cramped and seized and twitched. His heart sank. The virus, most likely, had already worked its way through her nervous system, sending weird signals to the major muscles. But he kneaded and massaged her hip and thigh, concentrating only on the medical necessity of doing so, until she no longer muttered and grabbed at her leg. He propped her leg up on a couple of the pillows, then set more up around her as a backrest. Kara started to protest when Owen tucked her in, layering warm blankets over her, but he wanted to shield her from the growing chill and give the pain medication time to work. The cabin wasn't terribly well insulated, although the fire kicked out a lot of heat, but he worried the fever that came along with the shifter virus would make her sick as well. He went back to the fire to start heating up the food, turning back to ask if she wanted coffee or water or a little moonshine, but Kara had fallen fast asleep. He smiled, and the bear grumbled in contentment. He'd found his mate. She was safe and warm and would soon be well-fed. Owen could finally exhale some of the anxiety that drove him through each and every day. Kara. His mate's name was Kara. Maybe he could get it tattooed on him to cover up the blood-type tattoos that he hated. He gathered more snow for water, humming to himself. He'd get her name tattooed across his forehead if he could. She owned him, heart and soul. He'd do anything for her, even if it meant risking his life by shifting into a bear to protect her every day, any time Bad Creek threatened her. It would have been the easiest choice he'd made in his entire life. Chapter 4. Growling woke me. For a moment, disorientation had me thinking I was back at the compound, that I hadn't escaped at all, and someone was about to bite me. I sucked in a breath and forced my eyes wide, searching the pitch-black surroundings for a hint of what threatened me. But I was warm and comfortable, though my leg hurt like a son of a bitch, and someone slept next to me, twitching and snarling. Owen. The cabin. It came back in pieces, and my heartbeat slowed. I covered my eyes, trying to move my leg to a more comfortable spot. I'd been pleasantly drowsy when he woke me to eat dinner, a murky stew out of a bag boiled over the fire, and then drifted off again after Owen asked if he could sleep next to me. He kicked out more heat than the fire, so I was happy enough to hog the blankets and let him take up half the mattress. But clearly an epic nightmare gripped him, because his closed eyes darted back and forth, his lips pulled back in a snarl, and his whole body jerked as if he tried to run or fight. Sometimes Nick had nightmares like that, and he'd always said it was better to wake up than try to get through it. I reached for Owen's hand, clenched in a fist at his side, and wished there was more light than just the glowing coals in the stove. "Owen?" I said quietly, not quite touching him yet. He stiffened but didn't wake, so I tried again, a little louder. "Owen, it's okay. It's just a dream. I'm here with you. My fingers brushed his, and he moved violently. I squeaked as he rolled suddenly and pinned my arms over my head, one hand tightening around my throat, and he growled as he stared down at me. I struggled to breathe through my nose, blinking up at him but not daring to move. He was awake but not fully conscious. His breathing, harsh and fast, nearly deafened me as his full weight rested on me, his knee digging into the mattress between my thighs, and I tried not to let my thoughts stray too far from the business at hand. Going from night terrors to sexy times wasn't a normal transition. The haze cleared from Owen's eyes, and he started to frown, his breathing slower and more controlled. "Kara? You had a nightmare." I didn't try to free my hands from his crushing grip, even though I very much wanted to touch his face to reassure him. "I woke you up, but you were still fighting." His gaze searched my face for a long moment, but he didn't move. "I'm sorry I woke you." "I don't mind." I moved my legs again, just trying to find a better place for the bulky bandages on my calf, and his hips settled closer against mine. Owen's face reddened as his body reacted in an entirely predictable way, but he remained frozen on top of me. I raised my eyebrows as I watched him, wondering if he'd mind a little wrestling. Heat coiled low in my stomach as his muscles flexed and he kept me pinned. The cabin felt warm and safe, as if none of it was real, and it had been so long since I'd felt loved like that. I hadn't dared express interest in any men after Nick brought me to the compound, and I missed the physical closeness. And Owen had been so gentle with me, so caring, that if there was anyone I could trust after so long, he was the one. He cleared his throat and released my hands, his ears turning almost purple. "I'm sorry. I promised to be a gentleman," and as he started to move away, I linked my arms around his neck and lifted my head to kiss him. His lips bruised mine, and he made a hungry sound, kissing me fiercely as his arms slid under my back to hold me tight. He broke away and dragged his teeth down the length of my throat, breathing ragged. "Are you sure?" "Yes." My hand slid down his back, under his sweatpants so I could grab his butt, and Owen jumped. I relaxed under him and tried to wiggle out of my borrowed clothes. "Very sure." He groaned, and his hips rocked against mine as I raked my nails down his lower back. Owen started to draw away, kicking off his sweatpants, and squeezed my side. I caught a glimpse of what I hadn't seen when he first shifted back to human, and bit my lower lip. Very, very sure. Owen snorted, rolling back over me for another kiss, and I got lost in his embrace, drowned in the warm pressure of his lips, the heat of his body, and the hard insistence of his arousal through the soft cotton sweatpants, and the strength of his grip as he caught the back of my knee and eased my leg out. He kissed down my neck, nibbling on my collarbones as his hand searched under my shirt for my breasts. I moaned and tried to breathe normally, not wanting to pant. It had been so long, so damn long. He started to slide down the bed, fumbling the shirt off me so he could kiss my stomach and to the waist of my sweatpants. As soon as they were off, though, I tried to drag him back on top of me, and not just because I was cold. "Later, I need you now." Owen chuckled and rubbed his bristly jaw against my thigh, making me jump. "I just need to check something." Check something? I lifted my head to squint at him, about to ask, but froze as his mouth lowered on me, and the firm caress of his tongue against my core nearly sent me through the roof. A groan escaped, despite my best efforts to sound ladylike, and my fingers slid into his hair as I closed my eyes and arched to meet him. God help me. Owen teased my slit, licking and nipping and devouring, and grumbled hungrily as my legs fell open for him. Ecstasy built as he increased the pressure, nudging a finger into my slippery flesh, and I squeezed my eyes shut more. I moved faster, and he slowed even more, until I growled in frustration and lifted my hips to meet his lips and tongue. He grumbled a bare laugh, murmuring, "I'm not done checking yet," and returned to his gentle torment. I moaned and writhed, trying to get him a little deeper, a little harder, as tension built and that perfect release waited just out of reach. So close. My thighs tried to close against his ears, and I said his name, over and over. Owen plunged 2 fingers into me as the gentle flicks of his tongue grew faster, more intense, and my muscles started to seize. I cried out as I came in a rush, my legs jerking, and spots obscured my vision as wave after wave of pleasure grabbed me. Owen eased back, though he still touched me in soft strokes as my body tried to drag him in. I panted, collapsing against the mattress, and let the aftershocks tremble through me. He pushed up on his elbows and watched me breathe, now and then running his hand along my thigh or kissing the inside of my knee. I'm glad I checked. I wanted to laugh, but couldn't catch my breath, and instead squeezed his hand. Me too. Owen crawled up the length of my body until we were eye to eye, and he nuzzled his nose to mine. You are so beautiful. I just want to watch you forever. I need a little more than watching, I said, trying to hook my good leg around his waist to pull him closer. I ran my hands through his hair, captured his face, and dragged him to me for a kiss. He palmed my breast, and I sighed, lost in the sensation and gentle pressure that spiked into intense pleasure as he rolled and pinched my nipple just the slightest bit. The head of his cock slid into me, and I bit my lip against another moan. He was huge, long and broad and intimidating, but he didn't just start flopping around on top of me. Owen kissed my neck and jaw and chin, not afraid to use his teeth in little love bites, as he maneuvered my legs until I spread beneath him. His voice went deep and husky, more bear-like, as he squeezed my ass. "Are you ready?" "Yes," I said, more of a sigh, and tried to relax even with pulses of ecstasy every time his hard length brushed against me. I used my good leg to lift my hips to meet him, dazed and love-drunk as he pressed into me. He groaned as he split me open, sliding deeper inch by inch, until I convulsed around him and panted and writhed and cried out for more, came just from the hard length of his cock stretching me open. Owen growled and squeezed my ass with both hands, his full weight on me, and he spread me more until he filled every part of me. I bucked and arched under him, needing movement as he settled close and his stomach met mine, his body riding against my clit until I came again and again, and the world darkened around the edges. Owen retreated, dragging himself out of me and leaving ripples of ecstasy behind. Then began a slow rhythm that gave me enough time to recover even as he drove me once more to the edge. My head fell back on the pillows, and my arm linked around his neck, dragging his face to my breasts, and he happily complied with the unspoken demand. He nibbled and teased and sucked my breasts until I fell apart, wanting it to last forever. The warmth of the cabin grew closer still, with the soft sounds of his mouth and our bodies meeting, interrupted by hungry growls and snarls from him and the occasional breathless moan from me. I marveled at his self-control even as I felt like I was drowning, but I didn't care. I wanted him so badly I could not have stopped for anything in the world. Bad Creek could have kicked down the door, and my only regret would have been not feeling him finish inside me. I tugged on Owen's hair, trying to urge him faster, but the man had iron self-control. He kept up the easy pace so I could rock to meet him, clutching and relaxing around him until he groaned and buried his face in my breasts once more. I held him close and started to believe some of that true mate stuff everyone always talked about. Nothing had ever felt so right, so perfect. Chapter 5. He could have died happy in the warm grip of her body. He didn't care about anything else in the world. Everything fell away until there was just her, just Kara. The sounds she made, the scent of her skin as a light glow of sweat covered her, the taste of her lips, all curled through his brain in an intoxicating mix that calmed the bear and quieted Owen's ghosts. Owen moved slowly, taking his cues from the sounds Kara made, and grumbled in appreciation as her head fell back on the pillows and exposed the long length of her throat. The utter surrender, the vulnerability in her abandon almost pushed him over the edge. She felt so delicate and small underneath him. even with the strength of her arms as she held him closer. Kara moaned as her body clutched at him in ecstatic shudders, and Owen lost control. He thrust harder, faster, until the frame of the bed smacked into the wall over and over. He couldn't care. Didn't care. He lost himself in her, the soft crush of her breasts against his chest as he moved, the gentle give of her ass as he rutted into her. He lowered his head and kissed her as his movements turned wild, erratic, uneven. He needed to connect, to consume her. He groaned into her as Kara kissed him back with fierce possession, her hands tightening in his hair until it almost distracted him from the rush of ecstasy that coursed through him. Finally, he filled her, kept moving, kept coming as she moved to meet him, and everything in the world grew blurry. His brain short-circuited, and he collapsed on top of her, breathing hard, and twitched as she tightened and relaxed around him. The world came back in bits and pieces, though static still kept him from moving or speaking or thinking. Her fingers ghosted along his back, over and over, and she sighed. Owen took a deep breath and managed to lift his head so he could see her face, kiss the perspiration from her upper lip, nuzzle her hair until her scent imprinted in his brain forever. His voice came out husky, rough with some emotion he couldn't name. "Hi." A drowsy smile drifted across her face, and she stretched under him before relaxing again. "Hi." Owen's lips traced her cheekbone, and he pushed up on his elbows so he could touch her throat and shoulder and the fine structure of her collarbones. "Thank you for waking me up. I'm sorry if I startled you." "I didn't mind," she said, eyes still half closed. "Believe me." "Are you okay? Is your leg okay?" "I can't even feel it," Kara said. She laughed, then winced as he rolled to the side and slipped away. Owen didn't want to leave the soft warmth of her body, but he worried that she might have reopened the wounds on her leg. He struck one of the lamps and limped to get the first aid kit, despite the chilly air, and threw a log on the fire while he was up. Kara sprawled in the sheets, curvy and delicious in the soft light, and sudden fear struck him as he looked at her. He couldn't lose her. He'd finally found her, and she made him feel whole again. If he lost her, it would be worse than death. Kara lifted her head, brushing the blonde hair out of her eyes, and peered at him. "Owen, what's wrong?" "Not a thing," he said, forcing a smile. "Just can't believe how beautiful you look." She snorted, but didn't cover up, didn't hide from him, and only wiggled around on the mattress so he could sit on the edge and study the bandages on her leg. They were slightly worse for wear, although the smooth skin of her thigh distracted him from the business at hand. He cleared his throat and tried to focus, even though Kara walked her fingers across his lower back. The crackling of the fire and the crinkle of new bandages were the only sounds, until Kara took a deep breath, stroking one particularly nasty scar on his side. "So, where did you get all of these?" He dreaded the questions, as inevitable as they were. At least she hadn't recoiled, like Sita did the first time she saw his back. Owen frowned down at her leg and used an old trick as he spoke, pretending his history was just a bad movie plot. "Most of them are from the Battle for Fallujah. I was with the Marines as a Navy medic, and we were fighting house to house to clear out the insurgents. They booby-trapped shit all over the place. So the first guy through the door would get waxed, then a secondary explosion would finish off whoever ran through to try to save the first guy.
Yikes,
she said, soft and uncertain. Yeah, I was usually the one who ran through to save the first guy, since I was the medic. He shook his head and tried to banish the faraway sounds of automatic weapons firing, helicopters hovering overhead, explosions all over the place, and the roar of armored vehicles churning through narrow streets. But the stuff that really got me was in Afghanistan. He left it at that. He couldn't pretend that shit happened in a movie. At least he had some distance from Iraq, even though Fallujah haunted him. The guys he lost, the ones he couldn't save, haunted him. He cleared his throat and focused on her leg, the rustling of the sheets as she curled up against his hip, pressed her lips against the gnarly ridge of scar tissue right where his kidney had been.
I'm sorry,
she said. Kara stroked his back, counting each vertebra from his shoulders down.
My brother went through some stuff like that. Iraq and Afghanistan both. He tries to hide it, but it still bothers him.
Yeah. Owen's voice cracked, and he cleared his throat, glad she couldn't see him. He took more time on her leg, not ready to face her just yet. The sympathy, the quiet understanding, it might undo him completely. The condescending thank you for your service bullshit just angered him, but the soft tiptoe of her touch against the worst of his past, that would kill him. He'd fall apart and never be able to piece himself back together, even with her arms around him. It doesn't go away.
Kara sounded thoughtful, not bothered by the subject or his history or that he was adding another layer of gauze to the part of her calf without any injuries. I tried to get him to go to a support group or talk therapy or something, but he refused. Said he didn't need to unload his shit on a bunch of dicks who probably wouldn't understand anyway.
Owen smiled to himself without thinking. I like your brother already.
He'd like you.
Kara rested her chin on her arms near his hip and frowned as she stared into the darkness of the cabin. Her breasts brushed his ass and desire surged, filled his cock in a rush at the sensation. She sighed, stretching, and her thigh rubbed against his.
I hope you get to meet someday.
She sounded sad, and he filed it away to ask about later, because his thoughts took a different turn. He patted her butt, put the first aid kit away, and paused as he faced the bed. Her eyebrows arched when she caught sight of his renewed erection, and a hint of a smile curved her lips. Kara stretched, stroking her stomach as she watched him, and Owen groaned. Those green eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief, and she held out her hand.
I'm cold, baby. Can you warm me up a little?
A savage sound tore out of him as Owen lurched toward the bed, and Kara squeaked, laughing and shivering and reaching for him. He grabbed her good ankle and pulled her toward him, then turned out the lamp so he could rely on touch and scent alone. She sighed and whispered, soft and giving as she wrapped her legs around his waist and lifted her body to meet him. Owen lost himself in her again, forgetting all the bad things in favor of the promise of Kara being in his life.
Chapter 6. I woke up alone and confused, peering around the murky gray interior of the cabin. The fire burned slowly, trying to consume a few new logs, so I knew Owen had been there within an hour. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and shivered, fishing around in the tangled sheets for some of the sweats we'd pulled off each other in the night. My leg burned with an unhealthy fire, a consuming pain that shot from my foot all the way to my brain and distracted me from the cabin door creeping open. I sucked in a breath when the blast of cold air swirled into the cabin, and Owen shut the door quickly as he stomped snow off his boots. He carried a bucket of snow and a cell phone in his hands, but set both down as he caught sight of me in the pile of covers.
"Are you okay?"
"Cold," I said, and tried to focus. Something wasn't right. A fever burned through me and made the world tilt, and I had to blink to focus on him. A day's growth of beard on his face made him look older and rougher, a little sexier, though there was a small patch on his right cheek that didn't grow. Another scar. I tried to smile, though, and pushed away the pain. "You're up early."
"My phone kept going off,"
he said, and made a face. He started moving around the cabin, putting the snow near the fire to melt, and fished through the box of food for something edible.
"How are you feeling? How's the leg?"
"It's okay." And that was a damn lie, because I was about half a second away from chewing my own leg off above the knee. But I couldn't afford to lounge around the cabin for a couple of days. Nick needed my help, what little I could offer in this state. I wanted to stay curled up in the bed, and hoped Owen wanted to stay with me, but with Bad Creek searching the woods, relaxation wasn't an option. "Did you see anything out there? Any sign of hunting parties?"
"Nothing obvious," he said, "but Bad Creek isn't always so obvious. I have about a dozen voicemails and missed calls from my alpha, though, so I need to work that out with him. I might have to go into the city for a bit, but I'll get the snowmobile and come back for you. I don't want you walking all that way on your leg, even if it isn't hurting as much."
I sat up, fumbling with the sweats and the bulky bandages on my leg. My foot looked swollen, the toes red and purple, and I pulled on my socks before he could see. "You get reception out here?"
Owen smiled. "That's why I picked this spot. You get just enough signal that when the clouds part, the phone can pick up some data. Not a lot, and it's spotty, but there's just enough."
"That's good to know." I didn't dare stand, knowing I'd probably yelp and then he wouldn't let me move at all. I didn't mind the babying, not at all, particularly when he looked so capable and in control, at ease as he prepped the camping food and fire and everything. He glanced back and caught me watching, and a slow smile drizzled across his face like warm honey.
"Penny for your thoughts?"
I couldn't help it. An answering smile took over, and a flush rose up my chest and throat until the fever nearly knocked me down. I started to say something funny or sexy or maybe just lame, but before I could even open my mouth, my stomach growled. Loudly. Owen laughed, loud enough he nearly bent over to slap his knee, and winked as he turned back to the food.
"Right. Well, I'll get this ready if you want to sneak around the corner for any bathroom breaks you might need."
Right. Bathroom. I fumbled around and searched for something to lean on, some kind of cane, and found a long stick at the end of the bed. I waited until Owen made enough noise with the firewood and buckets to heave to my feet, so at least any groans would be hidden even from his supernatural hearing. I managed to fish my cell phone from the pocket of the still soggy jeans, tossed on the floor the day before, and kept it with me as I hobbled to the door. Luckily, an enormous pair of snow boots stood near the door, ready to borrow, and were roomy enough for even my swollen foot. It didn't make it any easier to walk, but with the cane, I could navigate my way out of the cabin and into a blast of cold air. That was motivation enough to move quickly around the side of the cabin to a small closet, disguised as another tree trunk, that had a long drop and a seat. He'd left a packet of tissues there as well, and I started to fall in love. Any man with the forethought and goodness to leave toilet paper in a camping bog was a keeper. As I eased onto the chilly seat, wincing at the frigid air, I dared to finally look at my cell phone. Owen was right. Just enough signal to show a single missed call and a single voicemail. The call came from my brother's phone, so I would recognize his number, but I was under no delusions that Nick was the one who called. It wouldn't be his voice on the message. My guts started to quake as I thought about who would be calling. The Alpha, maybe, or Jared, one of the sadistic bastards who would get off on knowing they told me my brother was dead. My hands shook so much I nearly dropped the phone 3 times before I managed to punch in the number to check the voicemail, and I nearly hung up. I didn't want to know. They might have called to tell me they'd killed Nick, or maybe they called to let me hear my brother's dying breath. My eyes blurred and I hung up, trying to breathe. I needed to focus. I couldn't figure out what to do next if I didn't know where Nick stood. If he was gone already, then I could concentrate on helping Owen, helping myself, and getting even with Bad Creek once and for all. I dialed again and waited. A few seconds of silence started the message, and I almost threw the phone into the thin wall. And then the Alpha's raspy voice reached me, sent shivers straight through me that had nothing to do with the icicles hanging from the ceiling of the outhouse. "Carolina, I am very disappointed in the choices you have made. Nicholas is certainly upset over your betrayal as well. So we find ourselves with a few choices. You have 24 hours to call me back so we can come to an agreement. Nicholas is alive, for now, but that will not be the case forever. Your decisions could save his life. Think carefully." The line went dead, but I couldn't move, staring at the ground. My blood ran cold, colder than the air outside. I wanted to throw up. I wanted to scream at the injustice of it all. Nick. I scrubbed my hands over my face and tried to pull myself together. At least the freezing ground and air numbed the pain from my leg and minimized the blast furnace of the fever. I struggled to stand and put myself to rights in the thin sweats when something scratched at the door and Owen's voice reached me through the door, soft but worried. "Everything okay?" "Just moving a little slow," I said, and wondered where the hell I was going to wash my hands. But I managed to pull my pants up and hobble out of the tiny enclave, though I nearly fell into him as I tripped on my stick cane and the 2 large boots. Owen caught me and eyed my iffy leg and the boots. Without a word, he scooped me up and lumbered back around to the front of the cabin, even though I made a half-hearted attempt to say I could walk on my own. It felt much better to just be carried. I even rested my head on his shoulder, wondering if I could make the case for going back to bed. I needed to think about what I could possibly say to the Alpha when I called him back. If I called him back. Owen set me down near the bed inside, though he didn't let me go all the way as he studied me. "You've got a fever." "Just a little one. I said, trying to smile. Isn't that a good sign? Means it's healing, right? He made a grumbly bear noise, and I held my breath. He touched my forehead, then my cheek. His head tilted as he watched. That doesn't feel like a little fever to me. That feels like a bad one. Let me look at your leg. Can we eat first? My breath caught as I tried to prop my bum leg up on the mattress once more. I just needed some time. If he knew how bad the leg was, he'd never leave me alone long enough to call the Alpha. Checking in with Bad Creek might make Owen suspicious, and I didn't want him to think that of me. Didn't want him to hear me begging for my brother's life. Even if the bear could help me get Nick free, and even if everything I knew about Owen convinced me he would go along with it, I couldn't ask him to clean up our mess. It was something Nick and I needed to figure out, needed to fix. Owen eyed me and sat slowly on the mattress next to my feet. He took the sock off my good foot, and I held my breath as he pressed his thumbs against the ball of my foot, started to work the tension out of my ankle and calf as he watched me. I sank lower on the pillows, sweaty with fever and hungry and a little drunk on the warm pressure of his hands. His voice came out rusty. Why don't you want me to look at that leg? What do you know that I don't? It hurts. A lot, I whispered. I couldn't look away from his hands, gently massaging my good foot. I think it's getting worse. Then let me look at it. Take care of it. His head cocked as he watched me, a puzzled bear expression. Make it better, as much as I can. Are you worried you're turning? The silence stretched before I could force myself to answer. Maybe. Another grumble. More pressure on the back of my ankle until all my bones turned liquid and I exhaled all of that tension. I almost didn't care when he removed the other sock and made an irritated noise in the back of his throat, probing the swollen ankle and toes. He got up silently and retrieved the medical bag, and something about the way he moved, the certainty, the easy confidence and capability, made me think that everything would be okay. The fever and misery and paralyzing pain in my leg made my eyes blur with tears, but it was the gentleness of his hands and the soft reassurance in his murmurs that pushed them over the edge. He rolled the sweatpants up to start cutting off the bandages, not blinking at the gross stuff oozing into the clean white wrappings. I covered my face and cried harder, because I knew it was changing. I knew I was changing. I could feel the fever consuming the best parts of me and replacing them with an animal. Owen made more bear noises, probably meant to be reassuring, as he started cleaning the greenish hamburger that had been my calf. He handed me a mess of tubes and bandages with a gruff, "Untangle this for me, will you?" before going back to work. My fingers shook as I tried to work the plastic tubing, maybe from an IV bag, though it was as snarled as Christmas lights. As I concentrated on the unraveling, Owen handed me a couple of pills. These are anti-inflammatories. They'll take some of the pressure off your foot and toes. I managed to swallow the pills, blinking tears away as I focused on the puzzle he'd handed me. Owen worked quickly, methodically, and without even a hint of worry on his face. His tone remained so soothing and calm that the urgency of his words almost escaped me. As soon as you are settled with something to eat, I'm going to head off to get the snowmobile and a good car. I'll call you when I'm on my way back, and we'll go right to the hospital. My throat closed in terror. Not a hospital. They'd test my blood and find all the anomalies, All the testing and experiments and the leftover weirdness of being a hybrid. I don't want to... It's a shifter hospital, he said, patting my knee. It's safe. No one will give you a hard time there, I promise. And then we can figure out what's going on with your leg and how far the virus has spread, and make sure you're in a safe place if you end up changing. I'd rather just stay here with you, I said, and blamed it on the fever. I'd known him less than a full day, and already I wanted to hide with him in the woods and never see another person. His smile grew, and he winked at me as he started wrapping soft bandages around and around my calf. Me too, believe me. And as soon as we get you checked out and on the mend, we're coming right back for as long as possible. I held up the mess of tubes, still hopelessly tangled, and almost started crying again. I'm sorry, I don't think I can get this. That's okay, he said, and took the tubes back, tossing them into the kit. I didn't really need them, but you needed something to focus on. I wanted to be mad, but felt grateful instead, because he was right. As long as I was focused on the knot of plastic, I wasn't focused on the mess of my leg. Owen stacked most of the pillows at the foot of the bed and lifted my leg onto it, pointing a stern finger at me. Don't move. He retrieved the packets of food from the stove, juggling the hot mess with some plastic bowls and spoons, then set up a small buffet on the bed around me, including a bottle of water and another bottle of pills. Owen fussed with his cell phone, then put his number in my phone, exchanging calls until he knew he could contact me. He fussed over me a little more, getting more blankets and more pillows and more food, until finally I held up my hands. You should probably go, or I'm going to end up buried here. Owen shook his head, laughing a little, but paused to retrieve an enormous shotgun from under the bed. He placed it on the mattress next to me and ran through how to fire it. His expression turned serious. If anyone tries to come through that door, shoot them. I don't like leaving you here, but we'd be a slow target trying to get to the road like this. So if anyone manages to track you here, shoot them. We'll clean it up later. I didn't want to touch the weapon, but nodded. You'll call when you're close? Absolutely. He hesitated next to the bed, then bent to kiss me, his palm sliding along my jaw and into my hair. For a moment, his forehead rested against mine, and we just breathed. He took a deep breath and straightened, heading for the door. Call me if anything changes, or you feel worse, or you hear anything outside. I'll get back here. I'll fly if I have to. Okay, I said, and watched him disappear out the door. So he wasn't prone to drawn-out goodbyes. Thank God. And then I was alone in the silent cabin, with only the throbbing of my leg and my own regrets to keep me company. My cell phone rested heavy in my hand as I stared at it, trying to make myself call the Alpha. I couldn't save Nick with the fever creeping higher and higher, but I couldn't wait too long. If the change took me, Bad Creek would be able to smell the difference. They would know I'd turned wolf, and they'd never let me go. The very small window to save Nick was closing, and fast. Chapter 7. Owen knew better than to run. It would have worn him out and left more of a trail, and he never would have made it to the road where he'd left the car. He kept thinking of Kara, alone in the cabin, and nearly turned back to go get her. He could carry her through the snow. The bear didn't like leaving her behind, and would have gladly risked death again to shift and carry her. But Owen knew there was a better way. It was about working smarter, not harder. So he focused on putting one foot in front of the other, scanning the surrounding forest for signs of Bad Creek or Kaiser, and didn't know who he would have rather faced. From the messages, Kaiser was pissed. Worried, but pissed. Owen shook it off and concentrated on the mission at hand. It felt like another patrol, though he'd never ruck-marched through snow with his Marines. Just sand. The world tilted, and for a moment, smoke obscured his vision. He shook his head to clear it, trying to ground himself in the forest and the snow and the present. Kara. Kara waited for him. The bear growled, and Owen straightened his shoulders, even as his back screamed in the cold and from that thin mattress. He felt older than he should have. Kaiser found him 1/2 mile from the road still, the Alpha in his massive bear form. He charged Owen, snarling, and Owen shuffled to a halt. He wouldn't fight. He'd just wait. The Growler bear, half grizzly, half polar bear, galloped into him, throwing his shoulder into Owen until he grunted and flew backwards into a snowdrift. Kaiser reared up on his back legs and roared, then dropped down to all fours and glared at him with red, narrow eyes. Owen lay in the snow, staring up at the hints of sky visible through the treetops, and wondered if the other guys had the snowmobiles out already. That would make going back for Kara a lot easier. Kaiser pawed at him, knocking at his legs with a massive bear paw, and made more furious grisly noises. Owen sat up and gave him a dirty look. "If you want to yell at me, at least do it as a man." He looked off to the side at the sound of a revving engine, and missed it as Kaiser shifted back to human. Stark naked in the snow and not giving a single shit about it, Kaiser grabbed Owen's shirt and hauled him to his feet, other fist held back in preparation for a hell of a punch. The Alpha snapped, "That was to save your fucking life, because at least the bear still wants to save you. I just want to beat the shit out of you." "Go ahead, but can you be quick about it?" Owen met Kaiser's gaze without fear, thinking only of Kara. It would take time to sort things out with the bears, and he didn't have a second to waste. The Alpha's fist tightened, and Owen went up on his toes with the force of Kaiser's anger. "You son of a bitch! We were worried about you! What the fuck is wrong with you?" "I needed space," Owen said, setting his jaw. He'd lived through a lot of things more fucked up than having an alpha bear pissed at him. And he knew Kaiser spoke the truth. They'd been worried about him. They cared about him. "I needed quiet, so I went to the cabin." "You didn't answer your phone," Kaiser said, and growled. He shoved Owen away as 2 of the snowmobiles buzzed up and came to a stop nearby, driven by Josie, the Alpha's mate, and Malcolm, the grizzly. The Alpha snapped his fingers at them and headed for the trees. "I can't fucking deal with him right now. Get his ass back to the den. We can talk after I work off some of this." "I have to go back to the cabin," Owen said, not moving even though Malcolm made a sharp gesture for him to shut the fuck up. Kaiser turned on his heel and his human eyes glowed red. Owen took a step back. He'd never seen the Alpha that mad. Kaiser advanced, one deliberate step at a time. Voice so low the soft crush of snow almost concealed it completely. "What did you just say?" Kara. He had to think of Kara. "I have to go back. There's something else." "What else, honey?" Josie edged forward, between Kaiser and Owen, and managed to lean back against her mate until he stopped advancing. But she gave Owen a look that seemed to recommend him running the fuck away instead of talking. "My mate." He stopped, uncertain, then took a deep breath. They would have to know eventually. I found my maid. She's ill. At the cabin. I need to get her to the hospital. Josie's eyebrows rose. What was your mate doing out in these woods, Owen? This is no man's land. She was running away from Bad Creek. He took a deep breath, wincing as he shifted his feet and his back and shoulders objected. They bit her. It's infected. I need to get her to the hospital. Kaiser's upper lip curled back, revealing all of his mostly human teeth. He lurched forward, about to do something that could never have been undone. But Josie elbowed him in the stomach, and the Alpha exhaled in a comedic oof. Josie took a deep breath and held her hands out, as if to calm them all down. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Kaiser, please go to the hospital and make sure they've got a containment room ready just in case. And you can call the Chases and the O'Sheas and everyone else we've had out looking for Owen, and let them know that he's fine. Just fine. And she gave Owen a dark look, so he felt the slightest bit bad for just disappearing on them. He wondered if they'd truly believed he'd gone off to kill himself, or at least to just fall asleep in the snow, and his heart hurt to think of what they expected to find as they searched. Josie's eyes went a little red, so he wondered if she was thinking the same thing. But she cleared her throat and went on, pointing at Malcolm. The three of us are going to go pick Owen's maid up from the cabin, and we will bring her back to the cars, then to the hospital. Got it? Good. Kaiser's eyes narrowed as he watched Owen, maybe wanting to say more, but he loved his maid. Kaiser growled as he caught her face and kissed her hard, then muttered, "He's lucky I love you." "I'm lucky you love me," she said, then smacked his bare ass as Kaiser turned away. "And you're lucky I don't tell them how much you like being told what to do." Kaiser whirled, face red, but Josie climbed onto the snowmobile and revved the engine. Whatever he'd been about to say was lost in the noise, though she grinned and turned a little red herself. Malcolm shook his head in a very mournful bear mannerism and got on the other snowmobile. "Well, damn, I could have died happy not knowing that." Owen shook his head as Kaiser tried to formulate a response. Then the Alpha growled and turned back into a bear, stalking up to where his mate sat on the snowmobile. She managed to look innocent, though she gave him a bit of a challenging look. Then the Alpha huffed a gusty bear sigh, reared up, and licked her face from throat to hairline. Josie sputtered and tried to shove him away, gasping about stinky bear breath, but Kaiser persisted until he slobbered over every visible inch of her skin. Only then did the Alpha turn and lumber off into the trees, periodically making bear groans to remind the rest of the forest who stalked through the snow. Owen climbed onto the snowmobile behind Malcolm, not stupid enough to put his arms around Josie with Kaiser within sniffing distance, and closed his eyes as the machine lurched forward. The jolt nearly pitched him into another time and place, and the smell of exhaust blended with memories of bulk fuel. Spilled fuel from a crashed helicopter, a burning helicopter, Marines trapped inside, burning, dying, burning. A strangled sound tore from his throat, and Malcolm reached back to grab his arm, shouting over his shoulder in the wind, "You okay, buddy? Buddy, are you okay?" Owen shook it off, blaming the sting of tears in his eyes on the wind, and growled, "I'm fine. We need to get there faster." "We'll get there," Mal said, and that was the last they said until the snowmobiles skidded into the small clearing near the cabin. They killed the engines, and Owen dragged himself off the machine, his legs wobbly, and began a slow circle of the cabin, searching searching for traps or IEDs or insurgents or anything that might have been lying in wait. He missed his rifle. Josie surveyed the trees, then started for the cabin. I would have driven right by this place. Where the hell is the door? This way, Malcolm said, pointing, but Owen held up a hand to stop them. He couldn't smell any intruders, didn't have any signs of Bad Creek or the others around, but something felt off. Something felt wrong. It was too quiet. He didn't believe in coincidences. When there was doubt, there was no doubt. Owen eased up to the cabin, holding his breath, and scratched at the door. Kara? Silence. Nothing. His heart started to race. Kara. She had to be in there. What if the fever had worsened? What if she lay there unconscious? What if she'd passed out and Bad Creek got her, and they waited inside? What if the infection killed her? He couldn't speak, shaking away the worst of the possibilities, and cleared his throat. Repeated himself, louder. Kara, I'm back. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, Josie said, and when Owen glanced back, Mal was shaking his head at the Alpha's mate, trying to warn her off the subject. But Josie just nodded at the cabin. Come on, Owen. Do you hear her in there? Would she have left? No, he said, and sounded a hell of a lot more certain than he had any right to be. She's there, just sick, and I left her with the shotgun, so... He shrugged, then slid to the side of the door, out of the fatal funnel, and took a deep breath. He tried one more time, calling, Kara, can you hear me? And when nothing answered him, he kicked the door open. He stayed out of the doorway, so the blast of the shotgun peppered the door and not him. A few pellets hit his arm, but he didn't mind. Too much. But Josie clearly did, her fists on her hips as she scowled at him. What the fuck, Owen? Personal protection is important to me, he said. Then he eased the door back open with the toe of his boot. He didn't risk sticking his head in, though. Kara? It's me, Owen. I'm back. This is stuck, came a weak voice from inside the cabin, a thread of sound that struck relief and fear in his heart. I don't think I can shoot you. Sounds like a keeper, Josie said under her breath, and Owen scowled at her. But he kept his voice gentle for Kara, knowing she was probably out of her head with the fever and fearing the change as well. That's okay. I'll fix it for you, okay? Okay, she said, mostly a sigh, and Owen stuck his leg into the doorway just to test. No shotguns or anything else flew at him, so he peeked into the cabin and immediately wrinkled his nose. The interior reeked of sickness, infection, and sweat. He cleared his throat and didn't mind a bit. He would get her out of there, off to the hospital, and tucked safely away, and then he could come back and clean everything up. Owen eased into the cabin and limped over to the bed where she still sat, propped up on pillows, the shotgun across her knee. She pointed at it, her eyes glazed with fever. It's broken. Not exactly broken, he said, and edged closer. He didn't want to scare her. Didn't ever want to scare her. Can I see it? She nodded, miserable, and he reached very slowly for the shotgun. She didn't grab for it, didn't seem to be hallucinating, so he was able to retrieve the shotgun, clear it, and prop it up in the corner. He perched on the mattress next to her hip, desperate to hold her, and touched her sweat-covered cheek. Kara, look at me. She did, dazed, and her face crumpled. You're back."
"I'm back," he said, and leaned forward until his forehead bumped hers. "Thank God. I told you I'd come back."
"What am I going to do?"
she whispered, reaching for him. Panic simmered in her expression, in the tension of her arms.
"I can't save him. How can I save him?"
"Save who?" Owen glanced back as something scuffled in the doorway, and didn't mind too much that Josie edged inside. Malcolm, smartly, waited out by the snowmobiles.
"My brother,"
Kara said. Tears leaked down her cheeks.
"I don't know where he is. He might be gone. They'll never let me keep him."
"We'll find him," Owen said, his own distress rising. "But first we need to get you to the hospital. I've got the snowmobiles." But Kara had dissolved into incoherent panic. He grabbed a blanket, said, "Hold on," and then scooped her off the bed. Josie jumped out of the way as Owen headed for the snowmobile. Already, Kara twitched and jumped, and smelled a little bit like a shifter. He closed his eyes to banish the rage at what Bad Creek had ruined, and made sure she was covered and warm on the snowmobile before he turned it back on and headed for the road, Josie and Malcolm right behind him.
Chapter 8. I remembered brief flashes of the ride through the snow, particularly as the cold cut through me and finally eased some of the burning in my skin. The burning in my muscles continued, though, until it nearly drove me insane. But Owen would squeeze my hands where my arms linked around his middle, or touch my knee, or make grumbly bear noises that I could hear where my cheek rested against his back. I vaguely saw 2 other people on another snowmobile, a woman and a man, but the only thing that kept me anchored in reality was Owen. Just him. I squeezed my eyes shut as everything lurched to a halt, loud voices ricocheting off me, and then we were someplace quiet and hot. It started to move, disorienting until I opened my eyes. A car. We were in a car. I started to sit up, needed to figure out where we were going. We were getting farther and farther away from Nick. I had to find Nick. I gulped for air, reaching for the door handle. I can't go.
"It's okay," Owen said, and captured my hands. "We'll be right back." Right back. If we were going to be right back, it would be okay. My thoughts came slowly, disjointed, and I tried to shake the water out of my brain. Something wasn't right. Nothing worked right. My muscles weakened, failed, and the fire raged higher. I forced my eyes open, dazed, and saw an enormous blonde man driving the truck, while Owen held me on one of the back bench seats. I reached for the door again, needing fresh air in the close heat of the vehicle as it sped down icy roads, and Owen maneuvered around me. "What's wrong? What do you need?" "It's too hot," I said, trying to drag the sweatshirt off me. I'd barely managed to keep the sweats on in the cabin, waiting for him, but I hadn't wanted to die naked if Bad Creek came for me. Dignity didn't matter when I was so fucking hot I could feel my brain frying like an egg. "It's so hot." "Let me fix it." Owen still didn't let me get to the door, and restrained me easily in a tight bear hug as he spoke to the man up front. "Axel, the windows. Halfway." And then a smooth blast of cold air filled the car, and I could exhale. It didn't completely extinguish the fire, but it helped. I closed my eyes again,
tightening my grip on Owen's shirt. "We have to go back."
"We will," he said, "just as soon as we get to the hospital." The world faded in and out, and I struggled to understand the quiet murmurs between the two men, arguing about something, one wanting to go faster, the others saying they already went fast enough. Growls and grumbles. Owen held me tighter, patting my cheek and asking me to open my eyes, to talk to him. It was too difficult. Lead weights dragged my eyelids down and my lips wouldn't move. I could only exhale. I needed to call the Alpha back, demand they return Nick to me and give me the antidote. But nothing worked right, and I didn't know where my cell phone ended up. Owen wouldn't like it. He wouldn't want me to talk to the Bad Creek Alpha. He patted my cheek harder, voice rising in volume and desperation. But I sank deeper into darkness. Chapter 9. Owen felt himself dying with every passing second, every labored breath that Kara drew, every movement of her eyes beneath her closed eyelids, every helpless seizure. It drove him insane. He'd never felt that weak or helpless or hopeless. The fever burned her up, worse than he'd ever seen for someone who'd been bitten, and he wondered whether it was something different about her or the wolf who'd bitten her. With Bad Creek, there was no telling. Axel drove like a madman, nearly getting into 3 accidents on the way to the hospital, but Owen didn't even wait for the SUV to come to a full stop before he kicked the door open. He scooped Kara up and launched through the hospital's loading dock door, striding through the waiting room and heading for the back rooms. Kaiser was already there, and though his narrowed eyes still promised a world of trouble for Owen once Kara's trouble was over, he led the way to a private room in the back, where a doctor waited. Owen didn't want to put her down in the bed, wanted to hold her and let everyone else work around him, but 3 nurses swarmed him, and suddenly Kara was engulfed by medical personnel on the bed. Kaiser grabbed his shoulder and hauled him out of the way, though Owen snarled in warning, and the Alpha snarled right back. Owen couldn't take his eyes off Kara's arm, where it dangled over the edge of the bed, her delicate wrist and hand suddenly punctured with needles and tubes, though Kaiser frog-marched him into the hall. Owen watched Kara, watched the doctors around her to make sure they were doing the right things. He knew he would have done everything better. Those doctors never knew as much as they thought they did. He'd been a medic. He knew exactly how to save a life. He'd never had to fight a fever like that, or a bite like that, but he damn well loved her enough that he would have fixed it. Kaiser shoved him up against the wall, finally breaking Owen's concentration, and the Alpha Bear's hand tightened around his throat. Kaiser's voice came out very quiet, a bare thread of sound that no one could overhear. "Do you want to die?" Owen stared at him, feeling the thunder of his own heartbeat in his ears. Everything else in the world faded away to that question. The pressure in his chest as he breathed, the murmur of the doctors in the room behind him as they treated Kara. He didn't move, didn't argue, just let the question sit in his brain for a long moment. The silence stretched, and Kaiser's expression changed, as if he'd expected an immediate denial, and then realized that he might not like the answer he got. The Alpha Bear took a deep breath, but he waited. "I didn't want to live," Owen said finally, making sure he met Kaiser's gaze evenly. "It wasn't that I wanted to die. I just didn't want to hurt anymore. I didn't want to deal with this shit anymore." "Past tense," Kaiser said. "Has that changed?" "With her, yes.
Owen kept half his mind on the sounds in the room behind him, waiting for any change in the sluggish beeping of the heart monitor they put on her. "Owen," Kaiser started, then cut off. He released Owen, retreated a step, ran his hands through his shaggy hair. The alpha bear took a deep breath as he held his hands out, halfway between trying to strangle Owen and maybe trying to hug him. "Dude, you can't hang wanting to live on this girl." "She's my mate." "You said that." Kaiser stared sightlessly at something over Owen's shoulder, shaking his head. "But that can't be enough. It's got to be for you too, man. That's not a burden you want her to carry, is it? She can't be the sole reason you get up in the morning. That's not fair to her or to you." "I just need something steady." Owen leaned against the wall, folding his arms over his chest. "I've been drowning. Bad dreams that don't end when I wake up. Shit that happened years ago, popping up like it's happening in that moment. Bad stuff. It's killing me. But she's quiet, Kaiser. She's calm. I slept next to her last night, and I slept. I had a bad dream, sure, but it ended. That gave me hope. And it's been a long time since I had that. Don't take that away from me." "I'm not going to. We're not going to." Kaiser's expression darkened, and he rubbed his jaw. "But she's from Bad Creek, Owen. There's no telling what they did to her, or whether they're using her for some bigger purpose. She ran away from them. They've still got her brother. There's no way. She hates them." Owen wanted to stride back into the room and curl up next to Kara, regardless of whether the doctors were finished. He needed to touch her skin again, make sure she was warm, but not too warm. "They managed to almost kill Smith," Kaiser said, slow and quiet, like he didn't want to say it out loud in case it came true. "No one has any fucking clue how that happened, and neither does Smith. So Bad Creek has a weapon, or a person, dangerous enough that they almost killed that old bastard. I don't want to see what that could do to one of my people, so we have to be even more cautious." "I'm fine with cautious," Owen said, then canted his head at Kara's room. "But she's not a threat." "Well," Kaiser started, though he cut off as a shadow fell across them and someone walked into the hall. Lacey Stoka, tall and lean and hard-eyed, strode up. She nodded to Kaiser, but her gaze landed on Owen. "Glad to see you back in one piece." "Thanks." Owen shook off a feeling of irritation that the Hyena Queen knew about his little escapade. "Just a misunderstanding." "Right." Lacey eyed him, then Kaiser. "And the girl?" "What girl?" The Hyena Queen raised her eyebrows as she looked at Owen, and he felt about an inch tall. "The girl in the room behind you. The girl Axel nearly ran down half my people to save. The girl who outran half a dozen of Bad Creek's enforcers on her way out the gate." "How did you know about the enforcers?" Kaiser spoke when Owen didn't, and the Alpha Bear wasn't pleased. The tension between the hyenas and the rest of the Alpha's council only increased with every passing week. The hyenas hadn't exactly gone rogue, but they were close. "Because we watched the Bad Creek compound. We saw her leave." Lacey studied Owen once more. "We were going to intervene when the wolves attacked her, but stayed back when we saw the bear save her." Owen took a breath, about to deny it, but Kaiser grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. "You shifted? Are you fucking crazy?" "It was the only way to stop the wolves," Owen said under his breath, feeling like a naughty kid getting admonished by his dad. Jesus, he hated that tone of voice. He looked at Lacey, though, and tried to toughen up. Kara is my mate. She's got a fever, and they're treating her now. Thanks for asking." Even if he didn't mean it. Lacey's mouth turned up at the corner, then relaxed, so he almost thought he'd imagined the hint of amusement. "Right. Did she say why they let her leave? No one just escapes from that compound, Owen." "We will deal with it in the council," Kaiser said, and elbowed Owen behind him. "There's a meeting tomorrow. We can address these developments with the rest of the alphas." For a moment, the alpha bear and the hyena queen stood toe-to-toe, unmoving, and Owen held his breath. He didn't want to be within 12 blocks if those two decided to fight. But Lacey just smiled, though none of it reached her eyes, and took a step back. "Of course, as we always do. We'll talk about doing something about these guys, but we won't actually do anything. I expected more from the bears, but I've learned to temper my expectations." A growl ignited in Kaiser's chest, but Lacey didn't move any faster as she glanced at Owen. "I'm glad you got your mate out, at least." Then she turned and sauntered down the hall, completely unconcerned with the irritated growler bear behind her. Owen tried to peer through the window into Kara's room, but grunted as Kaiser punched his side and said, "Why the hell didn't you say you'd shifted?" "I didn't plan it," Owen said, rubbing his ribs. They'd be bruised for weeks, but that might have been part of Kaiser's plan. A little punishment. "I saw her being attacked, and the bear took over. Any side effects? Do you think it changed any of the stuff still stuck in you?" "A piece of shrapnel came out," Owen said, and absently touched the part of his chest where the tiny scar remained. "Kara helped me pull it out." Kaiser made a face and shook his head more, then glanced down the hall. His face lit up, and Owen knew Josie had returned. Owen headed for the door to Kara's room, though he offered one final shot at Kaiser. "I should get out of here before she starts giving you orders. Not sure I want to know how that works out for you." The alpha bear scowled, swiping at him, but Owen ducked into the room and concentrated on Kara instead. Chapter 10. At some point, the burning stopped. People moved around me. Voices moved around me, followed by lights. But at some point, the lights stopped moving and only the voices remained. Distantly, I could hear Nick, praying with a desperation I'd never heard. And Owen, a gruff argument with someone I didn't recognize. And beyond them both, someone strange, wild and uncontrolled, a little foreign and unfamiliar. She urged me to fight, to struggle against the burning and the fire in my muscles and the despair of knowing I wasn't myself anymore. She wanted us to be we, not I. We were stronger. We could hunt and run and fight. I could never save my brother, but we could. And so it was her voice, that strange wildness, that jostled me awake and forced my eyes open. There wasn't much time. Owen sat next to the bed where I lay, but bolted upright as soon as I moved. Cotton filled my mouth and I couldn't speak, though I managed to croak, "What time is it?" 10 at night, he said, and leaned close, his eyes searching my face for something. "How do you feel?" "Better," I said, and it was a half-truth at best. The fire had been extinguished, but another sense of urgency took over. I had to find Nick. I had to at least call Bad Creek, find out what the hell happened. If there was still a chance I could save my brother. I cleared my throat and coughed. "Water?" Owen looked around, then shook his head. "I'll get some from the nurse's station. Just water?" "Ice?" My stomach clenched around the guilt of sending him away. He looked so earnest, so relieved, that I wanted to admit it all. But he only disappeared out the door on a mission, and I reached for the battered cell phone on a small table next to my bed. I shivered, terrified of hearing the Alpha's voice again, but dialed anyway. I didn't have time to be afraid. Nick didn't have time for me to be afraid. The phone rang twice before someone picked up, and the Alpha's smooth voice almost made me throw the phone across the room. "Carolina, you do leave things to the last minute. Poor Nicholas almost despaired of hearing from you." "I would like to talk to him, to make sure he's okay." I forced the words out, driving my thumbnail into my thigh to force away the pain. The wild voice helped too, wanting to snarl and snap at the bastard for threatening my family. "You're in no position to make demands, dear." The Alpha, Ray, didn't sound in the least bit bothered by it, though. "But I should pass along a message before I forget. Jared would like to know how your leg is doing." My blood ran cold and I nearly dropped the phone. Of course. Jared had bitten me. He knew perfectly well I might have changed. And since he was the one who bit me, he had a first claim on me. The wild voice didn't like it. She didn't want him. She wanted Owen. I tried to sound unperturbed, and as if I wasn't in a hospital for that very thing. "It's fine. He barely nicked me. He seems to think you'll have changed already." Ray's tone didn't betray for a moment the horrible fate that awaited me if I admitted I'd changed. "No, but I want the antidote as insurance." I steeled myself. They respected strength and bravery, and they hated fear, timidity. Being quiet and soft and sweet with them would get me killed or disappeared. I squared my shoulders, sitting forward in the uncomfortable hospital bed. "And I want Nick." "You have nothing to trade, young lady, so you should be careful of how many demands you make." A hint of irritation, of alpha power, crept into his words. I could picture him, pacing the confines of his office and giving directions to his minions, making life-and-death decisions for dozens of people as if they were no more than pawns for his entertainment. He never intended to give Nick back to me. He just wanted us both to suffer. "You called me," I said. "You left me a voicemail about making deals. If you want to deal, then start talking." A growl answered me, and for a heart-stopping moment I almost thought I'd made the noise. But no, Ray was the one who growled, and I clenched my hand around the phone. If he was angry, maybe he would make a mistake. "You are worthless to me, Carolina, regardless of what kind of mattress you would have made for Jared. But since you were saved by a bear, you can purchase your own freedom and that of your brother with one of them." "What do you mean, one of them?" I glanced at the door, fearful of Owen overhearing the conversation, and thought I saw a shadow move. "You don't even have to do anything, Carolina. Lure the bear to the address sent to your phone. We will do the rest." "And you'll bring Nick? I can take Nick and leave." I didn't dare to hope, and I couldn't think for even a heartbeat of endangering Owen, consigning him to the kind of hell that Bad Creek would be. I trembled. "Yes, I'll even throw in the antidote, though I doubt it will work on you." I stared at the wall opposite the bed, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. What do you mean it won't work on me?
There is a reason Nick brought you here, young lady. But perhaps you should ask him that yourself.
Movement, rustling, and the sound of metallic clanging almost made me pull the phone away from my ear. But then screaming took over. Screaming born of pain, agony, despair. Nick, my big brother, screaming, pleading with me to run, to leave him, to not take the deal, begging, and the sharp crack of something breaking, over and over and over. My throat closed and my vision blurred, tears leaving scalding tracks down my cheeks. Ray said quietly,
"Tonight, at that address, in 1 hour, we can keep this up for years, Carolina. And what kind of life would that be for your brother? You can save him tonight, spare him all the rest of this. Just bring the bear."
The line went dead, but I couldn't move, even though the wild part of me ached to run into the night and hunt that bastard down, to show him how we felt about people hurting our family. My hand shook as I let the phone fall into my lap, and I looked up as something moved in the hall. A shadow fell across the door, but no one entered. It wasn't Owen, just a shadow. I wiped my cheeks and tried to figure out what the hell I could do to save Nick, then jumped as Owen strode in, a pitcher in each hand. He scowled in irritation.
"Jesus Christ, I had to practically dig the well myself. What's wrong? Why are you crying?"
He almost dropped the water on me as he lurched toward the bed, scrambling to comfort me, and the concern on his face pushed me over the edge. I took a shaky breath, almost hyperventilating in a sob, and managed to say, "They're going to kill my brother," before everything collapsed and all I could do was cry on his shoulder. Chapter 11. Owen was used to his mind betraying him, his thoughts and muscles seizing up as memories overwhelmed his rational common sense. But never had he felt so completely vapor-locked as when Kara announced Bad Creek was going to kill her brother and collapsed in his arms. He couldn't move, stunned, but managed to sit on the bed next to her and at least hold her upright. From the way she sobbed, her brother's death was imminent. He stroked her hair and tried to maneuver around the cables and IVs that tied her to a handful of machines, and immediately started to troubleshoot.
"How do you know they're going to kill him? What has he done?"
"They think he's a traitor," she said, pressing her face against his neck until her tears tracked down his skin, a warm reminder of how fragile their connection really was. "And he is, maybe. He wanted to get me out, to let me leave. He tried, and they're going to kill him." She hiccuped, choking as she tried to inhale, and Owen kept a watchful eye on the machines as the beeping grew more frantic. He kissed her temple, rubbing her back.
"Breathe with me. Slow and easy. Slow and easy. That's it. Why do you think they're going to kill him now, though? Do you think he's still alive?"
"They told me," she said, and her voice trailed off to a whisper. She fumbled a cell phone on the bed next to his thigh, and she started to tremble. "The Alpha called, using my brother's number. He said if I didn't meet them, he'd kill Nick. And then they let me hear Nick screaming. They're killing him."
Nick.
Owen frowned, trying to remember where he'd heard that name. She couldn't mean the same Nick who'd nearly died to save Lucy, the polar bear's mate. There would be time to figure that shit out later. Help me understand, Kara. The Bad Creek Alpha wants to meet you, and if you show up, he'll let your brother go? Sort of. She sat back so she could see his face, and his heart cracked to see her expression, the misery in red-rimmed eyes, the way her lower lip trembled, and she looked half a second away from falling apart completely. The fever no doubt had something to do with it, and the change as well. Kara took a deep breath, but met his eyes directly, steeling herself to deliver bad news, and he steeled himself to receive it. They want you. A bear. Ray said he would release my brother if I brought him a bear. Lured you in, and they would do the rest. An ambush or a trap or something. Ray said I could take Nick and leave, but I don't believe him. I wouldn't believe him either. Owen's heart beat loudly in his ears, almost deafeningly so, and he tried to think through the fog of worry and rage from the bear. Kara wanted her brother back, and the bear wanted to give her her brother. If that meant walking into an ambush, then part of him accepted that. He couldn't stand the thought of her mourning her brother, having to wade through that kind of grief and misery. He could hardly bear it in himself, much less having to watch her suffer. So he took a deep breath. Then let's give him what he wants. You just have to get me there and get your brother. And then if I fight free, that's not your problem, right? She looked at him with narrowed eyes, some of the panic dissipating into a look of pure, are-you-fucking-stupid disbelief. You think you can fight free of an ambush? Ray will only bring his best guys. They'll be hopped up on God only knows what kinds of drugs, and they'll be armed with all kinds of guns, and... We can figure it out. Owen felt like the world moved past him too fast, sinking into a too familiar, adrenaline-fueled flow state. Do you know where he wants to meet? Here, she said, and held up the phone to show a text message and an address. In the old warehouse district, not too far from Evershaw's territory. Technically within Evershaw's territory. Owen frowned, wondering why Bad Creek chose that location. Maybe they were confident that they wouldn't be messed with. He made a note to talk to Kaiser about whether Evershaw might still be working with the Coyotes, or conspiring for additional territory with Bad Creek. Owen nodded and tried to smile at Kara, not wanting her to worry too much. I know exactly where that is. How much time do we have? Not much. They said an hour. 11 tonight. Her hand shook as she tugged at the hospital gown she wore. You can't really be serious about going. I'm almost always serious, particularly about things like this. Owen got up and started rummaging through the bags Josie had brought, handing Kara a few handfuls of assorted clothing. Get dressed. I'll go make a call and see what we can make happen. He paused long enough to turn off the machines so they wouldn't squawk as she peeled off the sensors, and helped her remove the IV without too much spillage and pain, and strode for the hallway, mind racing. He already knew Kaiser wouldn't let them go, and Owen knew as well the Alpha would be right to keep them at the hospital. It wasn't quite suicide to go running into a Bad Creek ambush, but it was close. Owen jumped at a cleared throat in the hall behind him and turned to find Lacey Sudoka leaning against the wall. She raised an eyebrow. Walking right into their hands isn't the way to get what you want. Eavesdropping, Sudoka? I knew hyenas had shitty manners, but I thought you were better than that. He didn't appreciate being slowed down. He needed to plan, and having a hyena stalker didn't help his operational mindset. The corner of her mouth twisted up. Of course I'm not. Not when it comes to Bad Creek. You know the council will never let you risk yourself, regardless of what the girl wants. I know, Owen said. He didn't want to admit it, but there wasn't any way to deny the obvious. I don't care. You're lucky I don't, either. She straightened from her lean against the wall, dark eyes narrowing as she studied him. If there's a chance to kill their alpha, or some of their fighters, or get someone out who might be able to tell us how to destroy that pack, we'll help. We? Who? You can't possibly mean... The hyenas. The full cackle. She folded her arms, and for a moment Owen was distracted by the size of her bicep as she flexed. 50 hyenas ready for war. We can get to the location and close in once Bad Creek arrives. And when you walk into whatever it is you're walking into, we'll surround Bad Creek. Destroy them. While I get crushed in the center? Owen snorted, shaking his head, although hope grew at the thought of the hyenas being willing to fight. They might be able to get Nick back if Lacey and her people fought. We need to get her brother out. That's the first priority. Kill the sentries and lookouts and whoever they have on the perimeter. But there can't be a full-scale assault until we have her brother and I'm on the way out the door with Kara. Understood. It sounded like agreement, but Owen didn't doubt for a second that Lacey would let Kara's brother die if it meant the hyenas could kill the Bad Creek Alpha. Owen took a deep breath, then gave her the address where Bad Creek planned to meet them. Send your people that way now. The meeting was set for 11. Can you drive us? Got any weapons? It's already done, she said. And when Owen gave her a hard look, the hyena queen shrugged. Your girl doesn't have much situational awareness. She blurted it out on the phone about an hour ago. My people are ready. I was just waiting to see whether she told you before she dragged you into an ambush. The bear didn't like that at all. At all. Owen's lip curled. Of course she's known you a day, Lacey said. And they have her brother. It can't have been an easy decision to know her brother would die if she picked you. Be a good steward of that love, Bear. Owen started to reply, but ran out of words. Lacey started down the hallway, saying over her shoulder, I have a car waiting downstairs. Bring her down the back stairs because the polar bear is waiting in the lobby. I'll have weapons for you out back. Owen didn't say anything else, though he shook his head as he went back into Kara's room. The hyenas were working their own agenda, and he didn't really want to know what it was, at least until he got Kara and her brother away to safety. He sure as fuck didn't want to think about the hell he would be in if Kaiser caught wind that Owen took Kara to pick her brother up from Bad Creek, either. But he pasted a smile on his face for Kara, who still looked worried, and he even winked. All set. We've got a plan in place. She didn't look reassured. So soon? That's how we roll. Owen tilted his head at the hall and helped her steady on her feet before walking toward the door. But we're going to take the back stairs. Kara took a deep breath as she leaned against him. At least my leg doesn't hurt anymore. Thank God for small victories, he said, and hoped they had some larger victories on the docket with the big man upstairs, or they'd both be back at the hospital a lot sooner than he planned. Chapter 12. I tried to believe the wild voice when she said we would be fine. She didn't like the hard-eyed woman who sat in the back of the SUV, even though she introduced herself as Lacey and seemed nice enough. Something about her made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. But when Owen said she would help us get Nick back, I gladly got into the dark SUV she had running behind the hospital. She and Owen spoke in low voices about approaches and flanks and overwatch, spilling out numbers and weapons and tactics while I tried to keep up. Nick sometimes shouted those sorts of things in his sleep, giving gruff orders to soldiers long dead, but I'd never learned much about how he did what he'd done. Lacey sat in the back, loading rifles and pistols and something that looked like a miniature grenade launcher. I didn't ask where she'd gotten the arsenal. Owen drove into a dingy neighborhood of mostly abandoned buildings, places that looked like warehouses or factories, with only a few streetlights and no traffic at all. He put the car in park, but left it running, then glanced over at me. "This is the place. How are you feeling?" "Terrible," I said. "I want to throw up, but I don't have a choice. I have to get Nick." A hint of a smile touched his face, and I wanted to see more of it. I wanted to hear him laugh. Maybe soon. Owen touched my cheek. "That's good, though, Kara. That's all courage is, really. Going forward, even when you want to blow chunks." Lacey didn't move, but slid 2 pistols and the grenade launcher between our seats. "Take these. As soon as we hear shots, we'll move in." "We?" I asked, as Owen nodded and handed me one of the pistols. I hefted it, checked the magazine, and racked around into the chamber. Owen tried not to look impressed, though his eyebrows spoke volumes. I shrugged and tucked the pistol into the back of my pants, making sure it was snug between my belt and the waist of the jeans. Nick spent most of his time at the range. I wanted to hang out with my big brother, so I went too. "Good." Lacey cleared her throat. "You grab Nick and get out. Get back here if you can. Otherwise, we've got a couple of vehicles 3 blocks north, and a couple more 2 blocks west. Call if you can, or go to ground. We'll find you." Owen took a deep breath as he looked at his watch. 5 to 11. Ready, babe?" "No," I said, but opened my door anyway. I shivered as I stepped into the cold winter night, looking around for any sign that Bad Creek was already there. Nothing moved. They must have arrived early. Very early. Enough time to set up an ambush. I hoped Lacey's people, whoever and wherever they were, had gotten there even earlier. Otherwise, Owen and I were dead meat. And then we were walking towards the building, though my stomach twisted and my knees knocked and I wanted to pee so badly I almost made Owen stop so I could find some place to squat. But Owen took my hand and squeezed it, saying quietly, "Just remember, confidence is 90% show. Just fake it till you make it, Kara." "Easier said than done," I said, but I appreciated the sentiment. I tried to think of what Nick would do in that situation, though it didn't help me much. Nick would have called up some of his old friends and ended up with an army ready to run into the warehouse and level it to the ground. I took a deep breath and concentrated. This was my chance to get free of Bad Creek forever. The rusted metal door creaked as Owen pulled it open, peering into the murky darkness before he nodded that we should go in. I held my breath, listening for any sign of others lurking in the darkness, but nothing moved. Owen frowned as he walked through the warehouse, toward a part of the building that looked better lit, and scanned the surroundings. He'd managed to hide the pistol and grenade launcher somewhere under his bulky winter jacket, and I resisted the urge to pat at the gun under my coat. And somewhere, Lacey's people surrounded the building and prepared to back us up. The light came from a few bare bulbs in an open room in the center of the warehouse. The hair stood up on my arms as we approached, and I grabbed at Owen's arm. "This isn't—" "Oh, it's an ambush, all right," he said under his breath, but he didn't stop walking. My heart thundered in my ears as a single figure walked into the light, and my throat closed in panic just at the sight of him. The Bad Creek Alpha, Ray, looked completely at home in the dank warehouse, and unimpressed with the sight of Owen and me. He wore casual clothes, jeans and a polo shirt, and as always was neatly groomed. He could have been 40 or 60, though still hale and hearty after a hard life, and a life spent punishing other people for failing his own rules. The wild voice in my head snarled for us to run or attack or do something other than walk toward him and back into captivity. Ray studied Owen from head to toe, though he spoke to me. "Carolina, I did not think you would actually show up." I did. I clenched my fists at my sides, not wanting him to see my hands shake. "Where's my brother?" Ray didn't blink. "In due time. This one. He's a bear." "Yes," Owen said. No emotion colored his voice. He might have been talking about anything, really, and saying it to anyone, as if any of this were a normal conversation. "Hand over Nick, let Kara and him go, and I'll go with you." Ray's eyebrow arched, and he glanced at me for the first time. "You told him? Oh my, Carolina. That is quite mercenary." Something moved behind Ray, and I froze as another figure eased out of the darkness. Jared, his pinched face hungry and his eyes closer to wolf than human. Hopped up on drugs, no doubt. Ray never looked away from Owen and me. "Jared wanted to check on your health, Carolina. He was concerned about your leg." "My leg is fine," I said, as Owen started growling. Ray's other eyebrow rose as well as he studied the bear, and a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Maybe he knew. Maybe he figured out that I was Owen's mate. Nothing else would get a shifter to willingly walk into captivity, except saving their mate. Jared's eyes reflected the light back at me as he took a step forward, and something shone in his hands. Handcuffs. Those wouldn't hold a bear, of course, but they would hold a human. My throat closed. It had always been a trap for Owen, but it was apparently a trap for me as well. I shook my head and took a step back. "Nick and the antidote, like you promised." "Dear Carolina," Ray said, and the smile grew wider. "I would have thought Nick taught you better." "He's not here," Owen said. He caught my hand and pulled me behind him, shielding me with his body as he faced Ray and Jared and a few of the other wolves as they emerged from the darkness and surrounded us. "You might have to run for it." "Don't bother." Jared leaned forward, focused on me. "You'll just die tired, hero." The bear snarled, and it looked like Owen grew larger as he faced the wolf, his shoulders making the bulky jacket even bigger. As Jared lurched forward, a snarl twisting his face, Owen's hands flashed, and then he held the pistol, firing several rounds right into the attacking wolf. He aimed at Ray, managing to hit him a few times, but the older man barely moved. The sharp crack of other weapons firing nearly deafened me as I fumbled for my own weapon, trying to protect Owen's back as he started a calm retreat toward where we'd entered the building. 2 fighters jumped at us from the sides, and I yelled, firing wildly at both of them. Nick would have been sternly disappointed with my muzzle control, and the wolves didn't even flinch. They just kept coming after us. After me. One grabbed my arm and started to drag me away from Owen, and I snarled at him, kicked and flailed and tried to beat him over the head with the pistol. Chaos erupted throughout the entire warehouse, lights blinking on and off as more weapons discharged, and snarls and a weird barking competed with the retort of high-caliber guns. I struggled with one of the fighters as he tried to drag me away, and Owen roared, throwing off his jacket as dark fur sprouted on his arms, and then the grenade launcher was out and firing. I broke free of the first attacker and scrambled to get back to Owen as several darts appeared in his side, and screamed a warning. The chemicals or drugs could either kill him or sedate him or make it so he never changed again. Desperation surged as I dove toward him, trying to elbow him out of the way as Jared aimed another dart. Except it wasn't a dart. It was a shotgun full of fléchettes. The bang of the gun tore away the rest of my hearing, so that Owen's open mouth didn't tell me anything as I fell hard to the concrete floor. I looked down at a constellation of red holes in my chest and had time to think about what a fucking kick in the head it was to die trying to save Nick. Strange brown and black wolves with huge shoulders poured into the warehouse as Owen scooped me up and then immediately fell to his knees, roaring loudly enough that it cut through the distorted waves in my brain. I blinked up at him and the trio of darts sticking out of his neck and opened my mouth to thank him for trying. But Jared's face loomed up behind Owen, and everything went dark. Chapter 13. The bear didn't like the setup, didn't like the location and not having the high ground, and sure as fuck didn't like the creepy son of a bitch who sauntered out of the darkness and eyed Kara like an interesting experiment. And Owen started losing control when the narrow-faced wolf with hungry eyes looked at Kara like he owned her, and Scent told Owen that this was the bastard wolf who bit her in the forest. Otherwise, his senses told him very little. Scent hadn't warned him about those two, and although he knew there had to be more hiding in the shadows, his nose couldn't pinpoint them. From what Kara said, Bad Creek had done all kinds of alterations to their people. None of them sounded like good things. He went into autopilot when the Alpha made it clear neither of them was leaving and Nick wasn't there at all. Never had been. Owen should have known better. It sounded too easy. Too straightforward for Bad Creek. The bear knew they'd been stupid, but when their mate wanted something, they weren't in a position to say no. So he grabbed Kara, tried to protect her as he knocked down targets and retreated. Somewhere, far away, the weird-as-fuck barking of the hyenas rose up, and that fucking Alpha started to look just a tiny bit worried, as if realizing he might have been ambushed as well. That was the only thing that gave Owen the momentum to keep moving, as sharp stings ran up and down the sides of his body, into his back, darts, filled with God only knew what, pricking his skin through the heavy clothes he wore. The grenade launcher ran out too soon, though he did enough damage to buy them some time. Until a dark-haired fucker grabbed Kara, tried to drag her away. Owen's brain short-circuited and the bear took control, though they remained human. The bear swiped and roared and fought through half a dozen wolves, desperate to reach her. He turned for a split second and snarled in irritation, swiping at his neck as something pierced the skin near his shoulder, and roared. Kara cried out and he turned back, just as she leapt between him and the pinch-faced bastard who'd bitten her as he raised a shotgun to his shoulder. Kara took the full force of the blast. It knocked her back into him. Owen caught her, howling in fury and grief, and the fucker who'd shot her snarled as he tried to reload. Owen held Kara, trying to make sense of the injuries as she looked up at him, blood at the corner of her mouth, and fought the urge to kill the son of a bitch with the shotgun. He looked up as a pair of hyenas burst forward, knocking the wolf over and sending the shotgun skidding across the blood-slicked floor. He blinked as Lacey Sudoka strode up, hard-eyed and all business as she scanned the warehouse around them. She had to shout to be heard through the fighting, grabbing his arm to drag him toward the exit. "We have a car waiting. Get her to the hospital. The Alpha escaped, but we're cleaning up now. Go." Owen wasn't going to argue. He strode for the door, desperate to keep Kara alive as her eyes drooped and then closed, and the sound of her heartbeat faded. Lacey made that creepy fucking barking noise, even with her human throat, and Owen turned to look back. Jared, the wolf who'd shot Kara, stood up long enough to shout something and roll a flashbang in their direction. In slow motion, Owen turned and hunched over Kara, trying to protect her from the percussive wave, as Lacey tried to kick it away. Something struck Owen in the back, and he went to his knees, though he refused to drop Kara, and he blinked, trying to shake confusion and pain from his thoughts. The bright light of the doorway and freedom and open air beckoned, only 10 or 15 feet away. He could make it. Owen couldn't hear or see anything but that door. Didn't care that someone caught at his arm, tried to pat at his back. He lurched up and staggered forward, holding Kara tightly. Get her outside. Call in the 5-line Casevac. The bird would come and take her away to the field hospital. She would be fine. The docs worked miracles, as long as they got to them in the golden hour. The golden hour, ticking away too fast. His thoughts splintered with each step, until the warehouse faded and a snowy street in Afghanistan replaced it. Owen clenched his jaw and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. He couldn't fail. Couldn't fail again. Had to save them all. Something broke, and he went to his knees, still too far from the light, and his vision blurred. Maybe tears, maybe blood, maybe shrapnel. Didn't matter. He couldn't see anything. And Kara still lay in his arms. He struggled to breathe. He didn't want to die in the dark. Chapter 14. Everything hurt. I felt myself drowning again, sinking deeper and deeper into dark water, though the wild voice in my head wanted us to swim, to fight. I thought of Owen's face, the strength of his arms around me and the warmth of his body, but I was too cold. He wasn't there with me. I was alone. Again. When I finally forced my eyes open, I wasn't alone. A big man with dark, shaggy hair and a full beard leaned against the wall across from the foot of the bed where I lay, frowning at me, and a woman with dark hair and honey-brown eyes sat in a plush chair to my left. I blinked, trying to lift my head, and the woman leaned forward. "Don't move too much. Just breathe." My lips felt dry and cracked, even bleeding as I licked them and tried to speak. I managed to breathe, "Owen?" and prayed I saw something positive in the man's face. His expression darkened, even behind the beard, and my heart sank. I swallowed regret and grief, thinking Owen gone already, and the machine started to make a racket. The woman frowned at the guy, then got to her feet to stand next to the bed. "Hey, deep breath. Owen is alive. Mostly." Mostly? That didn't sound good. I blinked, trying to focus. "Where?" "Close." The man frowned when the woman looked like she would say more, and he straightened from his lean. "My name is Barrett Kaiser. I'm Owen's Alpha. This is my mate, Josie. Before we talk about Owen, we need to talk about you." "Me?" I croaked, then coughed and tried to wet my lips again. Everything hurt. My God, I'd never felt so awful in my entire life. Trying to breathe ignited a fire in my chest and my sides, and a deep burn settled through my muscles. Josie gave her mate a dark look and retrieved a small cup of water from a side table, holding the straw to my mouth so I could sip. She wasn't exactly a sympathetic ear, but I liked her a hell of a lot better than Barrett Kaiser. The Alpha's stern expression didn't change. "Who are you?" "Kara," I said. When I tried to lift my hand to brush hair out of my eyes, my arm stopped short with a clank, and I stared down at the bed rails for a long moment. Restraints. Not exactly handcuffs, but padded cuffs that attached me to the bed. My heart started to race and the machines caught up, and I tried to sit. I couldn't be restrained. That's how they started at Bad Creek. They changed the experiments up, and then it was only a short time until death seemed like the best option. Sometimes the only option. "It's for your safety, Kara," Josie said. She leaned forward to ease my shoulders back against the pillows and carefully brushed a damp washcloth across my forehead. "Deep breaths, honey. You were fighting the doctors, so we had to put these on you. Just for a bit. We can take them off as soon as we finish our conversation, okay?" At least they weren't Bad Creek. At least it wasn't Ray and Jared staring at me. I shuddered, the memory of Jared's hungry stare making me want to crawl under the bed and put on every article of clothing I owned. I'd never feel clean again. Kaiser didn't sound nearly as concerned about my feelings as his mate did. "What is your relationship to Bad Creek?" I concentrated on Owen. If I answered the Alpha's questions, I could see Owen again and make sure he was okay. He would help me be okay, even without Nick. My breath caught as I thought of my brother, and my vision swam as I stared at my feet. Poor Nick. "My brother and I are hybrids. Our father was a wolf and our mother was human. Nick was born a shifter, but I wasn't. After our parents died, Nick took care of me. He came back from the wars, different. He wanted to get someplace far away and quiet and wild, so we headed west. He found Bad Creek, I don't know how. It seemed like a good idea. It seemed like a good place, but then..." I trailed off as the memory of the first experiment I'd found rolled over me, and my hands started shaking. The machines beeped more, almost frantic, and Josie patted my hand, nudged my side, until I looked at her. We locked eyes, and Josie said very quietly, "Take a deep breath. Tell me the rest." Mesmerized, I couldn't look away. Flecks of gold turned her brown eyes into amber. "Everything was fine to start. I thought it was weird when we moved into the compound, since there were guards hanging around and places we couldn't go. But the Alpha, Ray, liked Nick. He trusted him. So Nick was important and I was protected, and it didn't seem that bad." "What changed?" Josie's steady breathing, the calm tone of her voice, and the liquid gold in her eyes slowed the world around me, made everything easy and slow and soft. My voice sounded too loud in my own ears when I tried to talk. "It was a couple of months ago. A woman escaped from the compound. They thought Nick helped her. Ray started to watch him, and me, closer. That's when Jared first started. He wanted me. They weren't allowed to experiment on me, but they took some of my blood to study. They didn't have any other hybrids in the compound, so they were trying to figure out what would happen if my blood was exposed to some of their drugs or antidotes or something. But Jared was the Alpha's favorite, and when Nick fell out of favor, Jared started talking like he would change me and keep me." I shivered, trailing off. Josie held the straw to my lips, and I sipped a little more water, hoping for the courage to go on. I wished it was all a dream or a hallucination. But she wasn't finished with me, and neither was Kaiser, still standing at the foot of the bed. I tugged at the restraints, forgetting they were there, and tried to smooth away the terror of the last few weeks at the compound. And last month, Nick ran into an old girlfriend, or so he said. I don't know who she was, but something happened. He went out to get her and bring her back, but Bad Creek ambushed them, and Nick fought to let her leave. A bear showed up, other bears, and Ray knew for sure that Nick sold him out, or at least disobeyed orders. The memory of seeing Nick's broken and battered body dragged back into the compound, thrown into one of the jail cells and left there, raised a lump in my throat. They hadn't let me near him, wouldn't let me talk to Nick or take care of him. They shot him full of wolfsbane and other drugs, and just left him there to suffer while Ray and Jared and the other betas all argued about what to do with him. And me. Kaiser folded his arms over his chest, and the massive biceps bulged as he leaned forward. How did you escape? I pretended like I would go along with what they planned. There was a small opportunity, and I took it. Nick had put together an escape plan months ago, and told me where he kept it. So as soon as I could get into his quarters, I found the plan and managed to use most of it. He knew when all the guards were rotating, who paid attention, where the cameras were pointed, everything. I made it into the woods, and I thought they were going to catch me, kill me, maybe turn me, but then Owen was there. I couldn't help it. A smile curved my lips at the thought of the giant black bear galloping through the trees, appearing out of nowhere like a vengeful ghost out of the snow. Did Bad Creek send you into the woods to lure Owen into the open? I frowned as I looked at Kaiser. No, they didn't know he was out there. Neither did I. Bad Creek doesn't like those woods. They use it to abandon the dying and bury their failed experiments. It's a graveyard for them. If they'd known Owen was out there, they would have sent more than the 5 wolves who were chasing me. His eyes narrowed. And the warehouse? Did you drag Owen in there knowing Bad Creek waited? Well, yes, I said. My brain felt fuzzy and confused, more so as Kaiser growled. I tried to hold my hands up as the alpha bear loomed larger. But Owen knew. He knew. He wanted to go. The machines beeped louder, and just as my heart accelerated into pure panic, the wild voice wanting to run and hide, a roar sounded down the hallway. Josie said, "Well, fuck," and got up to back away from the bed. I blinked at her, my thoughts moving too slowly, and when I looked back at the door, I saw a naked Owen, covered in bloody wounds and bandages and tubes, wild-eyed and snarling as he lurched into the room. Doctors and nurses chased after him, trying to drag him away with the broken restraints on his arms and legs, but Owen threw them off as if they were gnats. He snarled, more bear than man, and his reddened eyes landed on me. Relief. I wanted to touch him, and reached for him, except my arms stopped. Kaiser stepped between me and Owen, a massive broad back that concealed Owen from me, and the alpha bear's voice almost drowned out the noises Owen made. "Breathe, dude. You're hurt. Go back to your bed." "Mine," Owen said, a drawn-out growl, and he managed to walk on stiff legs toward the bed. When the alpha bear tried to keep him from reaching me, Owen snarled savagely and tried to shove the alpha out of the way, even though Owen's bloodied feet slid on the tile floor. Josie took a deep breath and started tugging at the restraints on my wrists. "If they start fighting, babe, we might need to make a break for it. Neither one would hurt us on purpose, believe that, but a growler bear and a black bear tussling? No thank you. Growler? I said, blinking, but she snorted and fought the buckles with more urgency. Bigger things to worry about, honey, she said under her breath, and I turned to look as Kaiser caught Owen up in a giant, rib-cracking bear hug and managed to lift him off his feet. I took a deep breath, wanting to tell Owen to calm the hell down, but Josie's elbow bumped my side and I sucked in air to avoid screaming at the pain. Owen howled and tried to break away, and as Kaiser snarled more, I wondered if Josie was right and they would actually fight right there in the room. Nothing would survive if that happened. The machines careened into obnoxious beeping, louder and faster, and I struggled to breathe. This wasn't how I wanted to die. Chapter 15. He knew Kara was close by, afraid, in pain. The bear remained in control, Owen just a passenger in his own head, but they were too weak. He lay in a hospital bed, tied down, as doctors and nurses worked over him. Everything after the warehouse was a fog, patchy memories and snatches of light and conversation. Him telling Lacey what to say to Kaiser and the others, then getting tossed into a vehicle and driving at breakneck speed. Everything else faded away. Until Kara's mood changed and fear overwhelmed her. Fear and grief and regret. It was too much for the bear. He ripped at the restraints and pulled free, bending the bars of the bed, and lurched upright even as his body objected to the effort. Blood still dripped from at least 3 different places on his body, splattering on the floor like running water, and the pain of broken ribs and torn flesh almost dropped him right there next to the bed. But she was more important. Reaching Kara was more important than the pain in his chest and the weakness of his knees. Owen focused on the door, struck by déjà vu and almost back at the warehouse as his mind played tricks again. One foot in front of the other. He made it down the hall, despite the doctors and nurses and guards trying to restrain him, and found Kara's room. Kaiser stood between him and his mate. The alpha bristled and tried to block Owen from reaching her, and the bear almost broke free entirely. Owen growled, consumed by one thought. Kara. She lay in a hospital bed, the alpha's mate next to her, and she looked awful. Pale and wan, covered in bandages spotted with blood, her lips cracked and dry, and she looked afraid, pained. Owen snarled and tried to shove past Kaiser, though the alpha bumped chests and knocked him back a step. The bear roared and clawed at him. They had to reach Kara. The machines attached to her started to scream in alarm, and his panic elevated. He had to save her. Kaiser lifted him up and lumbered a few feet away from the bed and the women before he put Owen back on his feet, blocking every effort Owen made to reach Kara. The alpha caught his shoulders and shoved Owen up against the wall, teeth bared. "Get your fucking mind right, Bear. You're scaring her." The bear didn't believe him. Kara and Josie remained on the far side of the room, Kara still in bed, though she looked dazed and uncertain. Owen growled. Kaiser's grip tightened on his shoulders, both bright spikes of pain as his bones ground together. The alpha came dangerously close to biting him. "If you calm the fuck down, I will have them bring a bed in here for you, and you can sleep in the same room. But you have to get yourself under control, man." Owen breathed through his nose, staring past Kaiser's shoulder at where Kara lay. He needed to be next to her. The bear wanted to fight through the alpha, but the man knew that wasn't the way to get what he wanted. But with the bear in control, it took far too long for the man to convince the animal that fighting wouldn't get them what they wanted. He managed to grind out between clenched teeth, "Okay." Kaiser's eyes narrowed as he studied Owen, and Owen hoped the bear didn't show too much in his face. The alpha took a long time before he eased his hold on Owen's shoulders, though he kept hold of him as Kaiser leaned into the hall and called for assistance. A few orderlies appeared with a rolling hospital bed, maneuvering it into the room and next to Kara's, and it was only when Owen could lumber over to where his mate lay that he stopped growling. Owen collapsed onto the bed and exhaled, closing his eyes, and reached for her hand. He didn't care what they did to him, the doctors and nurses moving around him and checking on Kara as well, and focused all of his energy on where his fingers tangled with Kara's. He drifted in and out of consciousness, occasionally wincing as the doctors did something painful, and on one of the occasions, when he was paying attention, he overheard Kaiser talking to one of the doctors. The alpha grumbled and growled. "What the hell did they give him?" "We don't know," the doctor said. "It's a compound I've never seen before. It looks like wolfsbane since he can't transform and he's not healing, but it's not wolfsbane. Something more complicated. We're still running tests in the lab, but it's called Neuro-X," Kara said, her voice slow and soft. She lay on her side in the bed, facing Owen, but her eyes were closed. "It's supposed to disrupt the connection between the animal and the person, so everything goes haywire. It should wear off in a couple of days, but I don't know if they had a weapons-grade version ready. If they did, it could take longer. Much longer." Owen wanted to crawl into bed with her, wanted to pull her onto his chest and bury his face in her hair, wanted to feel the rise and fall of her breathing and hear the steady drumming of her heart without those fucking machines disturbing them. Kaiser cleared his throat. "What else would they shoot at him?" Her forehead creased, and Owen grumbled with uneasiness, reaching out to smooth the wrinkles from her skin. He didn't like her to be worried. Kara cracked an eye open so she could see him, and squeezed his hand before she answered the alpha. "What color were the darts they used?" "Red, blue, orange, and green." The doctor held up a handful of empty darts, and Owen tried to find the energy to be impressed that he'd survived getting pumped full of that much shit. "Red is the Neuro-X," Kara said. She wiggled closer to the edge of the bed, as if she too wanted to curl up next to him, and Owen wanted to slide over to be next to her. "Blue is a sedative. They call it Trypto-X. Supposed to be able to stop a charging wolf with one dart, but clearly it's not enough for a bear." And a hint of a smile ghosted across her face. The bear made some reassuring noises, or so he hoped, because Kaiser frowned at him in warning. Owen took a deep breath, squeezing her hand again. "Not enough for a bear." Kara opened her eyes, though tears obscured the beautiful green, and her voice hushed out as if they were the only two people in the room. "I was so worried. Jared aimed that shotgun at you, and I thought... The tears fell to her cheeks, and he nearly lost his mind. Owen tried to sit, groaning, and reached for her. "It's okay. I'm okay. You're not okay, you fucking idiot," Kaiser said, and shoved him back in the bed. "If you keep pulling out those stitches, you're going to bleed to death. Do you understand? You're dying. Stop it." Owen growled. "Don't care. Don't..." "Stop," Kara said, and he froze. The bear went still and silent, waiting. Their mate needed something. She wanted him to do something. Kara wobbled as she slid to her feet, almost falling until Josie moved to help her, and shuffled over to sit on the edge of Owen's bed. She sighed and lay next to him, taking a deep breath and exhaling in a gust. "You can't die. I'm right here. Be good, okay?"
"Okay," he said. He didn't dare move. He lay there as Kara snuggled against his side, and the doctors worked around her to finish patching up his chest and side and legs. Kara kept her eyes closed as she went on, her voice muffled as she tucked her face into his shoulder. "You said orange and green? I think orange is a type of venom. They took it from poisonous snakes, but I don't know what they were using it for. And green is something weird they were developing after they got a delivery from overseas. That was right before..." She trailed off and made a face, turning more into Owen's side, and he looped his arm around her, even though it pulled at one of the bad wounds on his shoulder. He didn't care what it was. He'd survive it. Owen drifted in and out as Kaiser and the doctors argued more, as Josie carefully draped clean sheets over him and Kara, and eventually they lay alone in the semi-dark room, accompanied only by those damn machines. Kara murmured in her sleep and sighed, her fingers drifting over his chest before her arms sprawled across him, and Owen exhaled. The bear retreated and finally let Owen take over again. He grumbled and sighed, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. They were both alive. That was what mattered. He hated that her brother remained with Bad Creek, but they might still be able to save the poor son of a bitch. And Owen wanted another chance to kill the bastard with the shotgun. Chapter 16. I woke up in the same room, though that time not so alone. Owen slept next to me, the unquiet sleep of someone badly ill, healing but still uncomfortable. I didn't mind at all. He still kicked out a lot of heat in the chilly room, and thank God, the thin sheets covering us were not nearly enough to stay warm. I peered around, lifting my head, and wondered how in the world I would get up and go to the bathroom. Someone stirred in the darkness, and I froze, panicked. A soft light clicked on and revealed Kaiser sitting in his place at the foot of the bed. He didn't look tired or sleepy, just watchful. I didn't know what to say or do, so I just stared at him. Eventually, he raised an eyebrow. "Bathroom?" I nodded. He heaved to his feet, though he moved silently as if he didn't want to wake Owen, and approached the bed. I didn't want to shrink back and forced myself to remain aloof, though I may have leaned back against Owen just a little bit. Some amusement showed on Kaiser's expression, and he offered a hand to help me up. "You might be unsteady on your feet. Take your time. It's just over there." And he tilted his head at a door in the corner. I exhaled in relief that I wouldn't have to deal with bedpans or anyone helping me with my business. Kaiser's hand was warm and steady as he held my arm, and I slid to my feet, wincing as my toes hit cold tile. He was right, though. I never would have made it to the bathroom on my own, hobbling along like an invalid, and I wondered if I would ever feel normal again. I gritted my teeth and concentrated on each step. Maybe it wasn't just what Bad Creek shot me with. Maybe it was more than that. "It's just the change," Kaiser said quietly, as if he'd read my mind. "The bite is healed. Everything is healed. But sometimes there can be difficulty getting everything to communicate effectively. It'll come." My breath came fast and uneven, though I told myself grimly I would not cry in front of him. "How do you know?" It came out more accusatory than I intended,
since Kaiser didn't look like the kind of guy who'd ever had a problem communicating with anything, but he only huffed a deep, bare sigh.
Josie is not a born shifter. It took her a while to make peace with the bear. I imagine it might be the same with wolves.
I shivered and didn't say anything as I finally reached the bathroom. He waited until I had a good grip on the sink and handicap rail inside before he retreated, closing the door softly as he said,
"Call if you need help."
That wasn't likely, but it took more concentration than I wanted to admit just to sit and then stand. Leaning against the wall made it possible to wash my hands, but as I faced the door and the long walk back to the bed, I almost sat down again and cried. Fatigue overwhelmed me, and just as I took a shaky breath to give up, the door cracked open and Josie poked her head in. "You okay in there?" I blinked as my vision swam and held up my hands in complete confusion. "I don't know why I'm crying." She smiled, on the verge of laughing, but it wasn't mean-spirited. She slid through the door and closed it behind her, closing the toilet lid so I could sit down again. "I know what you're going through, honey. It's okay. Everything is cattywampus for a while. Just relax into it. It's worse if you fight it, believe me." I covered my face with my hands. "Kaiser said you went through this. Something like this," she said. "It's different for everyone. Now let's get you back to bed before Owen wakes up and tries to destroy another room." It took immense concentration once more to shuffle out of the bathroom and across the room, even with Josie linking her arm with mine, though it was easier as Kaiser rose and held my other arm. By the time I slid back under the sheets next to Owen, sweat drenched me and my legs shook with the effort. I'd never felt so weak, as wobbly and unsteady as a newborn foal. Owen's expression tightened in his sleep, and his hands slid across the bed until he found me. Then he relaxed. A snore rattled in his chest. I sighed, wanting to go back to sleep, but Kaiser and Josie remained near the bed. The alpha bear clearly wasn't finished. He frowned as he thought, though, and absently caught Josie's hand.
"I worry about Owen, Kara."
My heart jumped to my throat. Maybe Owen was hurt worse than they let on. Maybe that green dart did worse things than I ever imagined. As I tensed to demand answers, Josie held up her hand. "In general, Kara, not because of these injuries. He'll heal from these." And she shot Kaiser a sideways look, as if he should have known better than to say something like that. The alpha bear took a long, suffering breath, and sadness gathered around his eyes.
"He was in a very dark place before he met you. He won't admit it, but I think he went into the forest that day so he could just go to sleep and let the snow cover him up. But he's found a reason to live. You."
And again my vision blurred. Kaiser bowled on, bushy eyebrows drawn together.
"It's not fair to you, though. That is a heavy burden to bear. I thought you should know that before you get too far into this. Because if you stay much longer, Kara, and then decide to leave, it'll kill him. He won't survive losing you if you stick around even another few days, and I can't stand to see him suffer like that. It isn't fair to dump this on you, especially with everything else changing, and for that I'm sorry. But Owen is my brother, my baby brother, and I have to look out for him when he won't look out for himself. If you intend to leave, please do it soon."
"I don't want to leave," I said in a whisper as I stared at them. "Do you want me to leave?"
"No, honey,"
Josie said. Her lips thinned as she tried not to frown, but some of it slipped through anyway. It would be wonderful if you stayed, but we want to make sure that you and Owen are both okay." The wild voice in my head didn't like the conversation at all. She thought we needed to wake Owen up so we could face the two bears together. Even though Josie didn't look like a threat, she was the more dangerous of the two by far. She just wanted to help, and I wanted to trust her. At least Kaiser couldn't sweet-talk me into anything. "I'm fine," I said after a long silence as I tried to come up with a better response. "And I'm pretty sure Owen will be fine, too. We just need to be together."
"Okay."
Kaiser frowned down at his phone, then made a noise close enough to a growl that the hairs on my arms stood up, and Owen tensed beside me. The alpha bear gave me a sideways look, then huffed another sigh.
"Are you feeling strong enough to have a visitor?"
"A visitor?" For a heart-stopping moment, I almost thought he meant Nick. That somehow, by some miracle, they'd managed to get my brother free. But from the looks on both their faces, it couldn't possibly be someone they expected me to be happy to see. I fiddled with the sheet and hiked it a little higher up my chest, just in case. "I guess so. Should Owen be awake?"
"Definitely not,"
Kaiser said under his breath, then got up to open the door. Josie gave me a tight smile, and I wondered how much they knew about Bad Creek, whether their hesitation about me sticking around wasn't about Owen at all, but about me. Before I could get too far down that rabbit hole, Kaiser returned, an absolute hulking giant of a blonde man shuffling after him along with Lacey. The blonde I vaguely recognized from the drive back to the cabin, but I hadn't caught his name. He eyed me with more interest than I was used to, and I shrank back a little against Owen. The blonde looked like he ate rocks for breakfast and put drain cleaner in his coffee. Kaiser said quietly,
"Axel, back up."
The blonde blinked, then shrugged and ran a hand through his hair.
"Lucy wanted to know what she looked like." "Lucy can see her soon enough."
Kaiser nodded at Lacey, though his tone hardened.
"Lacey, you have something to say to Owen's mate?"
"I have something to say to Kara," Lacey said, not even batting an eyelash in the alpha bear's direction. There may as well have been no one in the room but her and me, and she moved close enough to touch my foot through the sheet. "I know you weren't paying a whole lot of attention there towards the end, so I thought you deserved to know a few things." "Not paying attention?" I managed to smile, trying to sit up a little. I liked her, more than I thought I would. "I guess that's one way of putting it." "Well, I would have said you were trying to mop the warehouse in your own blood, but didn't want to get the bears all hopped up." And she tilted her head in first Kaiser's, then Owen's directions. Lacey folded her arms and ignored the soft grumble from Kaiser. "We killed 4 of them, but the alpha escaped. I'm sorry. We really tried to get him, but he's got some kind of power. One second he was there, we had a net on him, and then he just disappeared. But we got 4 and all their gear, and some other information as well." "Did you lose anyone?" I didn't want to know, but knew I needed to ask. She'd fought Bad Creek for her own reasons, no doubt, but they'd still done it because of me. Her head tilted as she considered me, and some of the lines around her mouth softened and disappeared. "Yes, unfortunately. I lost 2 cousins." I took a deep breath. "I'm sorry." "They died fighting," she said, as if that were an explanation and justification at the same time. Her eyes went far away for a long moment. Then she cleared her throat. "There is one other thing, though. We captured the creepy fucker who shot you." "Jared?" My heart jumped and sank at the same time, and Owen came half awake, snorting and pulling at the sheets that covered him. I immediately touched his chest, trying to reassure him, and he sank back to the mattress with a gruff, "Back the fuck off," before he went back to snoring. Lacey's eyebrows rose as she studied him, and the barest hint of a smile touched her face before it disappeared into sadness. "Interesting that the bond happened so fast." "Bond?" I shook my head, rubbing my forehead as I tried to concentrate on what she'd said. "You took Jared alive?" "He's mostly alive." Lacey didn't blink, though Josie made a half-laugh, half-squeak from the corner. The hyena queen didn't look particularly interested in what Jared's precise state was, though. "And he will remain that way for as short a period of time as we can manage. Because he seemed rather intent on getting you, I wanted to check with you on whether the man owes you a blood debt." "Blood debt?" I said. Nick had never talked about that before. "I'm not sure." Lacey nodded, tapping her long fingers against her chin. "He shot you, or tried to, so that counts for us." "He's Ray's right-hand man, after Nick." It hurt to force the words out. It was quite a coup that they'd taken Jared. "He was probably one of the ones torturing my brother, and he was the one who bit me." Kaiser's eyebrows rose. "Really? What do you want us to do with him?" Lacey glanced at her watch. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next. I wanted Jared dead, but I needed my brother back. I took a deep breath. "Could we trade him for Nick? I think Ray would want Jared back more than he wants to kill Nick. Maybe." "I would prefer if we just killed him," Lacey said. "Keep him alive for a little while longer," I said. "At least until I can talk to Ray and see if Nick is even still alive. Then you can kill him, or you can beat the shit out of him and send him back to Bad Creek. If we tell Ray that Jared spilled his guts and told us everything, then Ray will probably kill him himself." "Even better," Lacey said, then nodded to me and to Kaiser. "Very well. I'll stand by until I hear from you. But I'm not sure how much longer he'll last. He has quite an antiquated view of women, and his guards are very progressive. It is not going so well for him, so I would advise you to move quickly." "Today," I said. I didn't dare look at Owen. We couldn't start a normal life together until the issues with Bad Creek were resolved, and I didn't want Jared's evil gaze lingering on either of us. Him being dead and buried would solve a few problems, but it wouldn't get Nick back. I tried to sound more resolved than I felt. "I'll reach out to them today." Kaiser didn't look particularly pleased, rubbing his chin through his beard. "This really should be a decision for the council." "The council didn't take the guy prisoner," Lacey said without missing a beat. "And the council hasn't done shit to get Nick out, even with what he did to help Meadow and Lucy. So this is the least we can do." Josie fixed her with a dark look. "We'll be there to save Nick, but it doesn't do anyone any good to go rushing in there without backup." "When your kids were in danger," Lacey said, slow and calm, "you didn't wait for backup. You fought. That's what we're doing. Fighting." "Nothing is set," I interjected. I didn't want to fight in the middle of my room. Again. And Kaiser, for once, looked pretty damn pleased as he held Josie back from telling the hyena queen what she really thought. I looked at Lacey. "Thank you. We'll call you tonight if I can get in touch with Ray." She nodded, turned on her heel, and left. She slapped the big blonde dude's shoulder as she passed him in the hall, and the guy grumbled in surprise. As calm settled over the room once more, I looked at Josie. "What are the chances you have real clothes here?" "Pretty good," she said, but she frowned as she studied Owen and glanced at Kaiser. Do you think he'll be okay if he wakes up and she's not there?
I'll stay here, the alpha bear said. He'll be fine.
I wasn't so sure, and my heart ached a little to leave Owen, but I desperately wanted a shower and real clothes instead of the flimsy hospital gown I'd ended up in. I felt stronger, at least, though my stomach rumbled enough to make Kaiser smile. He returned to his spot in the big chair at the foot of the bed.
Get lunch as well while you're cruising the halls.
Josie handed me some slippers and helped me stand. Shower first, then clothes, then food. Finally, a plan I could totally get behind. Chapter 17. Gunny fell in front of him, half his face missing and blood spurting from his neck in an uneven geyser, and Owen fell to his knees beside him. His mind froze, trying to process all the things wrong with the Gunny. Airway, breathing, circulation, exsanguination. Owen's hands shook as he tried to stop the bleeding, tried to check if the Gunny was still breathing, tried to open an airway. One of his guys knelt next to him, shouting through the scream of jets roaring overhead and artillery firing and the rat-a-tat-tat of automatic weapons. Owen tried. He tried. He shoved away the guy who tried to drag him away from the Gunny, cursed in the face of someone who said the Gunny was already gone, and focused on patching up the wounds that had long since ceased to bleed. His vision blurred and he screamed at the Gunny, demanding he start breathing again, and Owen fought the other Marines who tried to get him into the APC so they could get the hell out of there. His fingers dug into the dirt, trying to grip the Gunny's leg, trying to stay with him. Owen could still save him. The man had kids, 3 kids, a wife, a baby. Owen howled and sat up. Pain exploded in his chest, a punch so sharp he tried to suck in a breath, but no air filled his lungs. He cried out. From the dream or the agony in his chest didn't matter. Both might have killed him. Kaiser stood over him, shoving him down. Breathe, dude. You're okay. You're in the hospital. The bear didn't care. Something was missing. Someone was missing. Kara. Owen snarled, trying to search the room for her. She'd been next to him. She'd slept next to him. But she was gone. Gone. He couldn't breathe. Gunny. Kara. Too many ghosts. She's getting food with Josie, Kaiser said, the muscles standing out in his neck as he pinned Owen. The rails on the bed started to bend as Owen tried to get leverage to launch across the room to find her. She was out there alone, and Bad Creek still wanted her, and that son of a bitch with a shotgun might find her before Owen could make sure she was safe. Listen to me, Kaiser growled. His eyes glowed red and gold, and he forced Owen to make eye contact. The Alpha's influence gripped Owen suddenly, stole his ability to move. He could only stare up at the Alpha Bear as Kaiser's voice filled his mind and echoed through every cell in his body. Kara is fine. She is safe with Josie. They're down the hall getting food. She needed to eat, so we are feeding her. Owen managed to wheeze. She's safe? Yes, she's safe. Kaiser didn't blink or move as a sudden influx of people filled the room. Doctors and nurses, starting to shove needles into the IV bags and his arms, pulling at bandages on his chest, where the pain had taken up residence and threatened to drive him insane. The Alpha Bear remained at Owen's side, pinning his shoulders even though Owen couldn't think of moving. You, my friend, are in bad shape. Don't move. Don't speak. You're still full of holes from Bad Creek and you're not healing. The medications aren't helping. Whatever they shot you with is interfering with everything. You need to stay calm and still. Got it?"
Owen tried to see around him, behind him, hoping to catch sight of Kara, but only more doctors and nurses moved in, laying the bed flat as they did things to him. He couldn't even process what they did or said. His brain short-circuited in bright snaps, flashing in and out of reality. Sometimes back to Afghanistan, sometimes back to Iraq, sometimes to the silent forest where he'd found Kara. It felt like the third time they'd driven over an IED, when his brain got so badly rattled they almost sent him to Germany to get reset. Kaiser spoke to him, tried to drag him back, but Owen drowned in deep water. Reality faded in and out. All that anchored him to life, to living, was Kara. The thought of her, her scent, still lingering on the pillow next to his head, the memory of her touch, the smooth silk of her skin. One of the doctors looked at Kaiser, shaking his head. "We can give him another couple of pints of blood, but it's just running through him. We have to stop the bleeding. Nothing's working." "We need a miracle," one of the nurses said under her breath, and for a brief flash Owen was back in Iraq. We needed a miracle. He wondered if they could just pack his chest full of the miracle sponges that stopped arterial bleeding, although shoving those into his heart probably wouldn't fix the problem. Well, they would fix it permanently. Owen wheezed, trying to laugh, and his hands slid over the sheets. He wished Kara was there next to him. "Can I help?" Someone spoke from the doorway, an almost familiar voice. She sounded uneasy but confident at the same time, as if she knew she could help but wasn't sure whether they would let her. Kaiser said, "Eloise, what are you doing here?" "Lacey said Owen was injured badly and might need some magic Gorgon blood," she said, and Owen forced his eyes open. The dark-haired Gorgon eased closer to his bed, edging in between some of the nurses, and she touched his ankle. "You can't stop the bleeding?" "Bad Creek shot him with some weird chemicals." Lines gathered around Kaiser's eyes, worry making his eyes darker. Owen tried to concentrate on what they said, knowing it would mean his life or death. The alpha bear took a deep breath. "I'm not sure whether Gorgon blood would make things worse or better." "She's saved other people," the doctor said, glancing between them, then gestured at Owen's chest. "There's not much we can do for him except keep giving him transfusions and hope that it stops on its own, and we're going to run out of blood sooner rather than later." Owen's mouth didn't work right. It took 3 tries to get the words out. "Do it. Give me her blood." Silence followed. Owen couldn't interpret the shared looks between all of them, but then Eloise hopped onto the bed that Kara first occupied and offered her arm to the nurses. Owen cleared his throat and said, "Make sure it's the right arm. The correct arm." "Right," Eloise said, then frowned in thought. Her eyes flashed silver and her dark hair started to tangle in snake ropes around her head. "The right arm is the correct arm. We're good." Kaiser started muttering under his breath, something that Owen thought might have been a prayer. And then there was another little spark of pain in Owen's arm as the nurses put in an IV. Eloise sighed and reclined on the hospital bed next to Owen's, frowning as she looked at the bears. "Lacey said something big went down with Bad Creek, but Benedict and Edgar didn't know anything about it." Owen closed his eyes and let the Gorgon blood ease through his veins. No one could say why the blood worked like it did. If it came from Eloise's right arm, it had healing properties. If it came from her left arm, it was poison. Owen had been the one who brought it up the first time, when Eloise herself was half paralyzed and disappeared into a magical coma.
Benedict Chase, her maid and the Chase Pride's lawyer, had been psychotic with grief and worry, and Owen wanted to help. He'd just wanted to make things better. So he researched and called a few experts and discovered that Gorgon blood had those weird healing properties. Eloise managed to save herself that time, and later a few others who were beyond the reach of modern medicine and shifter healing. It seemed ironic that she saved his life this time. Kaiser filled Eloise in on what had occurred, and about halfway through she called her mate to have Benedict drive over from his corporate offices around the corner from the hospital. It seemed like Owen just blinked, and then a few of the lions took up too much space in the room as well. Edgar, the security chief, Logan, the alpha, and Benedict, the lawyer. Benedict grumbled to see his mate next to a bear, and sat next to her on the bed to make it clear he didn't like it. The alpha bear grudgingly filled them in on what had happened at the warehouse, and when he got to the role Lacey Sudoka and the hyenas played in getting Owen and Kara to the confrontation with Bad Creek, Logan's expression darkened considerably. He frowned as he looked at Eloise. "Did you know about this?" "The Queen of the Hyenas doesn't fill me in on every decision the cackle makes," Eloise said, sounding prim and proper with her nose in the air, which Owen figured meant she'd known every last detail. And Benedict knew it too, though he gave his older brother an irritated look. The Gorgon's eyes flashed silver. "Besides, it sounds like Kara needed help, and since she's Nick's sister, we owe her a lot. A lot more than just sitting back to watch what happened." "We wouldn't have just sat back and watched," Kaiser said. The bed rail creaked as his grip tightened on the metal. "We would have planned, instead of just racing in and getting 2 hyenas killed and Owen almost torn to pieces." "And your plan wouldn't have resulted in capturing the Bad Creek second-in-command, I'm guessing," she said under her breath, and Owen wanted to hug and strangle her at the same time. Eloise never had much of a filter, which was probably why she and Benedict got along so well. The lawyer nearly hopped off the bed. "They captured a Bad Creek beta? Why didn't anyone say anything? Why aren't we killing him right now?" "Benedict," Edgar said under his breath. Benedict muttered, then forced a broad smile. "Or interrogating him for valuable information, I meant. Not killing, just interrogating. Because he's in Lacey's custody, and the hyenas have a plan for him." Eloise glanced down at her arm, then gestured at the nurse. "I'm getting lightheaded, so that's probably enough. Owen looks a little less like a 4-day-old hamburger, so hopefully it helped." Logan, a tall dude almost as broad across the chest as Axel, straightened from his lean against the wall near the door. "What are the hyenas planning to do with him? This is a matter for the council, not—" "They're done with the council," Eloise said, and her voice went flat. She watched the nurse remove the IV and bandaged the crook of her elbow. Eloise sat up, but braced herself on the bed, blinking away vertigo. Owen recognized the expression and hoped his own nausea wasn't a result of blood loss and fatigue. But the Gorgon wasn't done. She ignored Benedict's effort to help her stand and met the gaze of each man in the room in turn. "The hyenas are going their own way, Logan. They've lost too much to Bad Creek, and the council took too long to respond. It is what it is." Owen pushed himself up on his elbow, already feeling a little more whole, and managed to force words past his dry mouth. "Thank you, Eloise, and please thank Lacey for me." "Done and done," she said, then slid to her feet. The Gorgon swayed for a moment, then half laughed, shaking it off. "Woo, maybe I gave you too much. Ben, can we get a steak on the way home?" The lawyer grumbled and growled, pretending to be displeased, but half carried her out of the room, muttering about the steaks he would feed her. It sounded more sexual than a slab of meat should ever sound, and Owen let his head fall back to the pillow and stared up at the ceiling. As the pain in his chest faded, the bear retreated. He trusted Kaiser's mate to take care of Kara, at least in the short term, and he tried to focus on healing. Kaiser and Logan, both alphas, started conversing in low tones about how to notify the council or gather the alphas, whether to demand the hyenas hand over the Bad Creek prisoner, how to move forward with or without Lacey Stoka's support. Edgar Chase, a big dude with a quiet calm about him, leaned against the bed as he handed Owen a small cup of water. "Hey, man, you feeling better?" "Not really," Owen said. He gestured at his chest and winced as the wounds in his side and neck pulled. "But maybe soon." "And your mate?" Edgar's expression softened, no doubt thinking of his own non-mate, Isabel. "She is well?" "She's with Josie, getting food." Owen's bear calmed just at the thought of Kara, and when he rolled his head to look towards the door, hoping she would come through it, the pillow smelled a little bit like her. "She will be well." "Good." Edgar cleared his throat as he patted Owen's shoulder. "We were worried about you, man." Owen, for once, didn't mind. He didn't mind the hint of concern in the older man's eyes. Edgar had lost his true mate when he was very young, and struggled with the same sort of grief and regret that Owen carried from the wars. Owen knew he understood, so he didn't mind when Edgar worried. Owen tried to breathe normally, his eyes drooping as fatigue rolled over him once more. "How is Natalia? She's got to be close, right?" "She's okay." The guarded tone in Edgar's voice made Owen lurch awake. That wasn't a good sign. Logan's human mate, Natalia, was heavily pregnant, only a few weeks from her due date, and had been suffering from early contractions, high blood pressure, and a variety of other complications. She'd almost died, almost hemorrhaged and miscarried, but Eloise's Gorgon blood saved her as well. Edgar's voice dropped still further as he leaned over Owen under the pretense of checking the bandages. "She's having a tough time, sleeping a lot, unable to move much. Logan's almost insane with worry. We're trying to get her to stay at the hospital, but she doesn't want to, and Logan won't make her. Yet. It would be great if you could stop by when you're feeling better, to check on her. Do another ultrasound, maybe? There's got to be at least twins in there, maybe triplets, but she refuses to go back to the human doctor since the last ultrasound showed something that looked more like a kitten than a baby." Owen snorted, not wanting to laugh, but he could just imagine the confusion on the human tech's face at finding a kitten inside a human woman. Most shifters gave birth to human babies, but nothing about Natalia's pregnancy had been normal to date. And she was human, so maybe humans gave birth to animal babies. Owen took a deep breath, nodding. "I'd be happy to. It might be a couple of days. I would like Kara to meet her. Nat will love her." Edgar glanced up as Logan made a gruff noise about leaving to check on his wife, and the security chief squeezed Owen's shoulder once more. "But focus on getting better, man." "I will." Owen took a deep breath, testing the limits of his lungs and chest, and was pleased when it didn't feel like scorpions digging their way out of his guts. Progress. He cleared his throat and managed to catch Logan's attention. "Please ask Natalia if I can bring Kara over to meet her. I think they'd get along well. A couple of days, maybe, after we get all this sorted out." "We'd be pleased to have you both over for dinner," the Alpha said, and actually sounded like he meant it. "She was worried about you after Sita left. I'm glad to see you're doing better. Emotionally, at least." And Logan snorted. "Sorry about the shotgun to the chest, dude. That sucks." "I've been through worse," Owen said, and lay back down before his muscles gave out. Sita. He hadn't even thought about her since meeting Kara. That part of his life seemed like a distant dream. It might have been only a few days, but his future was with Kara. There wasn't a reason to look back. Chapter 18. The shower made me feel a little better. Clean, at least, for the first time in what felt like weeks. The fresh clothes from Josie helped even more. And the trio of cheeseburgers she summoned from a greasy spoon near the hospital pushed me into feeling entirely human again. Well, as human as I could feel with the wild voice still in the back of my head. She wanted the hamburgers rare and bloody, but she settled for medium, since I didn't want to end up with food poisoning. Josie was easy to talk to, and easy to sit in silence with. I wanted to ask her more about what happened when she turned, but shyness overtook me, and all I could manage to say was, "Thank you." Josie watched me eat, smiling, and picked occasionally at some of the French fries that came along with the burgers. She sipped a cola and looked around the almost empty cafe, the one quiet place we'd been able to find in the hospital. "Feel better?" "A little." I put down the third cheeseburger, eyeing some of the fries instead. "But I don't know how long it will last, since I have to talk to—" "We'll be there with you," she said, calm and unperturbed. "And whatever he says, we'll do our best to get Nick back for you. He's helped several of us so far, without us knowing." I had no idea. I frowned down at the plate, trying to decipher my feelings about Nick's double or triple life. He'd been working with the rest of the shifters against Bad Creek without telling me. He must have known his extracurricular activities would eventually be exposed and put us in danger, but he hadn't warned me. He hadn't even hinted, really. He never said anything. Probably wanted to protect you. Josie glanced down as her phone buzzed, then made a thoughtful noise. "Owen is awake, but they're trying something else to fix him up faster. We should wait down here for a bit. It might be ugly." My heart jumped and I sat forward, looking down the hall to where Owen's room waited. Maybe he needed me. Josie caught my wrist and shook her head. "Better to wait. Kaiser can control him better if you're not there. Owen loses his mind if he thinks you're in pain, including if you're upset over how he's feeling. So we'll just wait a bit. Do you want to make the call now, while we're here?" I wanted Owen next to me when I had to talk to Ray, but Josie might have had a point. Owen wouldn't be able to stay quiet if Ray threatened me. I frowned down at my cell phone, spinning it on the table. "What if he doesn't answer?" "He will." Josie's expression went far away, a little darker. "Men like that always will. He craves the game. He wants you to suffer, to doubt yourself and everyone around you. The only way to fight him is to confront him, then walk away and never look back." "You know Ray?" "No," she said, and smiled tightly. "But I knew men like him. I watched my sister date men like him, and I watched what they did to her. So we're going to get your brother back, cut ties with Bad Creek, and destroy them. That's the only way to deal with him." I liked her more and more. It still took a few deep breaths to gather the courage to dial Nick's number in my phone, and a long moment of concentration before I hit send. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, and I felt suddenly dizzy, as if I stood on a precipice and looked out into a void. My life would change forever, depending on the outcome of that call. "Carolina," Ray said, dragging my name out into something foreign and almost lewd. "I did not give you enough credit. Well played." I want my brother. I focused on Nick. We could still get Nick back.
You have nothing I want. I've kept him alive because it entertains me to watch him suffer. But I'm fast approaching the end of my patience with both of you.
We have Jared. Silence. A long silence as he breathed into the phone, but I refused to speak first.
Jared, Ray said finally. He lives.
Mostly, I said, channeling Lacey and her hard-edged approach to the prisoner. Josie smiled and nodded to me in encouragement. But Jared is talking, Ray, and talking fast. The sooner you bring me Nick, the sooner you get Jared back.
What makes you think I want him back? Or that he is more valuable to me than you and your brother?
I'd heard Ray speak often enough to know a hint of worry crept into his voice. Jared knew all of his secrets. Because Jared knows all of your security measures, I said. And he knows the codes, the systems you use, the accounts, the buyers, the merchandise. I felt sick just thinking about it, but it had to be said. Ray didn't respect feelings, just threats. So the longer we have him, the more he spills, and the more damage will be done to your business. I've already told them about Alpha X, Ray. If they can duplicate the formula, they can control him as well. Do you really want to risk that? Josie's eyebrows arched, and she looked impressed, even gave me a thumbs up. Ray made an irritated noise.
You don't have any samples of Alpha X. They don't have the source of the compound. It's not possible.
It's possible, I said. They have a lot of money. Just hand over Nick and we'll give you Jared back. It's a simple trade.
That does not account for your freedom or safety, Carolina.
Ray's irritation grew, drove his voice deeper.
You belong to me as much as Nicolas does. Why should I agree to let you both go?
Because I'm already gone. I straightened my shoulders and steeled myself. No more playing around. I've evaded you and your people twice, Ray. I took my freedom myself, and you don't own me. You never did. It's a simple trade now. Nick for Jared. You've got an hour to decide. I hung up without waiting for a response and put the phone down. My hand shook as I reached for the cheeseburger again, needing to do something so I wouldn't call him back and apologize for being rude. Josie grinned, though, and almost applauded. Well done. But what the hell is Alpha X? One of the chemicals he created. It allows an alpha to control anyone, regardless of whether the one who got dosed is in their pack or not. I closed my eyes, swallowing hard. Is that one of the things they gave Owen? I shook my head. No, I don't think so. It's usually in a black canister. It's still just a prototype. They're testing it on a variety of subjects. It's had mixed results. Her eyebrows arched, and I held up a hand, shaking my head and struggling to choke down the last bite of cheeseburger. I really don't want to talk about it. I might lose my lunch. Good to know. Josie took a deep breath, placing her hands on the table. You know, my sister got pulled into some of the Bad Creek experiments. She was a surrogate for them. My youngest niece is actually a Bad Creek baby. When my sister figured out some of the shady shit Bad Creek was doing, she refused to give them the baby. They eventually killed her because of it, and tried to take away all of her kids. They tried to kidnap me as well. So please know, Kara, that I am on your side. Whatever we can do to destroy those bastards, I'm with you. My heart clogged my throat, and I nodded, unable to meet her gaze. Thank you. Nick has a lot of allies, she said. He might not know it, and it might not help as much as you'd like, But there are people here who owe him a great debt. Rafe O'Shea, one of the Blood Moon Alphas, and his mate, Meadow. Axel's mate, Lucy. She worked with Nick, tried to destroy Bad Creek from within. And Lacey Sudoka and the Hyenas. I'm not sure why Lacey is so focused on killing Ray, but she's got her reasons, I'm sure. I'm glad, I said, and cleared my throat to make sure my voice wouldn't crack again. Before I could go on and ask who all those people were, though, Josie looked up and caught sight of a tall, slender man and a girl with dark hair floating all around her head as they walked past the cafe area. The woman smiled and waved at Josie, and I froze as her eyes flashed silver. Creepy. Josie didn't seem inclined to get up, particularly as two giant dudes followed close on their heels, both animated by leonine grace. They nodded to her and offered kind smiles in my direction, though I remained frozen. Who the hell were those people? What had they been doing in Owen's room? Josie started to gather the dishes up. The lions, and the woman, that's Eloise. She's part Gorgon, so her blood can heal in certain circumstances. It must have worked if they're smiling. What do you mean? What worked? She threw the garbage away and tilted her head toward the hall. She gave Owen a blood transfusion to help him heal. Let's go see how he's doing. I scrambled to catch up, almost spilling my drink in my lap. My legs didn't quite work together, so it took me longer than I wanted to skid around the corner and into Owen's room. Kaiser waited inside, frowning at where Owen lay. My heart climbed into my throat. What if it hadn't worked? What if all the chemicals Bad Creek shot into him reacted badly with the real medications or the Gorgon blood? But Owen lifted his head and smiled at me, looking drowsy but no longer in pain. "Kara," he said, half sigh and half promise. I started crying and didn't know why. I couldn't control it. I stumbled over to the bed and crawled in next to him, desperate to touch him. I was worried about you. "I know," he said, voice rocky. He eased an arm around me, trying to hold me close, even though he winced as I bumped his side. Owen kissed my temple, my cheek, the corner of my mouth. "I missed you. I don't like waking up and not having you nearby." "No shit," Kaiser said under his breath, when I dared a glance at the alpha bear, almost afraid he'd tell me to leave Owen alone until he was healed. Kaiser folded his arms over his chest. "I had to pin the son of a bitch down until we could sedate him. Keeping you around, Kara, seems like the easiest option to get Owen to do what's best for himself." Josie poked him in the ribs. "Don't tease her, Barrett." Owen closed his eyes as he turned toward me and pressed his nose to my hair, and he grumbled softly as his free hand slid over my stomach. "Don't listen to him." Kaiser cleared his throat, a little bit of color rising in his cheeks, when it became clear that Owen was more interested in my hips than continuing the conversation about how he was feeling. "Before you get too far down that particular road, Bear, we need to discuss the phone call Kara has to make to Bad Creek." My cheeks burned as I tried to wiggle free of Owen's embrace, and Josie looked on the verge of a truly embarrassed laughing fit. "I called Ray while Josie and I were waiting. I gave him an hour to agree to the trade or propose something else." "An hour?" Owen lifted his head, frowning at me and then Kaiser. "Plenty of time." "Plenty of time for what?" Josie cut off and abruptly turned toward the door as Owen started tugging at my shirt and I squeaked. Josie cleared her throat and grabbed Kaiser's arm, trying to drag him out. "So clearly Owen is feeling better. Kaiser, why don't we go get some food and I can explain what Kara told Ray?" "That's probably a good idea," the alpha bear said, though he sounded amused rather than flustered. "Owen, don't hurt yourself. I know you're feeling better, but you could use that blood elsewhere than—" "Don't you say it," Josie said, smacking his chest as she tried to haul him to the door. "For God's sake, leave them alone." I squirmed as they disappeared into the hall, though Josie was kind enough to draw the blinds and shut the door, and I wiggled away from Owen's searching hands. I managed to slide to my feet, out of breath already as I tried not to let his intentions distract me. "You're too ill for exertions like these, Owen. Seriously." "I feel alive for the first time in a long time," he said, his eyes flashing gold. "I want you, Kara. The bear wants to mark you. We almost lost you. You don't smell like me anymore. I want to change that." "Then I'll lay next to you and I'll smell like you. But you shouldn't—" I jumped as he caught the hem of my jeans and pulled me forward, dragging me onto the bed. I braced my hands on his chest and tried to retreat, not wanting to cause more damage to his wounds. "Damn it, Owen, I don't want to hurt you." "You won't," he said. He smiled, trying to unbutton the jeans and pull off my shirt at the same time. "I need you, Kara." "I need you too," I said. And I did. I needed him. Just the feel of his rough hands yanking at my jeans almost sent me over the edge, and the hard line of his erection pressing against my thigh made turning back almost impossible. But that didn't mean it was a good idea for us to get too active. I drew off my shirt before he tore it and set it on the empty bed. I scooted back as his hands fell at his sides, and Owen watched with a smug grin as I unbuttoned my jeans and started to wiggle out of them. I held up a hand to stop him as he reached for me again, expression hungry, and I carefully moved aside all the sheets covering him. "Here's the thing, baby. I didn't get a chance to thank you for saving my life. So you're just going to lay there, got it? I don't want you to hurt yourself." He groaned as I grasped his cock, stroking it in a low, slow squeeze that had him lifting his hips in response. I watched his face as I repeated the motion, then used both hands to try and cover more of his length. He felt hard and heated against my palms, like velvet-covered iron, and Owen grabbed the rails of the bed as I leaned down and kissed the wide head as I stroked him. He grasped at my hips, shredding the cotton panties I wore, and tried to pull me up and over him. "More. I need you." "Not yet," I said. I took him in my mouth, squirming as his thighs rose between my legs and nearly tossed me forward onto his chest. I retreated to give him a dark look, and Owen blinked at me in wide-eyed innocence. I breathed against his stomach and stroked him again, licking slowly up his length until Owen groaned and his hand settled on the back of my head. His fingers worked into my hair, and I loved it, letting him guide me as I took him deeper. Owen lifted his hips until most of his cock slid over my tongue, and for a brief moment I couldn't breathe, his girth forcing my jaw open, and I sighed. His pleasure nearly drove me into madness, and I touched my stomach as I rocked against his muscular thigh. His fingers worked into my hair and pulled me back, slow and smooth, and I followed. I looked up at him, wanting to smile but not wanting to disturb his enjoyment, and found Owen watching me with stark hunger in his face. I sucked gently on the head of his cock, tracing the ridge with my tongue, and Owen touched my cheek. He made a savage noise, somewhere between a groan and a growl, and murmured, "I love you." I broke away long enough to say, "I love you too." And I wanted to show him how much I cared about him, How much I enjoyed giving him pleasure. How grateful I was that he'd walked into my life. As he stroked my hair and urged me to move faster, I pushed everything else out of my mind. I wanted to be present with Owen, to love him as if nothing else in the world existed. It might be the last chance we had before Bad Creek changed everything. I hummed and watched his face, smiling as his fingers tightened in my hair and pulled me closer. Perfect. Maybe I could get him to make those desperate bear noises again. Chapter 19. Owen thought he might have actually died and ended up in heaven as Kara's blonde hair fell across his stomach and her warm mouth closed around him again. He didn't want to close his eyes, didn't want to miss an inch of her body as she leaned over him and her back arched. He moved his leg higher until his thigh rode between hers and she moaned around his cock. He couldn't take it. He knew he wouldn't last much longer, particularly as he watched her hand drift to where she rode his leg, and Kara touched herself. His hips jerked and she smiled, sitting back, though her hands kept stroking him. Owen reached for her, desperate to lose himself in the soft heat of her body. "Come on, Kara." She chewed her lower lip, looking uncertain as she tried to maneuver on the hospital bed and not disturb any of the bandages on his chest. But Owen couldn't care. With that damn sexy look on her face, he groaned and seized her hips, dragging her closer until his body slid against hers and she sighed. Kara eased down, her core slick and welcoming as he pressed into her. Her head fell back, and her long hair spilled down her back and over her shoulders, almost covering her breasts and the thin, lacy bra she wore. Owen tried to rise to meet her, wanting to pound into her regardless of how much his muscles screamed, and ached to feel her stretch around him. But she rose up, avoiding the deeper penetration, and shook a finger at him. "Not so fast." He growled, the delayed gratification infuriating the bear. When they felt better, he would drag Kara in his den and offer some payback, slow teasing until she was on the edge, then backing away, sharing some of the torment he felt as she slowly impaled herself on him. Owen groaned, gripping her knees, and she leaned down to kiss him. "Do you like that, baby?" "More than you can know," he said, hands sliding over her back. He tugged at the bra, wanting to tear it apart, but she undulated away and slowly slid the fabric down her arms all on her own. Owen almost prayed as her breasts were freed, perfect creamy skin tipped with delicate pink nipples, and he stroked her sides, reaching for them. He needed her. He was addicted. There wasn't any going back. Kara sighed and rocked, arching her back as Owen touched her stomach and squeezed her breasts, and she made soft, needy noises as she moved. He wanted to watch her forever. Her muscles tightened around him, massaging his cock until he nearly lost control, and Owen grabbed her hips, tried to get her to move faster, harder. Her head fell back as she froze over him, her body clenching him as shivers ran through her, and he watched the flush climb her chest as she climaxed. Her mouth hung out in a silent cry, and Kara held on to him as if she feared flying away completely. He waited, drinking her in, watching her finish, feeling the release as a few tremors ran through her channel, and she sank still lower on him until her soft ass pressed against his thighs. She moaned, eyes still closed, and Owen dared to move. He lifted his hips in a gentle push, watching as she twitched and bit her lip and moved in response. Owen repeated the move, wanting to growl in satisfaction as he watched the flesh spread across her chest and up her throat to her face. She met him with each gentle thrust, and they found an easy rhythm. Owen lost himself in her, in the delicate scent of her sweat, the gentle desperation of her fingers digging into his sides, the soft slide of her thighs against his hips. It was only when she started to move faster that he felt the freight train of his climax bearing down on him. He lost all control, moving wildly as she held on and rode him. Owen cried out as he came, filled her in a rush as she shivered and shook and ground her hips down at him. He felt like lightning filled him, shooting through him every time she moved or touched him or even breathed on him. He felt alive and whole, complete, like nothing else really mattered. She was his. She was safe, regardless of what happened, and regardless of the past. They would be fine. It took a moment for the world to come back into focus and his breathing to go back to normal, but at least the bear was satisfied, quiet and content. He fished around on the bed for the sheets and pulled one of them up. He tried to get Kara to lay on his chest, but she murmured something about his wounds and slid to the side instead. Owen winced as he slipped from her, wanting only her warmth around him, but she sighed and kept one soft thigh wrapped over his, her core pressed against his hip. He didn't mind. Owen managed to drag the sheet over them both and settled Kara against his side, pressing her head against his shoulder so he could smell her hair and kiss her forehead. They dozed, tangled together, and he wanted to break something when her phone rang. Kara lurched upright, elbowing him in the gut so he grunted. Then she clambered over him and almost fell off the bed as she fished for her jeans on the floor. Owen held her waist, wincing as her knee landed perilously close to his junk, and steadied her as Kara answered the phone. "Yes?" Her tone changed, grew a hard edge, and Owen had to admit it was a turn-on. Of course, having her naked and wiggling around on top of him, her ass almost close enough for him to nibble on, was turn-on enough. He tried to concentrate on what she was saying, tried not to let the curve of her hips distract him. Her expression darkened as she sat back on his thighs, practically in his lap, and her free hands curled into a fist. "Nick has to be alive. Otherwise there isn't a trade." Owen laced his hands behind his head and watched her, mesmerized by the fierce protectiveness in every line of her body as she argued with Bad Creek about her brother's release. Kara braced her hand on his stomach, turning away. "Tomorrow, then. 2:00. The bridge out on Highway 50. We'll be there. He'd better be alive, Ray." The exchange continued, but Owen couldn't drag his attention away from the feeling of her ass on his thighs. He didn't know what the fuck was in that Gorgon blood, but he might have been addicted to that, too. He felt like he could fuck Kara all night, over and over, as if he would never be able to stop. Even with just a few minutes reprieve, he was ready to roll her under him and finish things off the way he'd wanted to earlier. But Kara's shoulders slumped as she hung up, tossing the phone onto the other bed, and glanced back at him. "Owen, if—" She cut off when she caught sight of his renewed interest, her eyebrows climbing, and he couldn't stop a smile from dragging itself across his face. He didn't move. Comfortable enough with her, he didn't even care about the scars or the wounds or her seeing every vulnerable inch of him. Kara cleared her throat, cheeks flushing once more, and primly folded her hands in her lap like a goddamn librarian. He swallowed a groan, almost unable to contain himself. "Ray agreed to the trade," she said, making steady eye contact despite the fact that his cock strained upright only a few inches from her thigh. "Tomorrow afternoon. Some old bridge on a highway west of the city." "I know the place," he said, and tried to sound casual, as if he wasn't thinking intensely dirty thoughts about everything they could be doing other than talking. "It's in the open, so it's hard to ambush. We'll need to get the cavalry, though, to make sure he doesn't have something up his sleeve. Because knowing them, Bad Creek will try something. They'll try to grab you, or shoot us full of those weird chemicals, or blow up the bridge or something." "Maybe." Kara took a deep breath, absently walking her fingers across his chest and tugging at the bandages. "But it looks like you're feeling better." "Much better," Owen growled, reaching for her again. "I'd rather have you back in my den, in my bed, but this will do." "You'll hurt yourself," she said, squirming in a half-hearted attempt to keep him from dragging her back down to the mattress. "Are you sure?" She cut off with a delicious sigh, a soft ooh, as he entered her. Kara lifted her arms around his neck, her eyes closed as she arched to meet him, and Owen sank deeper as she opened to him. He groaned and pressed his face against her neck, breathing her in as he rutted against her, and it was an eternity and just a blink before she froze underneath him. She tensed, her nails leaving stinging furrows down his back, and bucked to meet him. Owen snarled, sinking his teeth into her shoulder as he jerked, a blinding flash driving through him and igniting them both. He panted, overwhelmed, and couldn't move. He felt shattered, growing whole again, but still in pieces. Kara sighed and trailed her fingers down the back of his neck. "Well done." The bear grumbled, and Owen nuzzled behind her ear, nibbling the line of her jaw until he found her mouth again. He kissed her, deeply, hungrily, and stayed nestled inside her. Kara melted in his arms, making the soft noises that drove him insane and urged the bear on. He was definitely addicted. As he pushed up on his elbows in order to give some attention to her perfect, rosy breasts, Kara shifted to wrap her legs around his waist and run her fingers through his hair. "Shouldn't we be worried about the others coming back?" "Kaiser isn't that stupid," Owen said, glancing up to see her reaction as he teased her nipple. "We can call them when we're done." "It doesn't feel like you're going to be done for a while," she said, closing her eyes. Kara arched against him, another moan escaping before she managed to clear her throat. "And you need to save your strength for tomorrow. You're still not healed up." "Close enough." Owen grumbled and took her breast in his mouth, letting her feel the suction and his teeth at the same time, and her legs tightened around him. He made a mental note. She liked a little teeth. He tried to hide his grin, retreating to focus on her other breast. "I feel better with you here. You make me whole." "I might make you feel whole," she said, then cut off with a gasp as his hand drifted over her hip and around to grasp her butt, digging in to separate her cheeks. Kara swallowed hard and tried to give him a stern look, even as she ground her core against his hardening cock. Breathy little moans punctuated her fierce threats, and he wanted to laugh and gloat about the way he made her come. "But your chest is still full of holes and... oh... He chuckled, teasing the tight rosette in her cleft, and sank into her once more. He lifted her hips, tilted her, positioned her exactly how he wanted. He wouldn't last, he knew that, but he was drunk on her scent, the heat of her body, the warm clasp of her channel. Kara cried out, went rigid in his arms. He pinned her down and thrust through her spasming muscles, driving her and himself through to another climax. They had easily almost 24 hours until they had to be at the bridge. He wouldn't have minded if they spent 23 of those hours in bed, naked. He surveyed the bright red flush staining her chest and neck, raking his teeth down her throat to mark her again, and lost himself in her and the rush of ecstasy. The bear snarled, pleased with the way she lay limp and well-loved, and Owen collapsed on his side, keeping her close to his chest. He dragged her leg over his hip, wanting to stay buried in her as long as possible before he slipped from her warm flesh and pulled one of the sheets over them again. Kara sighed and pressed her face against his neck, her arm looped over his side and her fingers working into his hair. He loved her so much it made his chest hurt again. He closed his eyes, content. For the first time in years, he didn't dream. Chapter 20. I thought my face would be red forever after the door creaked open the next morning and Kaiser stuck his head in, although he stared at the floor as he said, "Safe to come in? Everyone decent? We haven't heard any howling for a while, and we should get going." I wanted to crawl back under the bed, or maybe hide in the bathroom. Owen hadn't slowed down the entire night. He paused long enough to call Kaiser and fill him in on the location of the trade, so at least the bears and maybe the lions were working on how to get Nick back. But the only contribution I made was to comfort Owen. It wasn't a bad way to spend the night, but my abs ached and hickeys covered my chest and throat, and I was more exhausted than I had been when I first woke up in the hospital. I would have paid anything for a turtleneck or a bulky scarf or something. Owen hadn't wanted me to get up at all, but we both knew Kaiser would return to pick us up at 7 the next morning, so he grudgingly let me stagger into the bathroom so I could sort of clean up. The handheld shower wasn't nearly as enjoyable as the full stall they had across the hall, but I wasn't about to go traipsing through the hospital after I was certain the doctors and nurses and every other patient in the building heard Owen and I making rowdy love all night long. Even cracking the windows in Kaiser's SUV didn't cool the heat from my cheeks. Owen hardly blinked when Kaiser needled him about not getting enough rest for a man who'd been 2 feet in the grave just hours before. If I hadn't been nearly crazy with worry over Nick, I might have given Owen a piece of my mind. I had no idea where he'd gotten all that energy, and the stamina to close his eyes for about 15 minutes and then be ready to go again. Just thinking about it made my insides clench, and Owen glanced over at me, hunger lighting his eyes. Kaiser pulled the car into a battered parking lot, and Owen sat up, his lustful thoughts apparently set aside. "Where are we?" The alpha bear put the car in park and glanced back at him. "One of Stoka's hidey holes. They've got the prisoner inside. She thought one or both of you would like to be here when they question him again. One last go-round before they hand his ass over." "I only want to kill him," Owen said, casual and unconcerned. "Why would I give a fuck what he has to say?" "Maybe he knows what those other 2 darts were full of," I said. I took a deep breath and reached for the door handle. I want to hear what they've learned. You're sure it's safe?
Safer than almost anywhere else in the city,
Kaiser said. He nodded at a dark town car that pulled up next to us and cracked his door open as well.
Mostly because Smith is here.
I didn't recognize the older gentleman who got out of the car, nor the curvy young woman who tossed dark hair over her shoulder and looked around, but clearly Kaiser and Owen knew them both. A scowling man, all hard edges and scruff, unfolded himself from the car and glared around the parking lot. He looked about as excited to be there as Owen was. Kaiser introduced him as Rafe, the alpha of a wolf pack, and the young woman as his mate, Meadow. The gray-haired older man was Smith, although I didn't catch his first name. As they spoke, I started to wonder if he even had a first name. Owen took the lead, keeping close to my side as the group moved into the moderately run-down warehouse. I wished Josie was there with us too, but she'd had to get the kids ready for school. Meadow watched me closely until I wanted to squirm or challenge her, but she didn't smell right. Neither did the older man. Rafe was definitely a wolf. I would have recognized that even if Kaiser hadn't spilled the beans. And the fact that he was an alpha? I shivered and stuck closer to Owen. I wouldn't be trusting any alphas for a long, long time. Inside, one of Lacey's hyenas led the way through a maze of halls and rooms and echoing chambers before we arrived at a nice conference room, complete with a hardwood table and cushy seats. Lacey sat at the head near the door, a glass of something dark in her hand, and stared meditatively down the length of the table at a man tied to a chair against the wall. She barely moved as everyone walked in, though she attempted a smile when she saw us.
"Glad you're feeling better, Kara. You too, Owen. And Smith," Kaiser added, nodding toward the older man. "I didn't think we'd see you up and about any time soon." "I'm stronger than I look," Smith said, giving Kaiser a sideways look that seemed to hint the younger man was cruising for a beating if he didn't respect his elders. I started to like him, too, even though he smelled wrong. Owen caught my hand and held me close as he caught wind of the man tied to the chair, his face battered almost beyond recognition. But I knew who it was by scent alone. Jared. They had him in a much nicer room than I would have thought. Perhaps Lacey did it for show. I didn't know who Meadow or Smith were, but if they were important, who knew? Lacey waited until everyone sat at the table, much closer to her than to Jared, and then the queen of the hyenas cleared her throat. "So, we've learned a variety of things, some more believable than others. He's under my control and compelled to mostly tell the truth, but he's a devious fucker and has managed to wordsmith his way around some very simple questions. So take care of how you phrase things. I thought I would give you all an opportunity to ask a few questions while he still has enough teeth to answer." Silence greeted her, and as I opened my mouth to ask a question, Owen caught my wrist and shook his head. The old man's eyes flashed silver and strange, and a green glow kicked up around his hands. I snapped my mouth closed. Right. He got the first question for sure. Smith leaned forward, his long, slender fingers drumming on the table in staccato irritation. "What are your pack's intentions toward the non-shifters in this city?" "Same as the shifters," Jared said, the words dragged out of him as if he spoke through a mouthful of peanut butter. "Everyone serves Ray. What attacked me when Lucy met with Nick?" I perked up. Lucy? She must have been the old girlfriend, and apparently the big blonde dude's mate, from what Owen said. I desperately wanted to ask all of them questions,
to understand the layers of insanity that they all understood, but I was just starting to identify. But Owen squeezed my hand, and I knew it wasn't my turn yet. Jared's battered face managed something close to a smile. "Just a stick. Just a wolf with a stick. What kind of stick?" "Iron." The smile grew. Smith's eyes narrowed and the glow brightened. "What kind of iron?" Jared swallowed and moved in the chair, making a face and some uncomfortable noises as he moved. Lacey didn't blink, her fingers still drumming on the table. "He's trying to lie. He'll give up eventually. It's too painful to resist." I held my breath as Jared fought the compulsion to tell the truth, and eventually he sagged against the plastic ties that held him to the chair. His voice came out harsh and uneven. "Cold iron. It's cold iron." Smith sat back, his expression terrifying, but he said nothing. Meadow leaned over to whisper to him, and the two conferred quietly to the side. Lacey glanced at me, nodding, and I took a deep breath. So many questions to ask Jared. Well, I had a lot of questions to ask Ray. Jared was just a convenient puppet for that time being. "What's in the orange darts?" Jared managed to lift his head, trying to sniff the air, and the creepy smile returned to his broken face. "Well, well, well, little Carolina. Braver now you've fucked a bear, I guess." Owen snarled. Lacey didn't even have to move. A hyena guard stepped out of the shadows, slammed a steel pipe into Jared's chest, and stepped back. The hyena queen's voice remained disinterested, her hand never stopping as it tapped on the table. "I thought we were past the vulgarities, Jared. You know how this will go. Answer the question." He coughed and spat up blood, making an awful grinding noise as he breathed, and forced one swollen eye open to look at me. "Orange was modified to be a sort of fertility drug. Increases potency and capability. Makes all those other pharmaceuticals look like little candies." I frowned. Why did they shoot Owen with it? "Preparing him," Jared said. The stumps of his teeth showed as he tried to smile once more. "It takes a little while to work into the system, so they wanted him ready to go when they got back to the compound, taking samples and getting some of the volunteers pregnant as soon as possible." My heart sank as breathing grew a little more difficult. That explained why Owen had been a machine the night before. I wondered if Josie had any extra pregnancy tests, because that seemed like a very real possibility as well. I didn't let Jared's dirty leer distract me, nor the growls and huffs coming from Owen. "And the green dart? What was in the green dart?" Jared laughed, a creaky sound punctuated with a mouthful of blood spat on the floor. "That's the exciting stuff. Special mixture. Mind control." "Mind control," Kaiser said, eyes narrowed. He leaned forward as if ready to leap the full length of the room. "How?" "Chemical compounds drawn from one of the freaks Ray bought. They're fully controllable within some set boundaries, so he isolated the chemicals that make it possible." "Freaks." Smith took over. "What do you mean by freaks?" "They're nothing we have here," Jared said. "Weirdos from the Middle East. I thought he was trouble, but Ray wanted him. Bought him." "Bought who?" Lacey leaned into the compulsion, and Jared flinched. The Bad Creek Beta gave up. the resistance draining from his expression. "A gin? He bought a gin. What the fuck is a gin?" The alpha bear scowled, looking a heartbeat away from kicking Jared's ass even more. "A genie," Meadows said, very quietly. She suddenly looked young, uneasy. Rafe reached for her, touching her arm and shoulder and back. Meadow patted his hand, but never took her attention from the prisoner. "Jinn are genies. What color is the jinn?" "Blue," Jared said. He forced his eyes open and squinted at her, as if impressed she knew to ask. "He's blue. Old." Meadow took a deep breath, glancing at Smith before she looked back at Jared. "The cold iron. Where did Ray get the cold iron?" "He wished for it," Jared said, and laughed. He kept laughing, a creepy, raspy sound that made the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. A heaviness settled over the group. Bad Creek had a genie. They knew how to develop mind-control drugs. Owen might have already been infected with it, and he knew it by the way his hand tightened on mine. No telling how or if Bad Creek would exercise that control. Maybe Ray could already change Owen. I shivered. And something else. No one else spoke for so long I couldn't take it, and blurted out, "How many more wishes does Ray have?" Jared leaned back, as if testing the limits of his restraints once more. "One more. Just one more." He eyed me, and a spark of madness lit his eyes. He'd gone completely crazy. "What did he use his second wish for?" The Hyena Queen's question landed like a grenade in the middle of the room, and I held my breath. "I don't know." Jared kept laughing, even as Lacey leaned into the control and he flinched. He squirmed and cried out, but kept laughing. "I don't know. It could have been anything. He didn't tell me." Lacey's eyes narrowed as she looked around the group. "I don't think he knows. He would have said. So 2 wishes used, 1 wish left. What happens after his third wish? The gin should be contained in the bottle or wherever they keep him." Meadow frowned as if searching her memory. "But one of his betas could take the container and then they'd have 3 more wishes. It is very, very dangerous to have a gin being passed around inside the city. And to have Ray working on a compound that allowed him to control any shifter the same as he controlled the gin." I shivered again, wanting to run out of the room, and wondered whether Ray had pumped Nick full of that stuff. I might not have been getting my brother back at all. Maybe he was just a time bomb, waiting to go off in the middle of Kaiser's den of bears. I stared at Jared, trying to imagine the outcome of the trade, and he started laughing again. He didn't stop even as we left, and Lacey's guard reappeared to beat him with the steel pipe. I still heard him laughing an hour later, as we drove up to where Owen and the bears lived. I wondered if he would haunt me forever. Chapter 21. Owen wanted to leap over the table and finish off the crazy fucker as he laughed and carried on. But Kara shivered and clearly wanted to be anywhere else, and he was happy to take her somewhere a lot safer than that room. As they left the warehouse, agreeing to meet Lacey back there shortly before the exchange at the bridge, Smith took Kara's hand in his and offered a kind smile. "It is very nice to meet you, young lady. Nick and I worked together for some time. I'm sorry for the circumstances that led our paths to cross, but I'm very pleased to finally know Nick's family." "Nice to meet you, too." Kara said, but it sounded more like a question. Owen attributed the uncertainty to the fact that Smith was still glowing faintly, and his eyes remained silver with vertical pupils. The flash of pointy teeth probably didn't help much either. Kaiser rubbed his jaw, scratching at his beard, and looked around the parking lot. "What the hell is cold iron, Smith?" The investigator made a face, rendered even more disturbing by the fact that his teeth went even more pointy, and turned away. When he faced them again, he looked almost normal, almost human, but not entirely. "Cold iron is one of the few things that can kill my kind. It was what drove us from power when the humans rose up and began making their own tools from metal they found in the earth. They mined it, dragged it to the surface, and killed most of the magic that used to fill the world. I'd thought the majority of the true cold iron dissipated and weakened as humans learned to process steel and other metals, but apparently the Jinn still knows how to make it. So some Bad Creek guy whacked you with a stick of this stuff, and it put you out of the game for almost a month?" Owen couldn't quite contain his disbelief. Smith was invincible, a fierce old fuck who could stop charging polar bears with a single silver-eyed look. If that cold iron shit could render him helpless, there was no telling what it could do to shifters. Meadow leaned into Rafe as a cold wind kicked up and folded her arms over her chest. "Not quite. He could have gone out after a week, but Smith can't afford to show any weakness at all, which is why the existence of this cold iron weapon, and the means by which it was acquired, should stay within this circle. Otherwise, there could be a war for power within the Fae community, and none of us needs that." Kaiser pulled at his beard more, and Owen knew the Alpha Bear was afraid or furious. He didn't know which would be worse. Kaiser grumbled and growled, shaking his head, and flipped the car keys around his fingers until they blurred. "That second wish, what the fuck did he wish for? It could have been anything." "We could what-if ourselves into paralysis," Smith said, taking a deep breath. "I have learned it is not useful to play those games. We will learn what his wish was soon enough. The more pressing concern is to get the Jinn away from him as soon as possible, so we cannot generate more wishes." "What if he wished for 1,000,000 more wishes?" Owen asked, pondering. The idea was kind of tempting. He could wish for peace in his own head, to be back to normal, to have a perfect den to take Kara back to. 1,000,000 things. "It doesn't actually work that way," Meadow said. "I've been doing some studying after I found out I'm a muse, and apparently there are actual rules about this stuff. You can't wish for more wishes. You have to be very careful how you phrase things or they could backfire. The Jinni are very literal. Like asking for $1,000,000, you'd end up with 1,000,000 deer in your house instead of cash." Rafe murmured something to her as he kissed her forehead, and Meadow flushed. Smith stared off into the distance, and his eyes narrowed. "They are distantly related to us, though their magic developed differently. I am not sure whether it would be worse to have the Jinn under our control, or free him from his captivity and allow him to live amongst us. There are not many sane Jinni left, if there ever were. Being enslaved and abused for millennia doesn't make for a healthy individual. I know that for truth." Owen shivered and held Kara closer. He didn't want to know how Smith knew any of that shit. And Kara seemed dazed, uneasy, fatigued. He hated that she'd had to see that bastard Jared again. Owen nudged her toward the SUV, wanting to get her home, and Smith's talk about people being enslaved didn't make for a cheerful conversation. Kaiser shook Smith and Rafe and Meadows' hands, his expression grim. "We'll see you back here in a few hours. We asked the Chases to come as well, and to bring Eloise. Isabel is coming, too. She has much to pay back to Bad Creek," Smith said, and Owen swallowed the hurt. Bad Creek had caused so much grief in the community. He started to understand why Lacey grew impatient with the council's lack of action. Surely by that point, the Packs and Prides and Dens could have banded together and destroyed Ray and his minions. They wouldn't be in this sort of trouble, with Jinn in the city and impossible mythical weapons that could knock the Fae King out of commission for a month, if the council had done something about Ray months ago. Owen grumbled his own thanks and goodbyes, asking Rafe to give his best to the rest of the pack, and herded Kara into the warmth of the car. Kaiser had barely put it into drive before Owen passed out cold. He woke with a snort as Kara and Kaiser whispered, and Owen sat up, trying to figure out where the hell he was. A blast of cold air as Kaiser opened the back door of the SUV helped wake Owen up, and he rubbed sleep from his eyes. The Alpha Bear's eyebrows arched. "Doing okay, hero?" "I'm fine, asshole," he said, and shoved to his feet. He didn't like that Kara got out on the other side of the car and walked around, and he linked his arm through hers as soon as she was within reach. "Just tired. Considering how little sleep you got." Kaiser gave him a sideways look, and Kara groaned in dismay, no doubt embarrassed. Owen didn't care a bit whether Kaiser pointed out how he and Kara spent the night. He headed for the back door to the converted warehouse that served as the Bear's gym and 5 stories of apartments, wanting Kara inside and upstairs before Bad Creek managed to ruin everything again. "Do we have a plan for this afternoon?" "Yes," Kaiser said, following them into the back part of the warehouse where they'd converted one storage room into an infirmary and containment room in case one of them went crazy. Kaiser frowned at the infirmary as he fiddled with his keys, sauntering past toward the elevator. "The plan is that you and Kara stay here and get some rest. We'll handle the trade." "No," Kara said. She flushed as Kaiser raised an eyebrow, but she stood her ground and straightened her shoulders, fiercely protective of her brother even still. Owen smiled, but he looked down so the Alpha Bear wouldn't see his amusement. "I have to be there. They might have done something to Nick, or changed him, or made someone else look like him. I need to be there to see him, to make sure it's really him." "Lucy knows Nick," the Alpha Bear said, trying to be patient. "Lucy will go with us to identify Nick and make sure it's the right guy. We've got it covered. If you're there, Ray might be tempted to do something crazy." "I made the agreement," Kara said. "It's my trade with Bad Creek. Mine and Lacey's." Owen waited as Kaiser debated, the Alpha Bear's thoughts clear on his face. He didn't like the idea of either Lucy or Kara there, and he didn't like that he wouldn't control the exchange. But he had to admit, Owen knew, that Kara was right. Kara and the hyenas set up the switch. The bears were there to help, not take over. Owen rested his chin on Kara's head, looping an arm around her waist, but she didn't blink. "I appreciate everything you've done for us. I do. But I have to get my brother back." Kaiser sighed, a gusty, bare sound of pure resignation, and turned toward the stairs. "Then we need to reassess the plan." "Besides," Owen said under his breath, following the Alpha Bear, "Lucy's pregnant. Didn't Axel's head explode when you suggested she get anywhere near Bad Creek?" "He hasn't heard that part of the plan yet," Kaiser muttered, and the tops of his ears turned red. Owen snorted, trying to bite back a grin. "Can I be there when you tell him?" "Shut up." Kaiser shuffled up another flight. "You're a grade A pain in my ass, Owen." "You love it," he said, not thinking as they paused on the landing in front of Kaiser's apartment. The Alpha looked at him, all teasing gone and only a serious man looking at him. "I do, man. I do love it. I love you. I would miss you if you weren't here." Owen had to clear his throat a couple of times. He managed to nod, trying to sound gruff and manly. "Right, I know. Thanks, man." Kaiser gripped his shoulder, his lips thinned and his eyes a little red. "Good. Just remember that." "I will." Owen didn't quite meet the Alpha's gaze, but instead turned toward him and gave him a brief man hug, beating the Alpha's back just in case things got too touchy-feely. "I got it." Kara studied them both with raised eyebrows, though her eyes were just a touch misty as well. And as Owen and Kaiser stood awkwardly in the hall, she nodded at the door behind them. "You guys need some alone time? I'll go hang out with Josie." "No, we're cool. Just got something in my eye." Kaiser rubbed at his face and grumbled, shoving open the door without another word. Kara looked at Owen, and he muttered, "Think I got something in my eye, too," and started to follow the Alpha into the apartment. She smiled and tugged him back to her, looping her arms around him in a fierce hug, and Kara nibbled on his ear as she murmured, "No reason to be embarrassed, baby." He loved her more than there were words to express. Owen pressed his cheek to hers, breathing her in. He'd never thought of himself as a lucky man, even with as many close calls as he'd had over the previous decade. But when Kara reached for him, comforted him, he knew he was the luckiest man in the world. "Do I need to get the hose?" an exasperated voice said from the doorway. Josie stood there, hands on her hips. "Seriously, I've got Kaiser all misty-eyed in there, you two canoodling on the landing. For crying out loud. It's a good thing the kids are at school, or it would be straight-up emotional chaos in this building." Kara laughed and started to untangle herself from Owen's embrace, though her cheeks were bright red. Someone was cutting onions out here is all. That's why everyone's got a little something in their eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Owen grumbled, not wanting to let her go, but he followed Kara into the apartment and muttered something to Josie as they passed. She squeezed his arm as she shut the door, though she sounded focused as she moved briskly toward the kitchen table. "And we would miss the hell out of you both, Owen, so we're going into this thing with a solid plan. Got it?" "Owen's staying here," Kaiser said, and Owen immediately shook his head. "You're out of your mind if you think I'm staying behind." The Alpha Bear caught double handfuls of his beard, almost tearing it out in chunks. "You're fucking kidding me. You might be under some weird mind control by Bad Creek, and you want to go walking right into what is probably another ambush?" "It's not an ambush," Kara said. She eased into one of the chairs at the table and smiled her thanks as Josie handed her a cup of coffee. Kara took a deep breath, staring into the dark liquid. "Ray needs Jared back in one piece, or dead. He's willing to give Nick back, but if anything looks fishy, he'll change things up. He'd rather they both be dead, I'm sure. I don't want to give Ray an excuse to make that happen." Kaiser sat down, bracing his hands on the scarred table. "Owen will not be able to control himself if you're threatened in any way. He will run headlong into Bad Creek. And how will you feel if they capture him then?" "Barrett Kaiser, do not guilt this girl into telling Owen to stay home," Josie said, smacking the Alpha's shoulder. "That's mean, and you know it won't work anyway." She poked his side, and Kaiser grumbled, moving so Josie could slide into his lap, and she faced Kara and Owen with a no-bullshit expression. "Here's the thing. Both of you are injured and tired and emotionally involved in this switch. That means you're 3 times as likely to lose your shit in the middle of what will no doubt be a delicate situation. I know, Because when I put myself in your shoes and imagine my sister in Nick's place, I almost lose my mind." Owen drained a cup of coffee and refilled it immediately, needing the caffeine to stay awake and focused. They needed a good plan, and he knew from experience that, while a plan changed as soon as the enemy got a vote, planning itself could save the day. Thinking of every contingency, of every branch, every possible outcome, would give him options. He needed to think of everything before they set foot out the door. Kara held her cup out for a refill, though her attention remained on Josie. "I know. I would rather kill Nick myself than leave him with Bad Creek. I don't know who I'm getting back. They've had him for over a week, torturing him, taking him apart piece by piece, telling him God only knows what lies. It's a long shot that my brother will come out of this, but I have to do it. I have to take the chance. And we'll be there with you." Josie leaned back against Kaiser, making a face as his beard tickled her neck. "Just, if things go badly or something looks like it might go wrong, please don't do anything crazy. We can still salvage things if we work as a team. Right?" Owen wanted to make a smart-ass comment, but Josie looked too earnest, and Kaiser looked too irritated that he didn't dare. So he just sipped from his coffee and tried to look innocent. "I don't think anyone at this table would do something crazy." "Bullshit," Josie and Kara said at the same time, and each of them looked at a different bear. Kaiser held his hands up in disbelief. "I would certainly never dream of—" "I'd never—" Owen started, but cut off as Kara took his face in her hands and smooshed his cheeks together. She kissed the end of his nose. "Don't lie." "Never." So Owen shut up and leaned his elbows on the table as Kaiser, grumbling and tickling Josie, pulled out a map of the bridge where they would make the exchange. His heart started to pound as the familiar feeling of a pre-raid rock drill took over. Rehearsal before the big event. Then they'd run into the shit and everything would go sideways and people would be hurt. People would die. He tried to fence those feelings away, consign them to the past and let them die there, but it was easier said than done. He focused on the map and started to imagine every worst-case scenario he could, just to prepare himself and the bear for what might happen. He pushed away the thought of what Bad Creek might have shot into him and what they might have waiting for this altercation, and focused on what his mate wanted. Get Nick back, alive. Everything else could wait. Chapter 22. It seemed like it took ages for the minute hand to move an inch, and yet I blinked and suddenly we were loading up in 3 different SUVs to meet with Lacey and the others. I'd taken a shower in the guest room of Kaiser and Josie's apartment, while Owen went downstairs to his apartment, but it didn't help me feel any more prepared. Even fresh clothes didn't help. I still felt like a kid trying to stay afloat in the deep end of the pool. I focused on Nick and tried to plan what we would do after we got him across the bridge and back with us. Lucy, too nervous to face Bad Creek again, stayed back at the gym to be there when the kids got home from school and daycare, and to prepare the infirmary for our arrival. We all figured that Nick would need an infirmary, if not the hospital, but there was silent agreement that he would be too dangerous for the hospital. There was no telling what Ray had done to him, or what chemicals changed Nick's behavior. Owen was careful to warn me that Nick might not be the same at all, or ever again. My brother might have already died in Bad Creek's clutches. I knew it in my heart, that Nick, as I knew him, was gone, but I held on to the hope that I would at least get part of him back. One of the SUVs the Bears drove had all the back seats removed in favor of a gurney and a few benches along the side. Like an ambulance, Or maybe a hearse. I rode with Owen, Kaiser, and Josie in one SUV. The big blonde dude, Axel, drove another SUV, and two other bears, one a bashful Southerner and the other a dark Russian, followed up in the medical SUV. We stopped at the warehouse where the hyenas kept Jared, and Lacey and her people loaded into 3 more SUVs. Other cars joined as we drove west. Radios chirped between the cars, and Lacey gave instructions as we all drove. My heart started to beat faster as time ticked away and the clock on the dashboard got closer to 2 o'clock. Owen held my hand in silence. No one spoke. I almost asked Kaiser to turn on the radio, just so there was something else to think about other than the fact that we were driving into an ambush. As we pulled up to a desolate stretch of empty field miles outside the city, I wondered once more what Ray's second wish was. A matching group of dark SUVs waited on the other side of the bridge, blocking the highway. No one else drove out there, though, and nothing else disturbed the early afternoon. Snow still clung to the fields to our right and left, but I only saw the single SUV that drove up to the very edge of the bridge. Several figures got out, moving around, all of them dressed in black fatigue-like clothes. Tactical, Nick called it. A bunch of wannabes wearing tactical clothing, wishing they'd had the balls to join the military. I pictured him spitting in derision at the posers, and it made it a little easier to watch as they dragged a limp body out of the back of one of the trucks. I reached for my door handle, but Owen caught my arm. "Wait, that's Nick," I said, unable to tear my eyes away as 2 of the Bad Creek minions dragged the body to the bridge and dropped it. Ray stood next to him, arms folded over his chest, and waited. One of Lacey's SUVs rolled closer to the bridge, and the hyena queen herself got out of the truck, alone. She walked to the back, hauled Jared out, and frog-marched him toward the bridge. She paused long enough to look at the car where I waited, and I eased my door open. I had to be there. Owen also exited the car, his focus aimed at Ray more than Nick. I didn't want to stand anywhere near Jared, but I walked up to Lacey and tried to pretend I didn't want to vomit in panic. "Is it time?" "Yup." She started forward, shoving Jared ahead of her, and made it clear there was a gun in his ribs, just in case anyone tried anything. She didn't turn, though. "But the bears stay back, right?" "Yes." I glanced at Owen only once, and he nodded. Others got out of the trucks, waiting, and my heart cracked to see the number of people who'd come to help my brother, or maybe just for the chance to kill Ray. Still, it made me feel better. I walked forward with Lacey until she paused at the end of the bridge. It wasn't a terribly long bridge, maybe 50 feet, but it looked like an entire football field. The hyena queen called out, "If Nick can't walk, bring him to the center. We're not sending this back to you until Nick is halfway." And she shook Jared to punctuate her point. They conferred quietly on the other side. Then one of the tactical Boy Scouts grabbed a handful of the back of Nick's shirt and started dragging him, face down, over the pavement. Jared chuckled. I didn't quite bite back an angry sound, and the wild voice roared in the back of my head that it was another insult dealt to us. I even lurched forward a step, ready to tear them apart, but Lacey grabbed my arm. Owen paced a track in the dirt behind me, growling, but I couldn't bear to look at him. I had a hard enough time controlling myself. "Take a deep breath," Lacey said. "Don't give them a reason to do anything." "They're hurting him." The words scratched out between my clenched jaws. "He'll heal." The hyena queen took a deep breath. "Mostly." It seemed like an eternity before the Bad Creek guard dropped Nick in the exact center of the bridge, then turned on his heel and sauntered back to where Ray waited. Lacey took a step, still holding Jared in a stress position, but Ray called out, "Stop! Send Carolina only." Silence. My heartbeat thundered so loud I was sure he could hear, even that far away. Lacey didn't blink. "No, I'll walk this one over and then—" "My deal is with Carolina," Ray said. He flicked his hand, and one of the tactical guys next to him knelt and raised a rifle, training a laser sight on Nick's temple. "If anyone sets foot on that bridge other than Carolina, Nick dies." "I'll go," I said. Owen snarled. "No, it's too dangerous. I'll go." "You heard what he said," I said. I remembered what Owen had said as we walked into the warehouse. Courage was being so scared you wanted to barf, but you went anyway. I held out my hand to Lacey. "But I'd appreciate your pistol if I'm walking him over there." The hyena queen shoved Jared forward, then raised the pistol and shot him in the knee. She handed me the gun, then bent over to say very quietly to the Bad Creek Beta as he snarled in pain, "One day you and I will meet again." "Count on it," he said, eyes flashing gold. They'd given him enough wolfsbane he couldn't turn or heal himself, so he couldn't run as I shoved him in front of me, toward the bridge. I kept the pistol pressed to the back of his neck, glad he was the same height so I didn't have to stretch, and we started the limping walk to the center of the bridge. As we went, I focused on Nick, trying to gauge whether his chest still rose and fell. Jared's voice reached me in a hiss. "They'll never let you take him back." "Shut up. Ray doesn't like to lose. He won't let either of you leave alive." I smacked him with the butt of the pistol and wished I could shoot his other knee, too. "It's over." "I'm glad you got at least one night with your bear, because it'll give you something to dream about when you're chained up in my room having my pups." I snarled and shoved him hard enough he tripped, fell hard on his knees, and for a moment the barrel of the gun hovered near his temple. The wild voice wanted to kill him. I breathed through my nose, struggling for control, and everything echoed around me. Time slowed, stopped. I hovered on a knife's edge, balanced but ready to fall. I might have shot him. My finger tightened on the trigger, watching the hammer creak back a hair's breadth. "Kara, don't," Nick groaned, pushing himself up on his elbows. He looked drunk or drugged, half mad, with gold eyes, the wolf in control from the rasp in his voice. But he knew enough to push himself up, trying to rise. "Don't shoot him. Let's go." "He's awful," I said, still breathing as if I'd run a marathon. "He should die for what they've done to you." "He will." Nick dragged himself a few feet closer, a low keening noise escaping as broken bones ground together. "Ray will kill him. Jared wants you to shoot him, so Ray can kill me too. Just drop him." I wanted to hurt them all for the way Nick struggled, but instead I kicked Jared in his injured knee and left him there. I went to my brother, biting back tears. We weren't safe yet. We weren't. I hauled Nick up and dragged his arm over my shoulders, ready to put him in a fireman's carry if I had to, but he managed to stay on his feet. I kept the pistol in my hand, though, just in case. Nick's head dropped forward as he groaned, shuffling along next to me, and the muscles in his arm tensed against my shoulders. He staggered, dragging me closer to the guardrail on the bridge. The water below swirled, gray and icy. His voice almost disappeared in the scuffle of his feet on the broken pavement and gravel. "It's a trap. They've rigged the bridge. Explosives. We have about 10 seconds and I can't run. I want you to run. I won't leave you. I swallowed hard, eyes on Owen. The whole group waited, staring at us as if to will us to move faster. But Owen watched me with laser focus, pacing. We would survive. We had to. I came this far. We're both going to make it. Then I hope you're ready for a swim, he said. I had half a second to look at him, blinking. Then Nick howled and launched us over the railing. I wanted to scream. I meant to scream, but the air caught in my throat and I choked, staring down as the water rushed up at us, and the entire world exploded behind us with a roar. Time slowed until it felt like I fell through molasses. Fire and debris and a huge pressure wave caught us in midair, and I squeezed my eyes shut. I hoped the water was deep enough we wouldn't be paralyzed or die on the rocks below. I thought I heard Owen screaming. Then we slammed into the water, and everything went dark. Chapter 23. With every step Kara took toward the bridge, Owen wanted to tear off his skin and run after her. He watched Ray watch her, the man's dead eyes even creepier as he stared at Kara. And that shitbag Jared, close enough to touch her, talking to her, saying God only knew what. Owen made a pained noise and Lacey said, "Keep it together. Focus." I am. He couldn't stand still, pacing behind her. He wanted to already be moving if he needed to help Kara. Something wasn't right. The feeling of anticipation, of doom, increased with each ticking second. When Kara finally reached Nick and threw Jared to the ground, Owen almost exhaled. He thought it might almost be over. But then Kara tried to help her brother back off the bridge, desperation making her eyes glow, and she staggered under his weight. Nick even pulled her to the side of the bridge as he stumbled, grievous injuries making the man as steady as a toddler. Owen took a breath to shout at her, to warn her, as activity erupted on the Bad Creek side. They didn't even have Jared back to their side when Ray said something to his minions, and men and vehicles retreated. "Something's happening," Kaiser said, waiting in a crouch next to Lacey. He looked calm, though Owen saw the tension in the Alpha's shoulders. "Something isn't right." Owen started forward, ignoring their efforts to hold him back, and made eye contact with Kara. Her expression went from determination to terror in a heartbeat, and she stared at him as Nick threw them both off the bridge. Owen roared, closer to a scream, and launched forward. He couldn't shift, the bear raging to get free, but nothing worked as the entire bridge exploded. Smoke and fire and chunks of concrete filled the air, blinded him, but he didn't care. Kara. Owen raced to the edge of the road and fell down the embankment. He had to reach her. She had to survive. Kaiser yelled above him. Then bears and lions and hyenas crashed through the ragged and snow-covered undergrowth on the bank, and gunfire sailed across what remained of the bridge. Owen ignored all of it as he dove into the icy river. The cold water slapped his chest and shocked him into near paralysis, stealing away his breath until he couldn't think or move. A polar bear grumbled at him and lifted him out of the water, giving him enough support to take a breath. But Owen could only croak, "Find Kara! Find her!" Axel sank into the water as it churned muddy and thick with ice and dust from above. The bridge creaked as the supports wavered, huge spans missing from the explosion. Owen dove, grasping blindly through the murky water, and searched. She had to be there. She had to be in the water somewhere. An enormous Kodiak bear rose to the surface and hauled a body out of the water, dragging Nick up onto the bank. Hyenas and lions helped drag him up, and he disappeared into the waiting hands. Owen grabbed Sasha's fur and tried to shake him, fear choking the air in his lungs. "Where is she? Where is she?" The bear made a mournful noise, and Owen howled. He dove into the water, kicking away Sasha's attempt to restrain him, and scrabbled along the bed of the river, desperate for any sign of Kara. He almost sucked in a mouthful of river water when his fingers brushed something like cloth and skin. Kara. He grabbed hold of it, whatever it was, and kicked up, driving his screaming muscles to take them both to the surface. Owen broke the surface, dragged Kara up, tried to find her face to make sure she could breathe, and suddenly the polar bear lifted them both up as if they weighed nothing at all. Axel half swam and half walked out of the river to the bank, roaring as gunfire bit into the water around him, and Owen slid to his feet as helping hands grabbed him from above. He tried to keep hold of Kara, but they pulled her away, people shouting instructions and questions. And as Owen staggered, trying to reach her, someone shouted his name. He turned, squinting at the other side of the bank, and saw Ray holding a rifle, aimed at his chest. Owen opened his mouth, maybe to tell the bastard to go fuck himself, but Malcolm roared and tried to knock Owen down. The force of the round hitting his chest spun Owen around, and he fell to his knees and watched as Josie and Eloise loaded Kara into the SUV. He exhaled. She was safe. He looked up as Malcolm grabbed him, shook him, shouted at him, but the words blurred away to nothing, and Owen fell face first into darkness. Chapter 24. I was cold, so cold. Sharp knife points of pain in my ribs stabbed me with every breath, every motion. People argued over and around me, and animal noises intruded. Bears. It sounded like bears, snuffling and grumbling, and I tried to push one away. Someone almost familiar leaned over me. "Open your eyes, Kara." I didn't want to. The last thing I remembered was hitting the water, then cold, pain, blurry darkness as I sank and couldn't get my body to cooperate, opening my mouth to scream and instead sucking in foul-tasting river water. And after that, darkness. The voice came again. "Kara, look at me." It wasn't Owen. Owen wasn't there. I knew that just by sense. When I tried to move, nothing worked, except my gag reflex. All that river water came up in a gush, and I managed to roll, but the pain pushed me back into darkness. The next time I woke, at least I felt warm. My body ached, but not in an about-to-die kind of way, so that was progress. I still tasted the river water. When I managed to lift my head, Josie immediately appeared next to me. "Kara?" I blinked, trying to come up with a response that wasn't just, "What the hell happened?" But that was what came out. She smiled, relief in every line of her body, and she started fussing with the pillows and sheets and everything around me. "Good grief, it's been 2 days. We weren't sure if you would... Well, you're in my apartment, in the guest room. You and Nick hit the water, and it was quite a fall. By the time we got to you, you'd managed to drink half the river. Nick was in really bad shape. He still is. He's downstairs in the infirmary. Malcolm is keeping an eye on him. So far, he is not remembering much about being human." My heart sank. Nick. I cleared my throat a couple of times. "Owen? Where's Owen?" She took a deep breath, and I immediately tried to sit, panic giving me strength. I tried to shove out of bed. "Where is he? What happened?" Josie shoved me back, surprisingly strong, and gave me a stern look. "You're not getting up yet, young lady." I blinked as a growl filled the room, and even Josie looked surprised. It took me a second to realize I was the one growling. The wild voice in my head didn't like her telling us what to do. Josie patted my shoulder as she arranged the sheets. "We had to take Owen to the hospital. He dragged you out of the river and Ray shot him. Because of all the chemicals and crap in him from the first go-round, he didn't heal fast enough. But they're bringing him home today." I exhaled relief, and the growling stopped. "Owen." I rubbed my eyes, trying to hide the moisture that spilled out and down my cheeks. "With the bridge, what happened? I think Nick told me they rigged it with something, but I don't really remember." "Explosives," she said. Her lips thinned as she frowned, glancing over her shoulder as something crashed to the floor in the living room. "Bad Creek attached explosives to the underside of the bridge, and we didn't catch it. Someone smelled them just before Ray detonated it, but we weren't close enough to get you to safety. Ray never intended for you or Nick to get away, and he was willing to sacrifice Jared to make sure of it." "Jared was killed?" "We think so, although no one found his body. There wasn't much left of the bridge, so it's possible he just disintegrated." Josie's frown turned into a scowl as another crash reached us and someone started howling. "Excuse me a second." She got up and marched to the door, whipping it open and asking in a dangerously normal voice, "What did I tell you about letting Aunt Kara rest?" before shutting the door behind her. Sudden silence filled the rest of the apartment, and I smiled to think of the kids, who I remembered only vaguely, being petrified by the normally even-keeled Josie. Aunt Kara. That said something. I hadn't ever expected to be an aunt. Nick wasn't inclined to settle down with someone, and his lifestyle wasn't conducive to long-term relationships. Most of his military buddies were on their second or third or even fourth marriages and had different families of kids in different states. Nick said he didn't want to do that to a kid. If it ever happened to him, it had to be forever. Or so he said. I sank into the pillows and wondrously soft sheets and tried to think. Tears still leaked down my cheeks, but I didn't really know why. It could have been Nick, thinking and hoping that he would get better and be my big brother again, worrying that he was too far gone and might live the rest of his days with the wolf in control, fearing he would have to be caged or chained or even killed, so he didn't hurt himself or others. I needed to see him, needed to at least touch him to know he was real, but I couldn't face him yet. I wasn't strong enough yet. And Owen. The tears flowed faster. Back in the hospital because of me. I remembered suddenly a frozen moment, just before the explosion happened and as Nick dragged me over the guardrail of the bridge. Seeing Owen. Seeing his expression as he reached for me but knew he was too far away to help. The pain and panic on his face haunted me. I couldn't imagine the fear he'd felt, searching for me in the river. I shook away the thought. I couldn't dwell on it or I'd never get out of bed. The important thing was that they'd gotten him to the hospital and he got better and we were both going to be fine. We would be fine, and I was Aunt Kara, and everything would work out. Even if Jared hadn't died in the explosion. I curled up on my side just as Josie reappeared, smoothing her hair back into a ponytail and taking a deep, cleansing breath. She looked almost serene as she sank into the chair next to the bed. "There we go. Apparently, there was a misunderstanding over who got to drink out of the blue cup, so now everyone has orange cups and no one is happy. I didn't want to laugh. It hurt my sides to try to breathe that deeply, and my back ached as I tried to hold the laughter in. But I gave in eventually, because it felt good to laugh. It was a relief to still hear things like kids arguing over a favorite cup. Normal life. A respite from people trying to kill me or drag me away to the awful Bad Creek compound. Josie eyed me sideways as I kept laughing, but eventually she cracked a smile and joined in. Her joy seemed mostly relief-based, and when I finally settled down, wiping the last of the tears from my cheeks, she leaned forward suddenly and grabbed me in a hug. I patted at my face with the edge of the sheet when she released me, trying to get my shit together before they brought Owen back. "Where did that come from?" "We thought we'd lost all of you," she said. "The last couple of days have been awful. Really, really awful. Owen just didn't stop bleeding. Poor Eloise was practically drained dry by the time Owen stopped needing blood transfusions. And Sasha and Kaiser donated as well, just to give him more volume to lose. The first day was just trying to keep him alive." She swallowed hard and looked away, shaking her head. "And Nick, he's not in good shape, honey. Physically, mentally. They did a number on him. We're hoping he'll settle down when he sees you, and maybe then we can give him some Gorgon blood and hope that heals some of the remaining stuff. He's not healing either, and from the blood tests they did, the doctors think maybe Bad Creek managed to stunt his healing abilities completely. Forever." "So he won't—" I took a shaky breath. "He can't heal himself anymore?" "They don't know for sure, but it looks that way." Josie glanced down as her phone buzzed. "The Gorgon blood might help, once Eloise eats some steaks and gets her iron count back up. It looks like they'll be leaving the hospital in an hour, so they'll be here about 30 minutes after that. Want to jump in the shower while I get Owen's apartment ready? I left sandwiches in the kitchen, so you can eat as soon as you're ready." "Can I have the blue cup?" I asked, trying not to laugh as she got up to leave. Josie shot me a dark look over her shoulder. "Orange cups for everyone. That's the rule now." So at least I was laughing as I started the long struggle to get out of bed. Chapter 25. Waiting at the hospital felt like torture. Absolute torture. The fog cleared from his brain after a while, and then all he could think about was Kara. Only Kaiser and Malcolm, there at the hospital with him, kept Owen in the bed. He probably should have stayed hooked up to the IVs and machines for another week, but Owen would have walked his happy ass across the city naked if it meant finally being able to make sure Kara was okay. He believed the alpha bear when he said she was fine, but the bear couldn't accept that. He needed to touch her, to smell her, just to be sure. Kaiser grumbled as he drove back to the gym, calling ahead to give Josie and the others a heads up that they were on the way. Owen practically vibrated with the need for the alpha to drive faster. Malcolm, about as excitable as a maple tree in winter, kept him pinned to the seat. The Southerner tried to distract him, even though it didn't work. "Smith said he heard that Jared survived the explosion." "That's nice." Owen stared through the windshield at the streets ahead. 4 more turns, maybe 10 minutes, and they'd be at the gym. Owen could take the stairs. It was only 1 flight to his apartment. Then he and Kara could be alone. He could sleep, and she could sleep next to them, and it would finally be quiet in his head. "The hyenas managed to capture one of the Bad Creek vehicles. They're still pulling information out of a laptop they found, and they recovered more of those darts. So at least the smart people can test the chemicals and figure out if there's a way to reverse the effects or create an antidote or something." The Appalachian drawl always made Malcolm sound a little slow, but Owen had no doubts that Malcolm could be one of those smart people if he put his mind to it. "Great," Owen managed to say through his clenched teeth. Mal made an exasperated noise and poked Owen's side. "Nick. Do you care about Nick?" "No," Owen said. 3 more turns. 8 minutes. His legs started to jiggle as he struggled not to jump out of the truck and run. "You will care about Nick because Kara is worried about him," Kaiser said from the front seat, and Owen had to grudgingly agree. If Kara still worried about her brother, then Owen would worry about him as well. Such was the nature of a mate bond. Owen gripped the edges of his seat, trying to hold himself back. "Fine. Tell me about Nick." "He's locked in the infirmary," Mal started. "They tortured the shit out of him. Broke pretty much every bone in his body at least once, and I'm not exaggerating. He's harder than coffin nails, though, I tell you. But the wolf is in control now. He's still in the human body, but there's just a wolf looking at you." Owen forced himself to think about that instead of the 2 turns and 6 minutes left until he got to see Kara. "If the wolf is in control and he can't get back to human, the council will order him put down. Do they know?" "I've discussed it with the other alphas," Kaiser said. "Because of the unique circumstances, Nick will get some time to recover. A month or more if he needs it. He suffered a great deal to help us, and he saved multiple lives. Lucy and Meadow to start, and God only knows how many others escaped Bad Creek because of him. So he deserves a chance to recover. After that time, though, the council will have to reassess." Owen rubbed his face. Great. Just fucking wonderful. Kara would get enough time with her brother to get reattached, and then the council might have to order the man killed. And Kaiser would have to do it. That wouldn't make for a fun 4th of July holiday. He took a deep breath. "Does Kara know?" "About the deadline? No." Kaiser frowned as he glanced back. "And she doesn't need to know. Not yet. She's still a little weak, and she had to deal with a lot of shit in the last couple of weeks. Longer, probably, based on what we know of Bad Creek. So they're both going to get plenty of time to heal up and recover. Then we can deal with whatever needs to happen. You focus on Kara and getting yourself better. You read me, Bear?" "I got it," Owen said, and the Bear agreed. Kara came first. Then Nick, because he was part of Kara. Then Owen. Malcolm squeezed his shoulder. "And next time, when someone aims a rifle at you, don't just stand there waiting. Duck or something." "I'll make a note," Owen muttered. And then the car rolled to a stop in the parking lot behind the gym, and Owen shot out of the car. His knees almost gave out when he hit the pavement, and both Kaiser and Malcolm yelled at him to be careful and move slow. But the Bear took control. He hurtled into the building, past the infirmary where Sasha sat outside the door and Nick raged inside, and took the stairs 2 at a time to his apartment. He almost raced right past it, but then Josie was there, eyes wide, and she just pointed him toward the open door. Owen growled his thanks, unable to form words, and stumbled into his living room. His shabby living room. He needed better furniture. The thought pinged off his brain as he caught sight of Kara, looking pale and weak and far too thin, standing in his kitchen. She held up a sandwich, her eyes shiny with tears. "Are you hungry?" "No," he said, and crushed her in a hug. The door shut behind him, and they were alone. Owen buried his face in her hair, trying to hold her close enough she would know how much he loved her, and took the deepest breath he could manage. She hugged him back, sandwich forgotten, and he didn't even care as his ribs protested and one of the mostly healed wounds on his back threatened to rupture. He snuffled behind her ear and grumbled, "Don't you ever scare me like that again. I thought I'd lost you." "You're the one who got himself shot," she said a little weakly, and he grumbled more. Tears stained her cheeks, though she tried to wipe them away. "I was worried about you, too." "You got blown up and jumped off a bridge," he said. He started to walk towards the bedroom, still hugging her, and wanted to pass out on the couch because his bed looked a few miles away. "I win." "Well," she started, then squeaked as they both tumbled onto the clean sheets. Owen sighed, closing his eyes as their limbs tangled up and the softness of her skin brushed against his. "I want to sleep for the next day at least. Then we can sort everything else out." "Okay," she said, her head on his chest and her palm flat on his stomach. He couldn't hold her close enough. He'd never get enough of her. She smelled a little like him already, and as he held her tighter, Kara sighed and wiggled closer against his side. "Don't scare me like that again." "I won't." Owen closed his eyes and exhaled. Perfect. Chapter 26. We slept for 2 days. Just sleep, barely moving. I vaguely remembered Josie coming in to make us eat, drink water, take medication. Then Owen and I collapsed back into bed. It felt wonderful, even if my dreams were periodically disturbed with nightmares. Falling off the bridge and never hitting the water. Looking up to see Jared standing over Owen and I, hearing Nick scream as they tortured him. But whenever I shivered, Owen was there. He woke me up with soft kisses and hushed words, reassurances that everything was okay. It didn't fix everything, but it fixed enough that I could sleep again. We'd both been so exhausted that even getting up to eat seemed like a monumental task. Luckily, Josie was relentless and stern enough that we ate whatever she brought us. I woke up, finally, and found Owen studying me. I smiled drowsily and stretched, feeling whole and complete and well-rested for the first time in what felt like months. I smiled and curled back into his side. "Hi." "Hi," he said, a tension on my mouth. "How do you feel?" "Better," I said. "So much better." "Good," he said. Owen grumbled and a familiar spark lit his eyes, and my heart stuttered. I knew that look. We'd only known each other a week, but I knew what that spark meant. I held my breath, biting my lower lip, and Owen's palm slid over my side where my t-shirt rucked up. Goosebumps peppered my arms, and I leaned in as his mouth brushed mine. I touched his side and the rough ridges of scars along his back. "So clearly you're feeling better." "Much better," he said, a hint of a smile making him look mischievous. His knee nudged between mine, and Owen wrestled me over, nuzzling behind my ear. "Are you up for a little fun?" I kissed the corner of his mouth, then along his jaw until I could nibble on his earlobe. A little fun. Not a marathon yet, but a little sprinting would be nice. He laughed, and it tickled through me, made me smile. Owen's eyes turned gold like dark honey as he tugged at the hem of my shirt, hands busy even as he kissed me. I drowned in him, in the intoxicating warmth of his mouth and the gentle pressure of his grip on my waist. His hand slid under my pajamas and panties, teasing and stroking until I held his wrist and moved to meet him. Owen chuckled and kissed me harder as his touch deepened, grew more urgent. I arched and sighed and held on to him as the wave crested and I fell into deep water again, nails digging into the skin on his arms as he pressed against me. My muscles seized and I murmured to him, begging him for more, and the sheets and clothes rustled as he tugged our pants off. And then he lay over me, and I wrapped my legs around his waist, trying to draw him closer so I could really feel him. Owen grumbled and dragged his teeth along my throat, squeezing my ass as he eased my thighs apart, and the head of his cock rode against my slit. I moaned and lifted myself just as he moved, and we met in a sudden bright flare of pleasure, of ecstasy, and I cried out as he filled me in a long, smooth thrust. Owen groaned, and his forehead bumped mine. Time slowed. Everything grew hot and desperate around us as he moved faster, harder, driving both of us to the edge. We found a rhythm, urgent and needy, and I cried out again as I tipped over the edge and my muscles seized up. Owen moved wildly, growling and grumbling, and froze as he came. He moved slowly, a few more gentle thrusts, then sighed and lay on top of me. He kissed my neck, nuzzling in my hair, and stroked my side. He flopped onto his back next to me, eyes closed, and I watched his chest rise and fall as his breathing slowed. I wiggled closer and rested my chin on his shoulder, studying him, and walked my fingers down his ribs in a slow survey. Owen cracked one eye open so he could look at me. "I thought you didn't want a marathon?" "Not yet," I said, trying not to smile. That would just encourage him. Already fatigue stole over me, and I wanted to close my eyes as I cuddled up next to him so we could sleep for a couple more days. But first, I wanted to learn him, to memorize every part of him. His hand caught mine, covered it, held it flat against his side. "Then what are you doing?" "Counting," I said. I moved to kiss a round scar on his chest, right above his nipple. "There's one." His other eye opened, and he frowned down the length of his body. "Counting what?" "Scars," I said. I kissed an angry red scar, rippled across his ribs. "There's 2. "Why?" "3, I said, moving so I could reach a slash that dimpled his skin just above his abs. "It helps me remember what you look like." "4. Owen grumbled, but he watched as I took a careful inventory. As I kissed an odd divot on his thigh, he started to get interested again, his body reacting in a sudden rush. Owen patted my butt, starting to explore my body as well. "I wish I looked better, babe. I wish I was perfect for you, but you are perfect." I pushed up on my elbows near his hips so I could give him an even look. I poked scars 8 and 9 and drifted my fingers across his stomach as he stroked my back. "You're exactly who I need you to be, Owen. We all bear scars. Yours are just a little more visible." He almost smiled, though there was something else in his eyes that made my stomach twist in sadness. He had a lot of invisible scars as well, and that was okay. We could work on it. Owen groaned as he caught my arm and pulled me on top of him, settling me against his hardening cock, and murmured, "One more little sprint." I braced my hands on his shoulders and lifted myself until he slid against me, and I had to bite my lip to keep from making indecent noises. Maybe we would end up in more of a marathon. Not that I minded a bit. Epilogue. Life felt almost normal, living in Owen's apartment. We were still learning about each other, but there was an easy comfort in being with him that I'd never known before. Josie and Lucy were both welcoming and kind, and the other bears generally kept to the gym and their own dens. The only worry that remained was Nick. I sat with him in the giant room they'd called the infirmary. It looked more like a safe house for insane shifters. The walls were padded and reinforced, the door made from solid metal, and giant eyelets drilled into the walls made it easy to chain down an enraged shifter. Nick occupied a large hospital bed on one side, and occasionally staggered over to the partially shielded bathroom in the opposite corner. I sat with him most days, talking to him, trying to coax the man back to the surface. Some days, flashes of the old Nick would show, but the wolf was still the main force animating him. He didn't want to talk about Bad Creek or anything that had happened, and I didn't mind. I didn't want to think about Bad Creek or anything that had happened, so I sat with him and we talked about small things. He healed slowly as a human would, but gradually got more movement back. They'd hurt him a lot, everywhere, and it hurt to watch him struggle. The cocky, self-assured brother I'd always known had disappeared. Owen and I played poker one afternoon in Nick's room, arguing over whether Nick had actually gotten 4 aces or whether he'd shoved one up his sleeve while we weren't looking, when someone knocked on the door. Nick immediately tensed, growling, and stared at the door, waiting for the bad guys to come for him again. I patted his arm as I got up and peered out through the window, then said, "It's just Kaiser and Lacey. Calm down." Nick didn't, but Owen put his feet up and muttered about my brother trying to cheat, so they were both distracted as I pulled the door open. Kaiser raised his eyebrows, nodding at the good-natured argument going on inside. "They seem to be getting along." "Yeah," I said, trying not to grin. "Except Owen isn't very good at poker, so that could be a roadblock." I looked at the hyena queen, resisting the urge to hug her. The look on her face didn't exactly scream, "Come cuddle me." "Good to see you again, Lacey." "And you," she said. She nodded at the 2 men in the room. "Everything going well?" "Getting better," I said. "Not well yet, but we're working on it. Nick's getting better." "Good." Lacey folded her arms, and some of the hard angles in her expression eased. "We haven't heard much from Bad Creek lately, but I'm not ready to say they've learned their lesson. There is still movement at the compound, still people coming and going, but we don't know what they're up to. We're working with Smith to sort out the next move, but when Nick is ready, we need to talk to him as well." "It might be a while," I said. I gestured at the room behind me and nudged the door open, so she could see both Nick and Owen as they argued over the cards. "Nick is—" My brother looked up, upper lip curled in a snarl, and froze as he caught sight of Lacey. His eyes flashed gold, and for a moment my heart stopped, fearing he might wrongly associate her with Bad Creek and attack. But when I looked at the hyena queen, she too had frozen. They stared at each other, eyes locked, and no one moved or breathed or blinked. Electricity zinged between them. My eyebrows climbed until I thought they might burst right off my face, and I bit my lip to keep from smiling as I glanced between Lacey and Nick. Neither one of them moved. They barely breathed. Owen looked perilously close to laughing. I cleared my throat and leaned against the door jamb. Or maybe sooner than we thought. "Lacey, I don't think you've actually met my brother, Nick." She shook herself, abrupt, and cleared her throat. Her expression toughened, grew more businesslike, and she held out her hand in Nick's general direction. Right. Thank you for your assistance, Nick. We all appreciate—" She trailed off as he got to his feet, eyes full gold, and stalked the 3 steps closer. Kaiser braced himself in the hallway, just in case Nick launched for the door, and Lacey took a deep breath. Nick searched Lacey's face, his lips parted to taste the air, and he reached for her hand. I held my breath. Nick picked up her hand, but instead of shaking it, he lifted it slowly to his mouth and kissed her knuckles. Lacey flushed bright red. I couldn't keep the stupid grin from spreading across my face. Nick's voice, still rusty from battered vocal cords, filled the silence. "You know, there were a couple times I thought I'd died and gone to heaven." Lacey's ears reddened, but she didn't pull her hand away. She just stared at him, hunger lightening her eyes. For the first time, I heard her sound something less than perfectly businesslike. "Oh?" "Yeah." Nick pressed his lips to her skin once more, taking a deep breath, then looked up at her with a wicked gleam in his eyes. "But when I saw you, I knew I was still alive, and heaven's been brought to me." For a second, I could only stare at him. What the hell? A pickup line? Owen groaned and flopped backward in his chair, throwing the deck of cards in the air. Dude. Lacey's jaw dropped as she stared at Nick, unable to look away, and her cheeks turned almost purple. And when I looked at my brother, trying not to laugh or smack his shoulder for being so damn cheesy, I actually saw Nick. Nick. Not the wolf, though that wildness lurked close to the surface, but my brother. The real Nick. The old Nick. Cheesy pickup lines and bad jokes and poker cheating and all. Lacey cleared her throat and abruptly pulled her hand free, entire face so bright I thought I saw smoke curling off her skin. She looked around, caught the Cheshire cat grin on Kaiser's face, and abruptly retreated a few steps. "Right. Smith will be by to interview you in the near future, Mr. Nick, since you're feeling better. Okay, right. I have to go now." She turned on her heel and strode down the hall toward the gym, then stopped short, did an about face, and marched back to the exit. "Right. My car is parked there. Okay, Kaiser, I'll be in touch." "I'm sure you will be," the alpha bear drawled, practically smirking as he waggled his eyebrows in Nick's direction. The hyena queen fixed him with a dark look, though the ball-shrinking effect she usually achieved was undermined by the brilliant flush still in her cheeks and the completely flustered expression on her face. "Don't you dare— Okay, I need to go." She shoved the door open and fled, tires squealing as she drove away. I stared at Kaiser, then pointed in Lacey's direction and mouthed, "What the hell?" He grinned so widely I could practically count his teeth. "Looks like someone just found her mate." Nick still watched the door where Lacey had disappeared, and a slow smile spread across his face. I couldn't take it. I hugged him hard and threw my arms around his neck. "I missed you." "I missed you too," he said, and it was entirely my brother. No hint of the wolf. I squeezed him tighter. I had Nick back. That didn't mean it would be an easy road ahead of any of us, but at least we were together. Owen and I, maybe Nick and Lacey, Kaiser and Josie, Axel and Lucy, Malcolm and Sasha and their mates. Nick and I had been looking for family, and we'd finally earned ours. The scars we'd gotten along the way just made it mean so much more. Search for Layla Nash on Audible.com for your next great listen. This has been Bearing Scars, City Shifters The Den, Volume 3, written by Layla Nash, narrated by Beth Rogue, copyright 2016 by Layla Nash, production copyright 2020 by Layla Nash.